Chapter 76. Chapter 76. What are you doing here at the sales department? Su Ruo hurriedly turned her face away, not daring to look at Qin Feng. However, seeing that she was standing under the royal group's skyscraper, she was completely dumbfounded. Normally, it would take her half an hour, even by bus. Who would have thought that Qin Feng would have ridden here in just 10 minutes? Su Ruo, sorry, I thought that you were going to fall over. It was because I was so worried. Qin Feng was secretly feeling quite pleased. He never thought that although Su Ruo looked quite underdeveloped, her body felt so satisfying. He acted incredibly sincerely as he apologized. Su Ruo had been scared out of her mind, but thinking back, she realized she was indeed about to fall over, and Qin Feng had helped her. Seeing Qin Feng's handsome face, Su Ruo thought that he wasn't that sort of person, and shyly replied, It's okay. I'll be going to work now. Of course. Qin Feng was definitely that sort of person. He was a legendary, loose young master in the Acropolis city. Seeing that Su Ruo had believed him, he felt incredibly happy as he grabbed her arm, saying, Don't be in such a rush. I'll go lock up my bike and we can go in together. This was his first day at work, and he had already found a top-grade beauty at the company. Qin Feng suddenly became much more interested in the company. Feeling Qin Feng grab her arm, Su Ruo's heart, which had just settled down, started to beat rapidly again. However, she simply didn't know how to resist, and even if she didn't want to be grabbed by him, she still reacted nervously and pleaded as she asked, Qin Feng, can you please let go of my arm? Her tone made it seem as if Qin Feng should have grabbed her arm, and letting go was doing her a favor. It was the first time Qin Feng had met a girl who was so bad at refusing. She was like a little deer that was lost in the forest, which made one pity her, yet want to tease her at the same time. Su Ruo, if I wanted to do you right now, would you also plead with me not to do you? Su Ruo tightly bit her lips and avoided Qin Feng's gaze. His words made her feel very uncomfortable, because she wasn't such an easy woman. However, although she felt quite unhappy, she didn't let it out. She simply meekly stood there, not knowing what to say or do. Ding! The Hedonist sovereign system has issued a quest. Train Su Ruo to become a strong, domineering woman. Quest time limit, 3 months. Successfully completing the quest will result in you receiving 3,000 Hedonist points. Failing will result in the host losing 6,000 Hedonist points. The system's cold electronic voice suddenly sounded out, and Qin Feng nearly fell to the ground. He simply couldn't understand why the system was so bent on changing people's personalities. Before, it had issued a quest to turn the fiery-tempered policewoman Lu Bingbing to become gentle and obedient. Now it wanted this incredibly meek and timid Su Ruo to become a domineering woman. Qin Feng felt like going crazy. Qin Feng, I'll be going now. Su Ruo simply didn't know what to say to Qin Feng and tried to run off. Just wait, I'll lock up my bike and we'll go in together, Qin Feng replied. Immediately, Su Ruo didn't dare to move anymore. She obediently stood there as she waited for Qin Feng. Just as Qin Feng finished locking up his bicycle and prepared to walk in with Su Ruo, a middle-aged man wearing a security officer's uniform walked over. Hey, what are you doing? This parking spot is reserved for the Royal Group's employees. Hurry up and take your trash bicycle away. His face was full of condescension as he unhappily glared at Qin Feng. Qin Feng had become used to being a hedonistic young master. Normally, wherever he went, people would be dying to flatter him. However, he had not yet become used to being a little sales representative and had been scolded by a security officer. As such, he angrily replied, Oi, do you know who I am? The security officer had worked at the Royal Group for 5 or 6 years and recognized all the important figures working there. When facing those people, he was always nodding and bowing and didn't dare to offend them at all. However, looking up and down Qin Feng, he confirmed that he had never seen him before and that he wasn't an important person in the royal group. As such, he roared back, "Who are you?" I am." Just as Qin Feng was going to reveal his identity, he saw his dad's Mercedes-Benz driving over. His expression darkened as he quickly changed what he was going to say. "I am a sales representative of the royal group." What? Haha, a sales representative? Are you kidding me? Only the high-profile members of the royal group can park here. All the cars parked here are worth at least $500,000, and the owners are all at least managers. You, a little sales representative, want to park your bicycle here? Is your head all right? The security officer immediately began to laugh his head off. By now, the chauffeur had opened the door of the Mercedes-Benz, and Qin Huang and Han Yingying immediately saw Qin Feng as they walked out. Qin Huang and Han Yingying's bodies froze, as if they had seen a ghost. "Good morning, Chairman Qin." Seeing that the chairman had arrived, the security officer immediately smiled as he greeted him. However, Qin Huang did not even notice the security officer. He looked at Qin Feng in shock as he asked, "Why, you've already arrived?" After asking this, Qin Huang regretted it immediately. This question was simply stupid. Wasn't Qin Feng standing here right in front of him? However, he and Han Yingying were unable to understand how Qin Feng had arrived before them on a bicycle. This was simply incomprehensible. After seeing Qin Huang, Qin Feng acted as if he had never seen him before as he grinned. If it isn't the chairman of the royal group. It's truly my honor to be able to meet you on my first day. Qin Huang's expression darkened as he glared at Qin Feng. On the other hand, Han Yingying couldn't help but cover her mouth as she secretly giggled at Qin Feng's reaction. Seeing that the company's chairman had arrived, just standing in front of Qin Huang, Su Ruoro became so nervous that her palms started to sweat like crazy. After all, this was the highest-ranking person in the royal group as well as the richest man in the Acropolis city. After seeing everyone greet Qin Huang, although she felt a bit scared, she still mustered up her courage as she lowered her head and greeted him. "Good morning, Chairman Qin." Qin Huang looked at Su Ruoro and found that this girl was quite pure and cute and was standing with Qin Feng. He couldn't help but ask, "This is?" "Chairman Qin, we're both new employees of the royal group. Today is my first day, and I happen to meet Su Ruoro on the way. We hope that Chairman Qin will take care of us from now on," Qin Feng replied as he smiled. The security officer stood at the side, not daring to say anything. To an important figure like Qin Huang, all he could do was greet him. If he said any more, things would turn sour for him. However, seeing Qin Feng, a mere sales representative, chatting casually with Qin Huang, an evil smile appeared on the security officer's face. He could already imagine Qin Feng being scolded at by Chairman Qin. Qin Huang and Han Yingying were already speechless. Originally, Qin Feng arriving before they already left them flabbergasted. Now it turns out that he had taken someone with him as well. Han Yingying's beautiful eyes fell on Su Ruoro as they looked her up and down. Her eyes couldn't help but shine. Such a beautiful, yet timid girl was incredibly rare and made others want to protect her. Han Yingying looked at Qin Feng and didn't know what to say. He had picked up a beauty on the way to work on his very first day. Perhaps only Qin Feng would be able to manage something like this. "Chairman Qin, this boy wanted to take up a parking spot with his bicycle. What are your thoughts on this?" It was quite rare to be able to talk to Chairman Qin, and he grabbed onto this opportunity as he gave a big smile. Qin Huang's expression darkened as he glared at the security officer and said in a low voice, "Everyone is equal in the royal group. Since he's an employee of the company, he has the right to park his bicycle here. In future, leave this parking spot open for him." After seeing that Qin Feng had actually ridden his bicycle to work, Qin Huang was secretly quite pleased. As such, he gave him a parking spot. After saying this, Qin Huang and Han Ying walked off. The security officer was so scared that he was sweating cold sweat. He had wanted to get on Chairman Qin's good side, but things had not turned out the way he had expected. With his own parking spot now, Qin Feng happily patted the 28 bicycle seat as he looked at the security officer and said, "Bro, if you don't look after this bicycle properly and it gets stolen, you'll be in some deep trouble." The security officer's face creased with dark lines. This was the VIP parking lot, and everyone who parked here were rich and important people. Who would want to steal this 28 bicycle? Qin Feng ignored the security officer's strange look and walked into the building with Su Ruoro. The interior of the Royal Group's building was elegantly decorated and gave off an air of nobility. After chatting with Su Ruoro, Qin Feng found out that she was also in the sales department, and she led him to the sales department's hall on level 8. There were already quite a few people gathered here. As soon as Qin Feng entered, almost everyone looked over. However, they were not directed at Qin Feng, but at Su Ruoro. Su Ruoro had just graduated and had not worked at the company for very long. However, rumors of her beauty had already spread throughout the entire company. She was simply too beautiful, and she looked gentle and obedient. Anyone could tell at a glance that she was a pure virgin, and she instantly became someone many men were interested in. One of these gazes belonged to a man in his early 30s. His eyes were the most fiery, and he gazed at Su Ruoro from head to toe, his eyes filled with a desire to possess her. This person was the manager of the sales department's Group 2, Wang Chao. The first day Su Ruoro had come to work, he already had his sights set on her. As he wantonly gazed at Su Ruoro's body, his sight also fell on Qin Feng. Seeing that he was new, he cleared his throat as he said in an arrogant manner, "Ahem, who are you? What are you doing here at the sales department?" Chapter 77. Chapter 77, A Serious Problem. Since someone was asking about him, Qin Feng walked to the center of the sales department's hall and smiled at everyone as he said, "Hello everyone, my name's Qin Feng, and today's my first day here. I'll be colleagues with everyone from today onwards, so please take care of me." Seeing that Qin Feng was a newcomer to the sales department, a look of amusement flashed in Wang Chao's eyes. He was notorious in the sales department for oppressing newcomers to the sales department. It was his way of educating them. The Royal Group's sales department hadn't had newcomers in a while. Although Su Ruoro had joined a few days ago, how could Wang Chao beat her down? He had been trying to act cool in front of her for the past few days. However, since Qin Feng was new, he arrogantly said to him, "Oi, newbie, go get me a cup of water." Qin Feng cleaned his ears and thought that he had misheard him. Since he had been born, he had lived his life as a hedonistic young master. He had never poured water for someone else. And although he had been placed by his father in the sales department, his nature couldn't be changed so easily. He looked at Wang Chao in amusement as he asked, "Oi, what right do you have to ask me to pour you water?" Wang Chao maintained his arrogant demeanor and wanted to look cool in front of Su Ruoro. However, after hearing what Qin Feng had said, he almost fell to the ground. He looked at Qin Feng in surprise. In the past, all the newcomers had been very obedient and would not retaliate at all. Who would have thought that this newcomer would be so extravagant? Wang Chao's face immediately fell. "Qin Feng, was it? Seeing how young you look, this is probably your first job. Otherwise, why would you act like such an idiot? Do you still think you can act as you please like you did in university? I'll have you know, there'll be a lot of tough times ahead of you in the sales department." Qin Feng felt quite impatient as Wang Chao rambled and calmly said, "Wang Chao, was it? All right, from this moment onwards, you've been fired by the Royal Group. You can go now." Whoosh. As soon as Qin Feng said this, the entire hall fell deathly silent, and everyone stared at him strangely. Currently, Qin Feng was standing incredibly straight, giving off the air of a king. A domineering aura radiated from his body, which made what he had just said. If the others had not heard his introduction, they would have thought that he was a high-profile manager who really did have the qualifications to fire Wang Chao. Wang Chao also stared in shock, then started to hold his stomach as he laughed loudly, as if his intestines were going to burst from laughter. Only after a long while did he stop laughing, and he condescendingly looked at Qin Feng as he said, "You want to fire me? Who do you think you are? The company's chairman or a high-profile manager? You're just a new sales representative, and yet you dare to say such things. Have university students become imbeciles?" Wang Chao was certain that Qin Feng was a fresh graduate from looking at him. He remembered him in his heart and decided to make his life as difficult as possible. As for Su Ruoro, she felt quite grateful towards Qin Feng. If it wasn't for him, she definitely would have been late today. After seeing him fall into trouble on his first day because he didn't know the unspoken rules of the workplace, she hurriedly ran to pour a cup of water. She wanted to hand it to Wang Chao so he would stop making things difficult for Qin Feng. After getting the cup of water, she was stopped by Qin Feng when she tried to walk past him. He took the cup of water from her hands as he smiled at her and said, "Little sister Ruoro, how did you know I was getting thirsty? Thanks for being so caring." Qin Feng could tell that all of the sales department's men had ideas about Su Ruoro. He was now subtly announcing that this young master had set his sights on Su Ruoro, so those who wanted to live should piss off. Wang Chao was so angry that he felt like coughing up blood. He knew that Su Ruoro had poured this cup of water for him, and yet Qin Feng had casually taken it. He was now completely filled with hatred towards Qin Feng. The two of them stared down each other, their cold gazes colliding. The atmosphere became unimaginably cold. At this moment, a beautiful woman who had curled hair and was wearing office clothes walked in. Her shirt and short skirt covered her flawless figure. She was called Li Yuqin and was the general manager of the sales department. As soon as she entered, she felt that there was something wrong with the atmosphere, and after looking around, her gaze fell on Qin Feng. "Are you the new sales representative?" Qin Feng didn't even hear her words. His gaze landed on her chest as he muttered to himself, "They're pretty big, pretty big. They might even be bigger than Ying-Ying's." Li Yuqin frowned as she asked, "What's pretty big?" Just as she finished her sentence, she realized that Qin Feng was looking at her chest, and she immediately understood. Her beautiful white face became incredibly cold as she gave off a freezing aura. "Come with me." After glaring at Qin Feng, Li Yuqin walked towards her office. Her high heels landing on the ground sounded rhythmic and seductive. After gazing at her from behind for a while, Qin Feng hurriedly followed her. After Li Yuqin had left for a while, everyone in the hall let out a sigh of relief. She was a famous cold beauty in the company who was a strong and domineering woman. Although her beauty was at the level that could devastate nations, there weren't many men who dared to go for her. The coldness that emanated from her was too strong, and normal people didn't dare to even approach her. The people already could see the result after they saw the newcomer, Qin Feng, dumbly and happily walking after her. "Humph, that sort of stupid idiot dares to oppose his elder? I'll make you taste hell from now on." A cold smile flashed on Wang Chao's face as he started to plan out how he would mess with Qin Feng. Name, education, experience. As soon as Li Yuqin entered the office, she sat down in her chair as she put on black-framed glasses. She crossed her legs and put her hands together as she coldly looked at Qin Feng. She had only received information this morning that there was a new sales representative, but she was told nothing else. "Qin Feng, currently studying at university, no experience, but I can write 3 books on my experiences with women." Qin Feng smiled as he looked up and down Li Yuqin. The black framed glasses she was wearing made her look incredibly seductive. Li Yuqin felt quite displeased at how unrestrained Qin Feng was acting. However, after hearing Qin Feng's name, her body slightly trembled as she looked at him closely. "You're called Qin Feng?" However, as soon as she said this, Li Yuqin hurriedly shook her head as she muttered, "Impossible, impossible. The Qin family's young master is incredibly hedonistic and dissolute, and only knows how to play. How could he come to work at the company and start as a sales representative? They must have the same name." When she once again raised her head to ask him about other matters, she saw an evil grin on his face as he leaned in incredibly closely. "What are you doing?" Qin Feng was leaning in, trying to look down her shirt. He replied in a serious tone, "Nothing. I just wanted to see what brand your shirt was. The material looks quite tough. It looked like it was going to burst for quite a while, and yet it's still fine." At first, Li Yuqin didn't understand Qin Feng's words. When she realized Qin Feng had been staring at her chest, her face fell, and she almost wanted to slap him on the spot. She deeply breathed in, trying to calm herself down as she coldly looked at Qin Feng. "What expectations do you have for this job? Salary? Vacations?" Qin Feng shook his head. These two things weren't the things he was concerned with. He suddenly frowned as he said seriously, "Although I haven't been here for very long, I've discovered a very serious problem and wanted to report it to you. I hope the relevant department will be able to resolve this issue as soon as possible. Otherwise, more than half of the employees will be affected." What is it?" Seeing Qin Feng look so serious, Li Yuqin was curious as to what sort of serious problem he had discovered. "It's like this. I feel that the uniform for female employees should be changed. There are too many buttons on their shirts. They should be changed to V-necks. Also, the skirts are too long. It's simply too inconvenient for me to see anything. I think your length is pretty good." Qin Feng suddenly moved incredibly quickly. Before Li Yuqin realized what was happening, she felt a hand enter from under her skirt and fall on her thigh. She was so shocked that she jumped up and couldn't maintain her calm and cold composure anymore. She roared at Qin Feng, "You've been placed in the sales department's group too. You can piss off now." Since Li Yuqin was not going to follow his suggestion, Qin Feng shook his head and he walked out of her office. He considered reporting this serious problem to his father that night. The people working in the vicinity looked over as Qin Feng walked out from Li Yuqin's office, but Qin Feng ignored them. He walked to the table opposite Su Ruoro and sat down. That table happened to be empty, so Qin Feng decided that he would work there from now on. Seeing Qin Feng sit down opposite her, Su Ruoro felt a bit nervous. She felt a bit scared after remembering what Qin Feng had said he wanted to do to her. Little sister Ruoro, in future, will be able to face each other while working. Since we're so close together, it'd be easy for things to happen under the table, right? The sales department's hall was around 300 square meters, and each table was separated by a glass wall that was about half as tall as a person. Qin Feng was facing Su Ruoro with their tables touching, and they were separated by two computers. He suddenly bent down and touched Su Ruoro's calves, which frightened her and caused her to jerk back her legs. She looked at Qin Feng in an incredibly flustered manner. She was a fresh graduate from university and had a weak and timid personality. The bullying by Qin Feng caused her eyes to become foggy, and she almost started to cry. Chapter 78. Chapter 78. Wind Blade Martial Skill. Ow. However, Qin Feng did not stop. He had received the quest to train Su Ruoro, so he wanted to force Su Ruoro into asking him to stop in an insistent manner. Of course, he was also enjoying this. Before Su Ruoro could completely get away from Qin Feng, he hurriedly grabbed her foot, causing her high heels to fall off. When he brushed against her incredibly smooth calves, Qin Feng felt incredibly happy. If he knew how great going to work was before, he wouldn't have needed Qin Huang to force him to come here. Ah, Qin Feng, I beg you, let me go, we're still at work. Su Ruo was so scared that she covered her mouth, not daring to make too much noise. She didn't want anyone else to see what was going on, so she didn't even dare to move. She continued to stare at the screen, pretending that she was reading articles. However, her incredibly beautiful face was now bright red. Of course, Qin Feng wouldn't let go just like that. Instead, his hands began to travel upwards and became even more insolent. Wherever they traveled, they would continuously squeeze, causing those places to become red as well. Su Ruo's heart beat rapidly, and her large eyes looked at Qin Feng pitifully. She continued to grit her teeth, and although she didn't like this, she was unable to tell Qin Feng to stop in a commanding tone. It was only when Qin Feng's large hands reached beneath her skirt and onto her thighs that Su Ruo couldn't take it anymore. She suddenly kicked Qin Feng, knocking his hand away. Qin Feng, please spare me. I don't like this. A tear rolled down Su Ruo's face. Because Qin Feng had just received this quest, he was quite eager to get started on it. However, he never thought that Su Ruo would have started crying, and he felt incredibly guilty. After handing her a few pieces of tissue, Qin Feng smiled and said, "Little sister Ruo, don't cry. I was just messing around." Seeing that Qin Feng had really stopped and had sat back into his own seat properly, Su Ruo accepted the tissues and wiped her tears as she softly said, "Okay, then I'll continue working." Her timid and cute manner made Qin Feng feel tender towards her, and he thought of Lin Bei. Lin Bei was somewhat of a melancholic and weak beauty, but wasn't timid to the point that she couldn't resist. After suddenly deciding to stop attending university for a while, he had told Xiao Lingxian, but hadn't had the time to tell Lin Bei and Yun Xiao. He decided that he would go find them when he was free. As Su Ruo was now focusing on her work, Qin Feng didn't continue to bother her. After killing Liang Zhenwei, he had received 1,000 hedonist points, but hadn't found the time to spend them yet. As such, he leaned back in his chair as he opened the hedonist sovereign system. Whenever Qin Feng had opened the system, he would only look at the items below 500 hedonist points. As he became stronger, the quests became more difficult, but the rewards were also greater. He started to look through the items that were priced above 1,000 hedonist points. The items that were worth more than 1,000 hedonist points were split into 3 categories: strange and mysterious skills, colorful and cool-looking equipment, and various pills and medicines. Different grades and ranks of those things all had vastly different prices as well. Currently, Qin Feng was still a rank 4 hedonist mortal and did not have the right to unlock some of the more mysterious items. After spending 10,000 hedonist points, he would be able to unlock the wuxia interface. He was sure that there would be many more heaven-defying equipment and skills in there, but they definitely wouldn't be cheap. Master, right now, you can be considered as a genius who has cultivated both internal and external techniques. You have the intermediate Thunder Tiger Fists, an external technique, and the elementary sword skills, an internal technique. However, the elementary sword skills need to be used in conjunction with sword-type weapons. They're not very useful when Master's unarmed. I'd recommend Master to buy an internal martial skill that doesn't need a weapon to become even stronger, the little pig suddenly said. After looking through the items for a while, Qin Feng felt quite dizzy because there were so many options, and yet he still didn't know what to buy. "Little pig, recommend a powerful internal martial skill for me then," he said. Ever since the little pig had performed its fireball skill, Qin Feng couldn't help but treat it with respect. The little pig proudly replied, "Master, I recommend you save up 3,000 hedonist points to buy the Wind Blade martial skill." After hearing the little pig say this, Qin Feng hurriedly looked through the system. Wind Blade martial skill dash. Skill rank: Earth rank low grade, rank divisions, sovereign, heaven, earth, black, yellow. After obtaining this skill, the host can gather inner chi to release invisible wind blades that are fast, accurate, and powerful. A must-have skill for killing people quickly. Hedonist points required 3,000. Reading the wind blade martial skills description, Qin Feng became quite excited and found that the system had style. However, the wind blade martial skill required 3,000 hedonist points. Qin Feng needed to complete at least one difficult quest to buy it. After thinking to the hardest quests he had encountered so far, he decided that it would be better to spend the 1,000 hedonist points now. This way, he would have something to use as soon as possible. The little pig had access to Qin Feng's thoughts, and before he even said anything, it said, "Master, if you don't want to save up 3,000 hedonist points to buy the wind blade martial skill, you can try out the fusion function." Qin Feng suddenly remembered that after spending 1,000 hedonist points, he had become a rank 4 hedonist mortal, which unlocked the fusion function. However, because he had drawn the flying dragon armor from the lottery, he had been so excited that he had forgotten about this. He hurriedly opened the fusion function. After looking through it, Qin Feng was completely dumbfounded. The fusion function allowed him to fuse anything together. For example, the elementary Thunder Tiger Fists could be fused into intermediate Thunder Tiger Fists. The orange grade True Steel Sword could be fused into a blue grade True Steel Sword, and so could the Flying Dragon Armor. The elementary gold Sword Medicine could also be fused into intermediate gold Sword Medicine. As long as he had enough hedonist points, he could fuse whatever he wanted. What attracted Qin Feng even more were the biological fusions. He was surprised to find that even creatures could be fused. This included flying creatures, crawling or walking creatures, and swimming creatures. There were 3 ranks: sky, earth and water, and the costs for fusion varied. Chapter 79. Chapter 79. Why should I take it away? Qin Feng's gaze fell on the cheapest creatures, the water creatures. These contained almost all of the aquatic creatures on Earth. The cheapest ones were unevolved creatures such as turtles, which costed 100 hedonist points, just like the little pig. If Qin Feng bought 2 water creatures, such as a turtle and a crab, he would be able to use the fusion function to fuse them together. The results of fusion were random, so the skills and stats of the result were likely to be different each time. After going through the fusion function, Qin Feng was dumbfounded. It was simply too powerful. He couldn't wait to fuse 2 creatures together and see what happened. "Qin Feng, General Manager, Li put you in my group. So, in the future, you'll be my subordinate." Suddenly, a cold voice sounded out, cutting through Qin Feng's excited mood. When he closed the system, he saw Wang Chao's dead fish eyes staring at him. "Oh, so you were Group 2's leader," Qin Feng said unenthusiastically. It was difficult for Wang Chao to conceal the look of amusement in his eyes. He never would have thought that Qin Feng would be sorted into his group. In the future, if he wanted to oppress him, it would be extremely easy. Li Yuchen had actually sorted Qin Feng into Group 2 on purpose. Qin Feng had angered her in the morning, and seeing that there was conflict between him and Wang Chao, she decided to make things difficult for him. "Haha, Qin Feng, you'd better behave well in my group. I'll have you know that our group doesn't keep trash." Wang Chao put on the air of a leader and arrogantly looked at Qin Feng as he said, "This is your first day, and it doesn't seem like you're doing much. Luckily, I've got a job for you. I hope you won't mess up this first job." Wang Chao had specially come up with this job for Qin Feng after thinking for an entire morning. However, this wasn't a company task, but rather something related to Wang Chao's personal affairs. In order to boost his performance figures, Wang Chao had acquainted himself with Chairman Su, the head of a department store, and promoted a residential building constructed by the royal group to him. At that time, Chairman Su had readily agreed to buy it and had paid a deposit. However, after Wang Chao had finished arranging all the formal paperwork, Chairman Su had gone back on his word and refused to pay the rest. Wang Chao had gone to the department store to ask Chairman Su to pay up many times, but in the end, Chairman Su had become angry and had asked a few thugs to beat him up. Whenever he went to ask for payment, he would be beaten. In the end, Wang Chao ended up paying the remaining $500,000 balance out of his own money. He simply didn't dare to ask for the money anymore, but seeing that Qin Feng had come, he decided to push this task onto him. He didn't care if Qin Feng was willing or not, so he continued, "Qin Feng, go to the Vodia department store and find Chairman Su. He owes our company a balance of $500,000, and today's the payment date. You have to get the money from him, got it?" Before, Qin Feng was planning on ignoring Wang Chao. However, sitting in the company was too boring. He looked at Su Ruoro, who was diligently working, and his eyes lit up. "Wang Chao, I can go if you want, but I want to take Su Ruoro with me. If you don't agree, then stop annoying me." Seeing that Qin Feng was talking to him like this, despite being at the lowest rung in the company, Wang Chao became so furious that he turned red. However, he knew that as long as Qin Feng went to ask Chairman Su for the money, he would be beaten black and blue. As such, Wang Chao suppressed his anger. Moreover, he felt even happier when he heard that Qin Feng wanted to take Su Ruoro. He could tell that Qin Feng wanted to sleep with Su Ruoro, and knew that if she saw him being beaten up, he wouldn't have the face to flirt with her anymore. "That's fine. You're a new sales representative and there are many things you don't know. So Su Ruoro can go with you." Wang Chao coldly glared at Qin Feng, then warmly smiled at Su Ruoro and said, "Ruoro, take a break from what you're doing and take a trip with Qin Feng, all right?" Okay. As a member of Group 2, she didn't dare to disobey the group leader's orders. "Wang Chao, we need an invoice if we're going to ask for money. Give me the invoice. I'm going out for a walk with little sister Ruoro now." Qin Feng was delighted that he could go out with Su Ruoro alone. Such a weak and timid girl. Should he take her to a hotel room first? There's no invoice. With how big our royal group is, no one would dare not to pay up. Hurry up and go. How could Wang Chao have an invoice? He was afraid that Qin Feng would continue to ask, which would result in him being exposed, so he quickly chased him away. Qin Feng didn't mind that there was no invoice. After all, he was planning on having fun with Su Ruoro. As for collecting the debt, that was only a side part of this trip. "Little sister Ruoro, let's go on our date," Qin Feng said as he smiled at her. Su Ruoro felt as if she was a lamb being sent into a wolf's mouth. However, since Wang Chao had asked her to go, she didn't dare to refuse. She could only lower her head and obediently follow behind Qin Feng. "Qin Feng, Debbie, we're going to collect a debt. We're not on a date. Don't say silly things." The two of them walked out of the Royal Group's building and to the VIP parking lot. Qin Feng brought out his low-profile but noble 28 bicycle, which looked quite eye-catching among all the luxury cars. "Qin Feng, can we take the bus?" Su Ruoro felt quite embarrassed. She was quite unwilling to sit close to Qin Feng on the bike. "Why, you think riding on this bike is shameful?" And no, it's not like that, all right then." Su Ruoro hurriedly waved her hands, not knowing how to explain herself. Qin Feng naturally knew what she was thinking, but had acted that way on purpose. He lifted her onto the bicycle with one arm, causing her face to turn red as she shyly sat on the seat, not daring to move. During the ride, Su Ruoro once again experienced the speed of Qin Feng's bike. She actually quite enjoyed the sensation of the cool breeze blowing against her cheeks. It was rather refreshing and invigorating. Qin Feng, see, can you please take your hand away?" Su Ruoro's expression suddenly changed because one of Qin Feng's large hands had fallen on her leg and was mischievously groping around. "Why should I take it away?" Qin Feng laughed. Because I don't like it." Su Ruoro was so desperate that she almost started crying again. Chapter 80. Chapter 80. Are you a pig? Ah. However, Chin Fong did not let go. He wanted to help Su Rua Ro get rid of this weak personality as soon as possible. That way, he would be able to obtain 3,000 hedonist points and would be able to purchase the Wind Blade martial skill. Chin Fong greatly coveted this skill that would allow him to easily kill others from far away. But I like it. By now, Chin Feng's hand had traveled to Su Ruaro's thigh. Su Ruaro was so scared that her little body started to shake. After hesitating for a while, she gritted her teeth as she said, "See, can you not grope me then? It hurts a bit." Chin Fong felt his vision darken and almost rode into a tree. Only now did he realize how difficult this quest would be. This girl was simply too gentle and timid. As a locally born and bred, #1 hedonist young master of the Acropolis city, Chin Fong knew almost all of its roads like the back of his hand. The Vodia department store was around 10 kilometers away from the Royal Group's building, but because he had taken many shortcuts, he was able to arrive in less than 10 minutes. After getting off, Su Ruo gently patted her chest and let out a breath of relief. However, thinking to the fact that she would have to go back on Chin Feng's bicycle, she became so worried that she felt like crying. "Let's go." Chin Fong put his arm around her shoulders as they walked into the Vodia department store together. The Vodia department store had 2 floors. The first floor was 500 square meter supermarket that sold daily necessities, snacks, food, etc. Chin Fong and Su Ruo directly went to the second floor. The second floor was much smaller. It was only 100 square meters and was split into 2 offices, a financial office and the chairman's office. Without even thinking, Chin Fong walked into the chairman's office. Chin Fong didn't have a habit of knocking. He directly opened the door and entered. What greeted their eyes was quite a vivid scene. A balding, middle-aged man was pressing down on a woman, furiously ripping off her clothes. Su Ruaro cried out in shock and immediately covered her eyes as she turned around. However, Chin Fong weighed with great interest. That balding man was probably the Vodia department's chairman, Su. "Who are you, you stinking brat? Don't you know how to knock?" Chairman Su was just starting to get into the mood when Chin Fong had destroyed the atmosphere. He glared at Chin Fong as he shouted at him, "Don't waste my time. I'm here to collect a debt." After seeing the woman's face, Chin Fong nearly vomited and felt that his eyes had been dirted. He got straight to the point. "Collect a debt? What debt?" Chairman Su's chubby face darkened. "I'm a sales representative at the Royal Group. I'm representing the Royal Group to collect a debt." Royal Group? Chairman Su tried to think of when he had owed the Royal Group money. However, he quickly thought of a person as he gave an evil grin and said, "Stinking brat, it was that idiot Wang Chao who asked you to come, right?" Yep, it was that idiot. Although Chin Fong didn't like the look on Chairman Su's face, he agreed that Wang Chao was an idiot. Ha ha ha! That idiot Wang Chao was scared off by his elder and doesn't dare to come anymore. So he sent an even bigger idiot. I feel like I'm going to laugh my teeth out. After confirming why Chin Fong had come, Chairman Su couldn't help but laugh. From his perspective, Chin Fong was tall, skinny, had flawless, white skin, and looked incredibly weak. He would be able to send him flying with a single slap. Evidently, he did not hold Chin Fong in any sort of esteem. As he laughed at Chin Fong, he suddenly noticed Su Ruaro, who was standing behind him. Su Ruaro was currently facing in the opposite direction, but her petite figure was enough for him to tell that she completely outclassed the woman beside him. Chairman Su's eyes became red as he gave a lewd smile. He suddenly pushed the woman next to him away, walked over to the door and slammed it with a bang, then locked it. This was enough to give Su Ruaro a big fright, and she stood closer to Chin Fong. Ha ha ha! Stinking brat, you want to collect a debt from your elder? All right, how are you going to collect it? After closing the door, Chairman Su didn't bother acting dumb and began to arrogantly laugh. When he saw Su Ruo's pretty face, his eyes nearly fell out. It was the first time he had seen such a pure and exquisite beauty, and he immediately felt like leaping on her. Qin Feng, now let's go. Su Ruo could feel that the situation was turning for the worse, especially after seeing Chairman Su's evil stare. She felt incredibly nervous and pulled on his clothes. However, Qin Feng did not show any intention to leave. He smiled as he looked at Chairman Su and said, Chairman Su, there's nothing to talk about. You owe the royal group $500,000. You can pay with cash, assign the debt, or just give me a check. Ha ha ha, stinking brat, did some water leak into your goddamn head? You don't even know that you got screwed over by that idiot Wang Chao, and you're still asking for money? Do you know what that $500,000 is about? Qin Feng was still seriously asking for money, which made Chairman Su begin to laugh even louder. Stinking brat, I'll just tell you now. I don't owe the royal group money. I screwed that idiot Wang Chao out of $500,000. He came to ask for money 3 times in the past, but do you know why he doesn't dare to come anymore? Haha. It's because he was beaten up by your elders' people, and now he's asking an idiot like you to collect the money. Your elder's going to laugh himself to death because of you people. Chairman Su was laughing so hard that he was leaning back, which caused Qin Feng's expression to darken even further. He never thought that Wang Chao would try to plot against him like this. However, he was fine with that. He would keep the $500,000 as a punishment. Baldy, have you laughed enough yet? If you've laughed enough, then give me the money. Qin Feng couldn't be bothered wasting time here, and his demeanor became more forceful. Chairman Su suddenly stopped laughing as he viciously stared at Qin Feng. Fudge, you dared to call your elder a baldy? All right, you're done for now. Not only will your elder cripple you, I'm going to screw this pretty little girl right in front of you, so you know the consequences for offending me. Just as Qin Feng was about to attack, he suddenly thought of something and asked in a sincere tone, Baldy, you said you wanted to screw the little beauty behind me. Chairman Su stared at Qin Feng like he was an idiot. Fudge, your elder's going to screw her to death. What are you going to do about it? Qin Feng ignored him and pulled Su Ruo out from behind him as he said to her, Ruo, did you hear that animal's words? Su Ruo nodded. Her incredibly scared manner made her look incredibly pitiful. Are you angry then? Qin Feng asked. Su Ruo once again nodded. Then go and beat him up. Beat him to death. Qin Feng's words became more intense, trying to change her weak and timid personality. However, Su Ruo stuck next to Qin Feng, not daring to even raise her head. Her hands clued at Qin Feng's clothes as if she was a lost little girl, afraid that Qin Feng would leave her behind. I'm too scared to. Qin Feng thought for a moment. After all, Chairman Su was a big man, and it was only normal that Su Ruo wouldn't dare to attack him. As such, he changed his methods. Then curse at him. Curse at him and all of his ancestors. Su Ruo once again shook her head. I don't know how to curse at people. Qin Feng used a commanding tone as he loudly replied, Curse at him. If I tell you to curse at him, then you curse at him. Su Ruo was given a big fright and took a few steps back. She lowered her head and hesitated for a while before gritting her teeth and asking in a small voice, Do I really have to? Yes, hurry up and curse at him. Qin Feng roared. Why, you're a bad person. After giving it some thought, the best that Su Ruo could come up with was this. Qin Feng nearly went and smashed his head into a wall. Chairman Su dumbly weighed the exchange between Qin Feng and Su Ruo. He finally understood not only was Qin Feng mentally deranged, but there was also something wrong with this pretty girl as well. Su Ruo's weak and gentle demeanor greatly appealed to him. and the look on his face became more and more lewd. He stared at Su Ruo, thinking about how pleasurable it would feel to screw a girl who didn't know how to resist at all. "Brat, you're still playing around? Your elder's going to kill you." Chairman Su couldn't wait to act out his fantasy any longer, so he immediately rushed towards Qin Feng to attack him. He planned to take him out with a single slap. Seeing that his palm was about to hit Qin Feng's face, Chairman Su felt incredibly delighted and grinned. However, at this moment, Qin Feng leaned back, easily dodging the slap. He then kicked out, which sent Chairman Su flying. Chairman Su's fat body landed heavily on the ground, causing his desk to shake. Su Ruo was given a big fright and looked at Qin Feng in fear and surprise. She hadn't thought that he would be so strong. With just a simple kick, Qin Feng had utterly defeated Chairman Su. Chairman Su curled into a ball from the pain, unable to even stand. Qin Feng once again pulled Su Ruo over to Chairman Su and pointed at him as he ordered. "Ruo, keep cursing at him. Use the most savage things you can think of to curse at him." Su Ruo didn't expect Qin Feng to continue forcing her to curse at Chairman Su, so she felt quite wronged. Her eyes looked around before she hesitantly asked, "Are you a pig?" Chapter 81. Chapter 81. It's really a misunderstanding. The worst insult Su Ruo could come up with was even asked as a question. Qin Feng's face darkened. No matter what he tried, nothing had worked. If this went on, he wouldn't be able to change her, even if a year passed. Qin Feng suddenly pulled Su Ruo over and evilly looked at her as he said, "Su Ruo, I want you to go over and kick this fat pig's face. He needs to pay a price for saying those dirty things to you." Su Ruo was so scared that she started to tremble. She didn't even know how to curse at someone. How could she have the guts to hit someone? "Qin Feng, please spare me. I am afraid. I don't know how to hit someone," she stammered as she desperately shook her head. However, Qin Feng did not let go. He knew that he had to persist and force her to her limit. Only then would there be a chance for her to change and become a strong woman. "Su Ruo, if you don't kick his face, I'll rip your clothes off, throw you on him, and let him bully you." Qin Feng's gaze became fierce, as if he was a dangerous beast. Su Ruo had been completely terrified for a while now, so she could only shake her head. Qin Feng felt quite annoyed and was starting to become desperate. He dragged Su Ruo over to a corner and started to pull off her white shirt. In a few moments, he had undone the buttons on her shirt and her soft breasts bounced out. "Qin Feng, let me go. I don't like this." Su Ruo was scared stiff and started to use her hands to cover herself up. However, Qin Feng ignored her and used his hands to press her hands against the wall. Su Ruo resist. "If you want me to stop, then hit me, kick me, or curse at me. If you don't resist, I'll think that you like this, and I'll have to take advantage of you." As Qin Feng spoke, he buried his head into her chest, and Su Ruo's tears started to flow. "Qin Feng, I want to go back." Please let me go back," she chokingly cried. Qin Feng looked up and saw Su Ruo's tearful face. She looked like a pitiful child. In an instant, Qin Feng's heart softened, and he immediately regretted his actions. He felt that he had been incredibly selfish. In order to complete the quest, he had forced Su Ruo into crying. This was quite unfair to her. Qin Feng hurriedly let her go and found that in his eagerness to complete the quest, he hadn't realized how hard he had been holding her wrists, which were now red. He quickly helped her button up her shirt, then gently pulled her into his embrace as he patted her back and said, "Ruo, don't cry, I'll take you back now. I was too caught up in the moment just then. Please don't be angry." Su Ruo gradually calmed down, and after wiping off her tears, she gently pushed Qin Feng away. It wasn't difficult to tell that she was still quite afraid of Qin Feng. At this moment, Chairman Su, who had been playing dead, quickly got up and ran over to the door. He blocked the way with his fat body as he glared at Qin Feng. When Chin Fong had been trying to get Su Ruaro to take out her anger on Chairman Su, he had called his group of thugs. These 3 men were from the Northwest's Wild Wolf Gang and were truly part of the underworld. Previously, it was them who had beaten Wang Chao up. The 3 men had sent a text saying that they would be there within 10 minutes. Chairman Su had been waiting the entire time and knew that they would arrive very soon. As such, he blocked at the door, afraid that Chin Fong would run. "Oi, Baldy, do you want another beating?" Chin Fong unhappily asked when he saw Chairman Su act so strangely. Chairman Su's fear of Chin Fong had long since disappeared after hearing back from the 3 men. He arrogantly smiled and replied, "Haha, you still want to hit your elder? Just you wait until your elder's men are here to break your hands and feet." Just as he spoke, there was a loud thudding of footsteps running upstairs. Chairman Su grinned as he hurriedly opened the door, and 3 tattooed men walked in. "Big Brother Longhair, Big Brother Baldhead, Big Brother Wolf, you're finally here. If you had come any later, I would have been beaten to death by this little scumbag. It was this stinking brat who dared to come here to ask for money. He's simply seeking death." As soon as the 3 tattooed men arrived, Chairman Su returned to his arrogant, condescending self. His face was upturned, to the point that Chin Fong could almost see up his nostrils. And also, this guy was sent by that idiot Wang Chao. That idiot was so scared by you guys that he sent this idiot over. The 3 tattooed men looked over and felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Chin Fong stared back at them with a look of amusement on his face. He had thought that he would be able to warm up his body a little, but now it seemed as though that would not be necessary. "Big Brother Longhair, Big Brother Baldhead, Big Brother Wolf, what's wrong?" Seeing that the 3 men were frozen, Chairman Su nudged them as he started to yell, "Don't worry, I'll pay much more this time, as long as you can break to each dash." Before he could even finish his sentence, the long-haired men savagely slapped him. Chairman Su yelled out in pain and was just about to curse at the long-haired man for slapping the wrong person, when the bald-headed man punched him in the abdomen. By now, he was in so much pain that he couldn't speak and could only look at them, silently pleading for them to attack Chin Fong, not him. In the end, the furious man with the wolf tattoo kicked Chairman Su's leg, sending him falling to the ground. These attacks were just a warm-up for the 3 tattooed men. When they realized that the person Chairman Su had asked them to take care of was Chin Fong, they felt like killing him. In order to prove their loyalty, they gathered around Chairman Su and furiously attacked him, continuously filling the office with Chairman Su's screams. Su Ruaro was so scared that she retreated to a corner and squatted there while covering her ears. After punching and kicking him for more than a minute, Chairman Su was unable to hold on anymore and fainted. Only then did the 3 men stop and hurriedly come over to Chin Feng's side with big smiles plastered all over their faces. "Young Master Chin, it's really a misunderstanding." That's right, young Master Chin. We helped this guy take care of Wang Chao in the past, but we didn't know that he called us here to deal with you. Otherwise, we would have brought everyone with us and just executed this idiot on the spot." Young Master Chin, please don't be angry. Please don't be angry." Seeing that the 3 tattooed men were so apologetic, Chin Fong waved his hands, indicating that they were forgiven. After all, this couldn't be blamed on them. "The thing I asked you to take care of last night, how did it go?" Chin Fong asked about Liang Zhanwei's matter. "Young Master Chin, we dragged that guy onto a deserted mountain and buried him there. He definitely won't be found," the long-haired man whispered into Chin Feng's ear. Chapter 82. Chapter 82. Chin Fong, you're a good person. Chin Fong nodded in satisfaction. "Very good. I want you to wake this guy up now. He owes this young master $500,000, and I want you to get it from him." The poor Chairman Su was quite pitiful. After being punched and kicked into unconsciousness, he was woken up by punching and kicking. As soon as Chairman Su woke up, he started screaming, "Ayo! 3 brothers, please stop hitting me, it hurts to death." The long-haired man slapped him in the face as he cursed. "What are you yelling for? If you keep yelling, we'll throw you into the river for fish to eat." Chairman Su immediately shut up, his face red. He was quite clear about the background of these 3 men. They really would do such a thing. "You reckless idiot, do you know who this is? This is our big brother. You called us here to deal with our big brother? Do you want to die?" The long-haired man once again slapped Chairman Su. Although it hurt quite a bit, he didn't dare to cry out. At this moment, he felt incredibly regretful. He never thought that Qin Feng would be the big brother of these men. "Big brother, I had eyes but did not recognize Mount Tai. Please forgive me," Chairman Su begged Qin Feng. Qin Feng kicked out and flipped him over. "Don't beg me for mercy. Go and apologize to Ruoro. This young master feels like slapping you to death for saying those things earlier." Chairman Su hurriedly crawled over to Su Ruoro and kowtowed, saying, "Big sister, I deserve to die. I'm a shameless beast who is stupid and blind. Please ask Big Brother to forgive me." Chairman Su slapped himself as he apologized, scaring Su Ruoro to death. She hurriedly ran over to Qin Feng. "Qin Feng, now let's go." Are you still angry?" I'm not angry anymore. Tell him not to hit himself anymore. I think he's going to die otherwise." Su Ruoro hid behind Qin Feng, not daring to look at Chairman Su. His face had already been quite chubby, but now it was completely swollen, which made it look like a pig's head. Qin Feng waved his hands at the 3 men, and they immediately kicked Chairman Su, ordering, "Stop hitting yourself and give Big Brother his $500,000. Otherwise, your elder will kill you right now." Chairman Su was truly and utterly afraid of Qin Feng. To him, $500,000 in exchange for his life was definitely worth it. Moreover, he indeed owed that Wang Chao $500,000, so he hurriedly took out a card from his pocket. "Big Brother, there's $600,000 in this card. The extra $100,000 is a gift for Big Brother." Qin Feng could tell that this Chairman Su wasn't an idiot, so he nodded, and the long-haired man brought the card over to him. "Long hair, go to the nearest bank and put $300,000 into another card," Qin Feng ordered. He had taken Su Ruoro out with him this time, so naturally he was going to give her half of this as a fee for her hard work. The long-haired man immediately ran out. Less than 20 minutes later, he came back with 2 cards. After receiving the money, Qin Feng ignored Chairman Su and brought the 3 tattooed men to one side as he handed one of the cards to the long-haired man. "You 3 were from the Northwest's Wild Wolf Gang, right?" The long-haired man received the card in surprise, then nodded. "I'll give this $300,000 to you guys, but I want you to take one of the Wild Wolf Gang's territories for me within 1 week. I want you to then use that territory as a foundation and take over the other territories until you take over the entire Wild Wolf Gang. Can you do that?" Although Qin Feng was hedonistic and dissolute, he was quite smart and was good at choosing people. He never kept trash by his side. After seeing how these men had taken care of the matter with Liang Zhenwei and how they had reacted in this incident, he decided to test them. If they couldn't take over an important territory within 1 week with the $300,000, it would be no use for them to keep it. Loyal and useful followers were something that one could only come by with luck. Zhang Biao was a good subordinate, and Qin Feng was quite fond of him. At a key moment, he had taken a hit for Qin Feng and bore the crime of killing Hao Yin. If these 3 men could also obtain Qin Feng's recognition, they would be able to help him more in the future. The 3 men looked at the card containing $300,000, and their gazes became determined. Before, they were the lowest level of thugs in the Wild Wolf Gang, and hadn't received any recognition. They faced danger every day and yet did not receive any fame or fortune for their efforts. And now, Qin Feng had given them an opportunity to change their lives. How could the three of them refuse? Young Master Qin, please rest assured. Within 7 days, we 3 brothers will give you a satisfactory outcome. The 3 men promised Qin Feng. After the 3 men had made this commitment, Qin Feng allowed them to leave. They had much to do and would require all the time they could get. Not too long after the 3 men left, Qin Feng came over to Su Ruoro. She still looked quite nervous, and Qin Feng smiled as he held her hand and walked out of the Vodia department store. After coming out and looking at the blue sky and feeling the radiant sunshine on her face, Su Ruoro lightly patted her chest and heaved a sigh of relief. Qin Feng thought she looked incredibly cute. Ruoro, you can get on now. Qin Feng pushed the 28 bicycle over. He didn't have a lock and was quite pleased to see no one had stolen it. In truth, Su Ruoro didn't want to ride on Qin Feng's bicycle, as she would have to sit incredibly close to him. However, she didn't want to refuse, so she shyly got on. As the bicycle sped through the streets, Su Ruoro gradually recovered and saw that Qin Feng had stopped outside a Western-style restaurant. Qin Feng, aren't we going back to the company? Su Ruoro weakly asked. Qin Feng smiled as he got off the bicycle, then carried Su Ruoro off as well. There's still 2 hours until work finishes. We've gone through so much trouble to collect this debt. So of course we should stall until work finishes. Su Ruoro understood what Qin Feng was thinking. In other words, he wanted to slack off. Normally, she wouldn't even consider such a thing, but with Qin Feng dragging her along, she had no choice. When they arrived at the entrance of the Western-style restaurant, Su Ruoro suddenly stopped as she lowered her head and twisted the corners of her clothes. Qin Feng, I just started at the company, and I haven't even received a paycheck yet. I don't have the money to eat with you here. Who could bear to let a little beauty like you pay? It's my treat today. I went a bit overboard before, so think of it as an apology. Qin Feng laughed as he pulled her into the restaurant. Su Ruoro felt a wave of warmth flow through her heart, and she followed Qin Feng in. Qin Feng picked a table near the window and ordered a couple's meal. While they were waiting, Su Ruoro mustered up her courage as she looked at Qin Feng and said to him, Thank you, Qin Feng. What are you thanking me for? Qin Feng didn't think this was a very big matter. Thank you for treating me to a Western-style meal. Su Ruoro never liked to owe other people. Since Qin Feng had treated her, she naturally had to thank him. It's nothing big. As long as you don't hold what happened earlier against me, that'll be enough. I've already forgotten about it, Su Ruoro said as she gently nodded her head. Although she was quite shy, she wasn't stupid. After calming down, she realized that Qin Feng had been trying to help her take revenge on Chairman Su, as well as help her overcome her timidity. Su Ruoro suddenly looked at Qin Feng as she earnestly said, Qin Feng, you're a good person. Qin Feng was drinking juice, and after hearing Su Ruoro say this, he choked and took a while to recover. He had nearly stripped off her clothes, and yet she had called him a good person. He wasn't sure if she really meant it, or was sarcastically cursing at him. Ruoro, tell me about your family, Qin Feng said. He wondered if Su Ruoro's personality had to do with her family. Su Ruoro's face suddenly paled as she furiously shook her head. I don't want to talk about it. Qin Feng didn't continue to ask after seeing the massive change in her emotions. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward, and both of them looked out the window without talking. In another corner of the restaurant, 2 elegantly dressed, rich young men sat at a table. They were both incredibly handsome, and their skin was even better than a woman's. Big brotherly, I haven't seen that Qin Feng at university recently. I wonder where he's gone. One of the men's eyes burned with anger as he mentioned Qin Feng. Recently, the Hao family and Qin family have been fighting it out. In order to protect him, the Qin family arranged for him to work at the royal group's headquarters. More than half of the Qin family's experts have been hidden in the royal group as security officers. It's just that no one can tell very easily, the other man replied. These two men were Hua Ming and Li Xiaojie of the Acropolis University's 4 young masters. Ever since Qin Feng had defeated Hua Ming in the art competition and hid him in front of everyone, he had stopped coming to university. Hua Ming had asked Li Xiaojie to help him take care of Qin Feng, but he hadn't been able to find him. Haha, that idiot's way too arrogant. I heard that he ran to the Hao family's Amethyst Dragon Palace and killed Hao Yun in public. What a brainless imbecile. The Hao family should just exterminate the Qin family. Whenever he talked about Qin Feng, Hua Ming was incredibly enraged. Big brotherly, should we help the Hao family deal with the Qin family? Li Xiaojie gently shook his head, but didn't say anything. His thoughts had returned to a few nights ago when he had seen Qin Feng killing the Liang family's third son, Liang Sheng. He had even recorded it. Li Xiaojie had planned to anonymously send the video to the Liang family and use them to destroy the Qin family. However, before he could act, Qin Feng had killed Hao Yun. After seeing that the Qin family and Hao family were engaged in a large battle, Li Xiaojie changed his plan. He was no longer in a rush to send the video to the Liang family. After all, he wasn't as impulsive and rash as Hua Ming. He had long since investigated the strength and backgrounds of each of the big families in the Acropolis city. The Qin family and Sima family both had deep foundations, and each of them had a powerful main family supporting them. Chapter 83. Chapter 83. If only love was as beautiful as at first sight. If it was just the Hao family fighting with the Qin family, the capital's Qin family most likely wouldn't act. However, if the capital's Liang family also attacked, the capital's Qin family definitely wouldn't sit and wah. Li Xiaojie was representing the Yunhai city's Li family and wasn't here just to go to university. He was using his identity as a university student to investigate the powers of the Acropolis city, preparing to lead the Yunhai city's Li family to conquer the Acropolis city. The Qin family and Hao family's battle was a rare opportunity, and he would strike at an opportune time. Big brotherly, look, isn't that person Qin Feng? Hua Ming suddenly cried out as his eyes widened, and he pointed at another section of the restaurant. Li Xiaojie looked over, and his eyes glinted. That person was indeed Qin Feng, and he was eating with a pretty girl. Fudge, that guy really went to work, said Hua Ming, shocked and disappointed at the sight of Qin Feng wearing a white shirt and black pants. Although Li Xiaojie had told him about this, Hua Ming was still dumbfounded after seeing it for himself. No one would be able to believe that the Acropolis city's #1 hedonist would go to work. What the frick? Isn't the Qin family at war with the Hao family? And he's here, casually flirting with a girl? Seeing that Qin Feng was still just as loose and dissolute despite working, Hua Ming felt so angry that his teeth IED. Li Xiaojie wasn't as angry as Hua Ming, but an evil smile flashed on his face. He suddenly looked towards Hua Ming as he said, Hua Ming, Qin Feng hasn't been going to university recently, so how has your development with Zhao Lingxian been? Have you been able to sleep with that arrogant goddess yet? No. Hua Ming looked quite depressed. He found that after Qin Feng had stopped coming to university, Zhao Lingxian had become even colder, and Hua Ming didn't even dare to approach her. In that case, how about you invite Zhao Lingxian to have a Western-style lunch with you here? Li Xiaojie asked as a look of entertainment appeared on his face. Hua Ming was just about to say that Zhao Lingxian definitely wouldn't come. However, his eyes lit up as he understood what Li Xiaojie's intention was. That's right. Qin Feng's here seducing another girl. If we call Zhao Lingxian here and she sees him like this, she'll be hurt and forget about him. That'll give me the opportunity to make a move. After speaking, Hua Ming took out his phone and called Zhao Lingxian. At the same time, Li Xiao Jia secretly sent a text under the table, telling the Hao family's people where Qin Feng was. "Hello, who is this?" Hua Ming's call connected. A cold, emotionless voice sounded out. Evidently, Zhao Lingxian hadn't saved Hua Ming's number. Hua Ming felt quite displeased, but he quickly managed his emotions as he cheerfully said, "Zhao Lingxian, it's me, Hua Ming." As soon as she heard that it was Hua Ming, Zhao Lingxian decided to end the call. "I don't have anything to say to you. I'm hanging up now." Hua Ming's face fell, and he hurriedly said, "Wait, I saw Qin Feng at the Swiss restaurant." After she heard this, Zhao Lingxian didn't hang up, but her breathing became heavier. After falling silent for a moment, she replied, "There's nothing between us." Very soon, the couple's meal that Qin Feng had ordered was brought over. Su Ruoro very rarely came to this sort of place to eat. She awkwardly held her fork and knife as she tried to cut her steak, which caused it to almost fall out of her plate many times. After seeing how cute and awkward she looked, Qin Feng patted her head, then expertly cut his steak into small pieces, then swapped their plates. "Thank you, Qin Feng." The delicious meal in front of her made Su Ruoro felt incredibly happy, and she forgot all that had happened earlier. She was smiling so much that her eyes became 2 crescent moons, and as she smelled the delicious steak, she quickly brought a piece into her mouth and slowly savored it. "You don't need to thank me for something small like that," Qin Feng replied while cutting his steak. "Of course I need to thank you. No matter if it's a big matter or a small matter, as long as someone has helped me, I should thank them," Su Ruoro earnestly replied. Qin Feng shook his head, then took out the card with $300,000 from his pocket and put it in front of Su Ruoro. "This is for you." Su Ruoro recognized this card. It was one of the cards that long-haired, savage-looking man had brought back for Qin Feng. There was still $300,000 in it. She was given a big fright and hurriedly pushed it back to Qin Feng, saying, "This is Group Leader Wang's money. I can't take it. Why you should give it back to him?" Give it back to him? Do you think there's something wrong with my head?" Qin Feng's expression became severe as he pushed the card back. "If I tell you to take it, just take it, all right?" Su Ruoro was so scared that she put down her fork and knife and didn't dare to continue eating. But this is someone else's money. I can't take it." Then are you going to tell Wang Chao that I stole his money?" Qin Feng felt a bit angry. "I won't say that." And what if he asks what happened to the money? What will you say?" Qin Feng continued to ask. Su Ruoro had never lied in her life and didn't know what to do. Qin Feng understood Su Ruoro's honest and kind personality and knew that this would be quite harsh on her. As such, he asked, "Ruoro, do you dislike Wang Chao?" Su Ruoro hesitated for a while before nodding. She had only been working at the royal group for a week, but every time Wang Chao looked at her, she felt quite disgusted. "Qin Feng, please don't tell Group Leader Wang," Su Ruoro said fearfully. Qin Feng smiled. "Don't worry, why would I tell him? Since you dislike him, help me screw him over once. If he asks you about the money, just say we weren't able to collect it. Isn't that fine?" Su Ruoro sank into silence and did not reply. Qin Feng suddenly grabbed Su Ruoro's hand as he looked at her sincerely. "Ruoro, can you lie just once for me?" There were quite a few people in the restaurant, and Su Ruoro felt quite nervous when Qin Feng grabbed her hand. However, she didn't want to withdraw her hand for fear of hurting Qin Feng's feelings. At this moment, a beautiful figure outside walked past where Qin Feng and Su Ruoro were sitting. Zhao Lingxian's body suddenly stopped as she saw this scene through the glass. She had thought that after saying goodbye to Qin Feng that time, they would drift apart and would become strangers. However, after receiving Hua Ming's call and hearing that Qin Feng was at a restaurant, she couldn't help but go out of the house. After walking for a while, she naturally came to the Western-style restaurant. Standing in front of the window, Zhao Lingxian saw Qin Feng hold a pure and pretty girl's hand as he earnestly looked at her. Their meal was also the couple's meal, causing Zhao Lingxian's heart to ache. When she saw the 28 bicycle parked outside the restaurant, she couldn't hold in the tears anymore. In the end, Qin Feng was still that hedonistic and dissolute young master. He had long since changed from that big brother who would play with her. He would no longer spend his time with an arrogant big miss like her, and would instead go out seducing beauties. She felt that things could never return to the way they were before, and she turned and left, feeling incredibly lonely. If only love was as beautiful as at first sight, why should the autumn wind bother to pity deserted painted fans? Chapter 84. Chapter 84. Smashing a car with an iron fist. Ow, ow. Of course, Qin Feng didn't see Zhao Lingxian. After waiting for a while, he finally saw Su Ruoro give a slight nod. Qin Feng, just this once. Su Ruoro pulled back her hand. This would be her first time lying, and it was for a man. Her heart felt quite chaotic. Qin Feng gave a slight smile and put the bank card into Su Ruoro's pocket. Just keep the card. You're not allowed to give it back to me. Otherwise, after we finish eating, I'll take you to a hotel room and make it so that you won't be able to get out of bed for the rest of the day. Qin Feng's joking threat was quite lewd, and Su Ruoro didn't dare to pass the card back to him again. She carefully made sure that the card was secure in her pocket. After all, this was $300,000. It was the first time in her life she had so much money. Ruoro, don't think too much. This money's a down payment. In future, if I get bored at work and want to touch your legs, just cooperate. After seeing Su Ruoro's heavy expression, Qin Feng decided to make a joke. However, after making this joke, Su Ruoro felt even more nervous. In the end, their meal was still quite enjoyable. It was the first time Su Ruoro had eaten at such a high-class restaurant before, and she felt that everything here was quite delicious. It was just that everything here was too expensive when she found out that the meal had costed $3,500. She felt incredibly guilty. Qin Feng, when I get my pay next month, I'll treat you as well. After walking out of the restaurant because Su Ruoro felt quite guilty, she took the initiative to get on Qin Feng's 28 bicycle. Qin Feng patted Su Ruoro's head. Sure, after all, you're a wealthy little miss with $300,000 now. Su Ruoro smiled but didn't say anything. She wouldn't use the money on the card. When she received her salary, she would treat Qin Feng with her own money. After making sure Su Ruoro was sitting properly, Qin Feng prepared to ride the bicycle back to the company when suddenly an Audi A6 flew towards them from behind, which threatened to crash into the 28 bicycle. Qin Feng hurriedly grabbed Su Ruoro and launched off the bicycle, rolling on the ground as he narrowly avoided the Audi. After helping Su Ruoro up, Qin Feng saw that the Audi did not stop, but rather spun, then sped towards them again. Qin Feng could now confirm that the car had not almost hit them because the driver lost control. There was someone in the car who wanted to take his life. He saw the driver. It was Hao Yun's father, Hao Nan. Hao Nan's eyes were bloodshot, and his expression was vicious and savage. He had just received a text from a mysterious person, which gave him Qin Feng's location. He hurriedly drove over, and was surprised to see that Qin Feng really was at the Western-style restaurant. After aiming at Qin Feng, he had slammed his foot on the accelerator and sent the car shooting towards him. He wished he could dice Qin Feng into 1,000 pieces, and was trying to use his car to ram Qin Feng to death. The Audi A6 was like a severe flood and a fierce beast as it roared, once again flying towards Qin Feng. With Qin Feng's speed, he could have easily dodged the car. However, Su Ruo had been scared stiff, and she covered her ears as she screamed and forgot to even run. Naturally, Qin Feng couldn't leave her behind, so he could only push her to the side. As such, he lost his chance to dodge. Seeing the Audi speeding towards him, Qin Feng's expression darkened as his eyes released chilling, killing intent. He suddenly roared in anger as he sent all of his strength into a punch towards the Audi. Boom! As his punch landed, a small crater appeared in the Audi's bonnet. The speeding car suddenly stopped, and its wheels created black burn marks on the ground, causing a painful screeching sound. Qin Feng was knocked flying by the force from the car, and he smashed into the wall behind him. The wall's paint fell off as Qin Feng coughed up a mouthful of blood. Luckily, he had his flying dragon armor on, and had used his inner qi as well as 6x strength to soften the impact. As such, apart from his arm feeling numb and his insides feeling like they were rolling around, he was mostly fine. Qin Feng, are you all right? Su Ruo hurriedly ran over to Qin Feng and helped him up. She had been frightened to tears. She knew that Qin Feng hadn't been able to dodge the car because he had pushed her into safety. Su Ruo felt deeply guilty at the sight of him coughing up blood. Qin Feng wasn't that weak. He pulled Su Ruo behind him as he coldly gazed at Hao Nan sitting inside the car. After that massive impact, he wasn't fine either. The car's airbags activated, and Qin Feng could see that Hao Nan was bleeding from his head. He was currently lying on an airbag, and he seemed to be unconscious. A glint of killing intent appeared in Qin Feng's eyes. He was a fairly easygoing person, and wouldn't normally pursue small matters. However, he wouldn't show mercy to someone who had tried to kill him. He would only relent after that person had died. He didn't hesitate as he spent 50 hedonist points and bought a little throwing knife. His hand slightly moved as the throwing knife shot out like a bullet, piercing through the Audi's cracked windscreen and accurately burying into Hao Nan's forehead. In the blink of an eye, Hao Nan had completely disappeared from the world. Just as Qin Feng killed Hao Nan, 3 police cars drove over and quickly surrounded them. Qin Feng pulled Su Ruo to the side as he quickly said, "Ruo, go back to the company by yourself. Remember, don't tell anyone about what happened today." Su Ruo was still quite worried about Qin Feng's wounds, and seeing him look so cold and determined, she could only nod and reluctantly leave. A heroine-looking policewoman walked over. "It's you again." After receiving a call from a bystander, Lu Bingbing had quickly rushed to the scene. After seeing Qin Feng, the cold aura around her became even more intense. She gnashed her teeth as she glared at Qin Feng. She found that wherever this brat was, someone would die. After checking the dead Hao Nan and the Audi, she found that this was indeed the case. Last time when you killed someone, you relied on the Qin family's power to escape. I'll see how you get away with it this time. This time, I'll definitely make you taste justice. Lu Bingbing coldly glared at Qin Feng as she pulled him into the police car. "You're coming to the police station with me." Qin Feng did not resist, because he had already observed his surroundings. There was a security camera at the entrance of the Western-style restaurant. While it was not able to record him killing Hao Nan with the little throwing knife, it was definitely able to record Hao Nan trying to kill him with his car. After all, he wouldn't be in danger even if he went to the police station. He would be able to spend some time with the beautiful policewoman Lu Bingbing. After coming to the North District Sub-Bureau, Lu Bingbing directly brought Qin Feng to the interrogation room. Last time, Qin Feng had escaped, so she was determined not to let Qin Feng get his way this time. "Confess, did you kill Hao Nan?" Lu Bingbing sat down opposite Qin Feng and got straight to the main topic. "Nope," Qin Feng replied as he shook his head. "Brat, you still dare to deny it? By the time I arrived, Hao Nan was already dead. only you were around, and there's enmity between your Qin family and the Hao family. If it wasn't you who killed Hao Nan." Lu Bingbing was so furious that she wanted to flip the table, and she sent out an incredibly cold aura. This beautiful policewoman was simply too fiery-tempered. Of course, her figure was even more fiery. Qin Feng wondered if he threw Su Ruoro and Lu Bingbing together for a month. Would their personalities be changed by each other, letting him complete 2 quests? He suddenly shook his head. With Su Ruoro's weak personality, she would probably be scared to death by Lu Bingbing within an hour. Lu Bingbing savagely slammed her fist down on the desk when Qin Feng ignored her. "Stinking brat, I'm asking you a question. Stop acting dumb." Qin Feng came back to his senses, and he smiled at Lu Bingbing as he replied, "Beautiful policewoman, don't be so fierce. I already told you clearly I didn't kill him. If I knew who killed Hao Nan, I would go and visit them and thank his 18 generations of ancestors." Lu Bingbing was infuriated by Qin Feng's flippancy. Since she had become a police officer, it was the first time she had met such a cheeky hooligan who was so hard to deal with. Not only did he have a powerful background, but he was also quite strong himself. As a Stage 2 expert, she was one of the strongest in the police force. And yet, when she had exchanged blows with Qin Feng last time, she had been the weaker side. "Beautiful policewoman, have you been charmed by this young master, so you dragged me here? It's because you wanted to keep dancing with me, right?" After Lu Bingbing was angered into speechlessness, Qin Feng continued to mock her. Lu Bingbing's hand gripped the gun at her waist. She wanted to pull it out and execute Qin Feng on the spot. After staring at each other for a while, the interrogation room's door was opened as a policewoman walked in with some documents. "Director Liu, this is the evidence from the Western-style restaurant's security footage. Please have a look." After placing the documents on the desk, the policewoman retreated out. Qin Feng had never seen this policewoman before. He guessed that after Xiao Lu had been suspended for trying to kill him with the Hao family's elder, she had been sent here to replace him. Lu Bingbing glared at Qin Feng, then sat down and started to read the documents carefully. Most of the evidence was about how Hao Nan was trying to hit Qin Feng with his Audi. After sending Qin Feng flying, he died, but there was no evidence that Qin Feng killed Hao Nan. However, there was an abundance of evidence that Hao Nan had tried to kill Qin Feng. After looking through the documents, Lu Bingbing's face became colder and colder, and she gnashed her teeth as she stared at Qin Feng. She simply didn't know how this brat had mysteriously killed Hao Nan. However, without any evidence at all, it seemed that Qin Feng would be bailed out by someone from the Qin family very soon. Chapter 85. Chapter 85. I'll come next time to teach you to dance. After she thought about how this person had continuously caused trouble for her and had even dared to flirt with her, Lu Bingbing was filled with anger. She had no thoughts about releasing Qin Feng, and after she thought for a moment, a hint of a smile appeared in her eyes. A charming expression suddenly appeared on Lu Bingbing's icy face, and she swayed her voluptuous body as she walked over to Qin Feng. "Young Master Qin, you're so smart. I brought you here today because I wanted to dance an elegant waltz with you." Lu Bingbing's voice was usually incredibly cold, so as he heard this, Qin Feng felt goosebumps rise up along his body. Of course, he wasn't stupid enough to think that Lu Bingbing had really fallen for him and wanted to dance with him. However, he gave a lewd smile as he stared at Lu Bingbing's chest. "Big Beauty Lu, waltzes are too boring. How about I teach you the chest-shaking dance that I invented?" As soon as Lu Bingbing heard this dance's name, her expression became cold again. However, in order to take down Qin Feng, a warm smile reappeared on her face. Sure, teach me then." Big Beauty Lu, you actually possess quite a bit of talent for learning this dance, as it has strict requirements for the dancers. With a flawless body like yours, All you need to remember is that you need to shake your chest as much as possible. Qin Feng looked incredibly sincere as he came over to Lu Bingbing and started to help her take off her clothes. An icy aura erupted from Lu Bingbing's body, but she gritted her teeth and endured. However, if Qin Feng went too far, she vowed to shoot him on the spot. Qin Feng expertly undid the buttons on Lu Bingbing's jacket and helped her take it off, but did not go any further. Inside, Lu Bingbing was wearing a thin, white blouse through which her black bra could be faintly seen. Big Beauty Lu, it's probably better to take off all your clothes if you want to do this dance properly. I'll help you. After taking of her jacket, Qin Feng started to help her take off her blouse. Lu Bingbing simply couldn't endure anymore, and luckily at this moment, a patter of footsteps could be heard coming towards the interrogation room. She looked out and saw that it was the Qin family's bodyguard bringing a large group of people over, and a look of amusement appeared in her eyes. She grabbed Qin Feng's hand and pressed it against her chest as she leaned forwards into Qin Feng's embrace and started to scream. "Ah, you hooligan, you bastard, let me go. You dared to sexually assault me? Help! Someone help! There's a pervert here." The interrogation room's door was thrown open, and Uncle Fu walked in with some of the Qin family's experts. All of them, including Uncle Fu, had some small wounds, and their clothes were a bit tattered, as if they had just come from a fight. Behind Uncle Fu was also the North District Sub-Bureau's director, Director Zhang. They had heard the noise from within the interrogation room, but the scene that greeted them left them completely dumbfounded. The fiery-tempered police beauty, Lu Bingbing, was lying in Qin Feng's embrace with her jacket off. 2 buttons of her blouse were undone, and Qin Feng's hand was pressed on one of her breasts. After these people had run in, Lu Bingbing put on a frightened appearance as she hurriedly ran over to Director Zhang. She looked teary as she said, "Director Zhang, thank goodness you're here. You all saw that Qin Feng dared to violate me in the interrogation room. This person's worse than a beast, and even dares to sexually assault a police officer. Director Zhang, you have to capture him and give me justice." Director Zhang's face darkened. He had been ordered here by the Acropolis City's head bureau's Director Ma to release Qin Feng. However, seeing that Qin Feng had dared to do such a thing to Lu Bingbing, Director Zhang was stuck in a dilemma. Director Zhang knew about Lu Bingbing's background. If this matter was spread to the capital's Lu family, and old Chief Lu found out that his precious granddaughter had been violated in Director Zhang's sub-bureau by a hedonistic young master, his days would be over. Director Zhang gave Uncle Fu a serious look. "Ah, Fu, you also saw what happened. I can't just pretend that I didn't see it." Uncle Fu's expression was also quite grave, and even he didn't know how to defend Qin Feng. He felt quite frustrated. Even if Qin Feng was feeling horny, he couldn't just lay his hands on a policewoman with a powerful background at that. "Director Zhang, if you don't mind, I want to arrest Qin Feng for attempted rape, which has a sentence of 3 years. If you can't decide on this, I'll call my grandfather to make a decision on this." Lu Bingbing was determined to take down Qin Feng this time and took out her phone, preparing to call her family. Director Zhang was so scared that cold sweat erupted all over his body. After seeing that he had no choice, he could only say to his 2 subordinates behind him, "Go and lock Qin Feng up." The 2 men walked over towards Qin Feng, and Uncle Fu didn't know what to say. However, Qin Feng lazily straightened his body as he casually spoke. "AI, your North District sub-bureaus really opened this young master's eyes. This beauty policewoman tried to violate me, but I maintained a pure body and heart and refused her. In the end, she decided to frame me and sentence me to jail. However, I simply don't understand, with my hands handcuffed together, how could I possibly violate her? With her skills, I'm sure she'd be able to cripple me first." Qin Feng walked over to Director Zhang and Lu Bingbing and moved his hands apart revealing the silver handcuffs on his wrists. Lu Bingbing's expression suddenly changed as she reached behind her back and found that her handcuffs were gone and were now on Qin Feng's wrists. You. Lu Bingbing was angered to the point that her face became pale, but she couldn't say anything. Uncle Fu's eyes lit up as he hurriedly spoke. Haha, it seems that this was all a misunderstanding. Director Lu, our family's young master likes to play jokes and says whatever he likes. However, he is kind-hearted and does not possess any malice. So if he offended you, please forgive him. After saying some words of courtesy to Lu Bingbing, Uncle Fu looked over to Director Zhang. Director Zhang, since this was all a misunderstanding, I'll be taking the young master back now. After hearing the young master had been taken in again, Mr. Qin has been quite worried and is currently waiting for the young master. Yes, that's right. Since the misunderstanding has been cleared, Qin Feng can leave now. As for the incident at the restaurant, through reviewing the evidence, we have concluded that Hao Nen tried to injure Qin Feng using his car, and Qin Feng was the victim. I deeply apologize for not being able to protect him. Director Zhang could also tell that Lu Bingbing deeply hated Qin Feng and wanted to frame him. However, he never thought that Qin Feng would be able to turn the tables, and not only did he take advantage of her, he was also portrayed as the victim. Since the matter had been resolved, the worried Director Zhang let out a sigh of relief. He waved at one of the police officers behind him, who brought over a silk banner of recognition. Qin Feng, this silk banner of recognition was especially made for you, to thank you for capturing the national fugitive Zhang Fei. We never thought that he would be hiding in the Acropolis city and be posing as the Hao family's butler. Luckily, you were able to discover this. Your courage and wisdom is something that all Chinese citizens can learn from. There's also this card with $100,000 as a reward for capturing Zhang Fei. Director Zhang happily handed over the banner and bank card to Qin Feng, which Qin Feng gratefully received. Lu Bingbing felt like coughing up blood at this sight. She had brought him here to put him in jail, and now he was leaving with a silk banner and reward money. Qin Feng looked over to Lu Bingbing's icy face as he came over to her and put his arm around her. He lifted up the red banner as he smiled and said, Uncle Fu, take a photo for us. Last time, if it wasn't for Director Lu rushing to the scene at the Amethyst Dragon Palace and controlling the scene for me, I might not have been able to return alive. As such, half of the glory should go to Beauty Lu. Qin Feng's actions gave Lu Bingbing a big fright, and just as she was going to attack him, Uncle Fu took out his phone and started to take photos, so she could only look over with a serious expression. Kacha! After the photo had been taken, Qin Feng quickly moved away from Lu Bingbing. Even if she wanted to retaliate, she had lost the chance. Director Lu, Uncle Fu and I will be leaving now. Dad's quite worried about me, so I'll come next time to teach you to dance. Qin Feng grinned at Lu Bingbing, and before she could explode, he quickly brought the Qin family's people with him and left. After seeing the gleeful look on Qin Feng's face, flames burned in Lu Bingbing's eyes as she inwardly cursed his 18 generations of ancestors. Uncle Fu, what happened to you all? As soon as they exited the police station, Qin Feng's gaze became serious as he looked at the wounds on Uncle Fu's body. The black robe that Uncle Fu wore was in tatters and was filled with holes. There were streaks of blood running down his arms and legs, and there was a small cut on his face. It was the first time Qin Feng had seen Uncle Fu in such a state. However, Uncle Fu gave a clear laugh. They're all superficial wounds. I'm fine. We were fighting a fierce battle with the Hao family when we received a call from Mr. Qin, telling us that something had come up with young master, so we hurried over. Qin Feng had not paid much attention to the battle between the Qin family and Hao family. He felt that his life hadn't changed at all, and he had lived as he always had. However, seeing the state Uncle Fu and the Qin family's loyal bodyguards were in, Qin Feng only realized that his life of peace and serenity was bought with their efforts and deaths. Uncle Fu, how's the situation? Chapter 86. Chapter 86, The Lecherous Wang Chao. Young master, we've already eliminated more than half of the Hao family's forces. Only their core forces are left. From Hao Nan's actions today, it seems that the Hao family is already desperate and have made preparations to take the Qin family down with them. I'm sure that in the next few days, they'll do crazier and crazier things, so young master must be careful. Please don't go out if there's no reason to. Thinking to Qin Feng's hedonistic and dissolute personality, Uncle Fu realized this warning was probably made in vain. Thank you, all of you, for your hard work. When all of this is over, I'll ask Dad to greatly reward you all, Qin Feng said as he looked at Uncle Fu sincerely. Young master, this is what we should be doing. I'll take you back now. No need. I'm going back to the company for a bit. Go and attend to your matters, and don't worry about me. Considering Qin Feng's current strength, Uncle Fu took the Qin family's people and left. Qin Feng hurried back to the royal group's building by himself. He was sure that Su Ruoro was still anxiously waiting for him there. After Su Ruoro had left Qin Feng, she had immediately returned to the royal group and had sat there, while feeling incredibly worried about him. Work had now finished, and most of the sales department's employees were starting to leave. The hall became emptier and emptier, until only Su Ruoro was left. She looked at the empty seat opposite to hers and gritted her teeth, deciding to wait a bit longer to see if Qin Feng would return. Ruoro, you're working so hard. Work is already over, but you're not going home yet? After seeing that Su Ruoro hadn't left yet, Wang Chao had been pretending to work in his office. When everyone left, he smiled as he walked out to where she was. G Group Leader Wang. Su Ruoro suddenly came back to her senses. Wang Chao had sat down next to her, which made her feel a little uncomfortable, so she slightly moved her chair away. Wang Chao grinned as he shifted his chair over, getting closer to her as he said, Ruoro, you went to collect the debt with Qin Feng. But why did you come back by yourself? Is he all right? When he saw that Su Ruoro had come back by herself, Wang Chao felt quite delighted. He guessed that Qin Feng had probably been beaten by Chairman Su's people into hospital. Wang Chao didn't take this stupid newbie seriously at all. He had some other things to do. Su Ruoro had promised Qin Feng that she wouldn't tell Wang Chao what had happened today, so she told him a small lie. Wang Chao casually smiled. How could he believe that Qin Feng had some other things to do, and that he had not returned to the company? He was now fully certain that Qin Feng was in hospital and felt even more delighted. Now that it was just him and Su Ruoro in the office, an evil smile appeared on Wang Chao's face. Ruoro, I've seen how hard you've been working and how diligent you are. Think I'll be reflecting that to managerly soon, so that you can become the assistant group leader. Wang Chao suddenly held onto Su Ruoro's little hand, causing her to stand up in fright and duck away. Thank you, group leader Wang. I still have some things to do, so I'll be going now. Su Ruoro could see the evil look in Wang Chao's eyes, which made one to run away. However, Wang Chao blocked the exit as he smiled and said, Ruoro, don't be afraid, I won't eat you. You've just graduated from university and entered into society, so there are many things you probably don't know at the company. In truth, if you want to do well in the company and climb higher, you can't simply rely on your efforts. You need to form a good relationship with your superiors. Don't you think so, Ruoro? Wang Chao's smile became more and more lecherous. He had wanted Su Ruoro for a long time, and after being presented with such a good opportunity, how could he let it go? He once again stretched out his hand and caressed her cheek. G Group Leader Wang, please don't do this. I really want to go now. Su Ruoro picked up a document and held it out in front of her as her small body trembled. She wanted to squeeze her way out, but Wang Chao was defiantly blocking the exit. making it impossible for her to leave. Ruoro, don't be so ungrateful. I'll have you know that although working at the sales department can be quite tiring, it's the department that makes the most money. There's so many employees who try to get on my good side, but you're the one I set my eyes on. I've given you face, so if you obediently be mine, I'll give you the best clients. If you want to earn money, all it'll take is a few phone calls. Su Ruoro's continuous resistance made Wang Chao start to lose his patience, as his expression darkened and he savagely glared at Su Ruoro. He had been observing Su Ruoro all this time, and knew that he would be able to force this weak and timid girl into submission if he acted in a more overbearing way. Indeed, Su Ruoro became so scared that she didn't dare to move anymore, and lowered her head, not knowing what to do. Seeing that Su Ruoro wasn't planning on resisting anymore, Wang Chao grinned evilly as he leaned in and breathed in her fragrance. Ruoro, let me properly pleasure you in the office today. Wang Chao coldly laughed as he stretched out his hand towards Su Ruoro's chest, the area he had been dreaming of for so long. Ruoro, I'm back. Before Wang Chao's pig trotters could land on her chest, Qin Feng's voice rang out. Su Ruoro's teary eyes lit up. She didn't know where the courage came from, but she pushed aside Wang Chao and ran towards the sales department's exit. Just as she was about to reach the exit, she saw Qin Feng's handsome, smiling face. All of the unhappiness within her exploded out as she leapt into Qin Feng's embrace. All of a sudden, it seemed as if the world had quietened down, and she felt a strange sense of peace and security. Even Qin Feng was dumbfounded. Although Su Ruoro's personality was quite gentle and weak, she wasn't the type to take the initiative to hug him. Seeing how much she had suffered, Qin Feng gently patted her back as he asked, Ruoro, what's going on? He looked around the hall and saw Wang Chao standing there, his eyes ignited with coldness. And nothing, Qin Feng. Let's go. Su Ruoro didn't dare to tell him what had just happened. After all, Qin Feng was just a new sales representative. How could he do anything against Wang Chao? She didn't want Qin Feng to offend Wang Chao because of her. Tell me what happened. Qin Feng gently pushed aside Su Ruoro with flames in his eyes, causing her to shiver in fear. Did Wang Chao do something to you? And no. Su Ruoro desperately shook her head. Wang Chao was so angry that his face completely darkened. Qin Feng had interrupted him at such an important moment, and seeing that he was fine, Wang Chao became so angry that he felt like coughing up blood. He couldn't understand how this brat hadn't been beaten up by Chairman Su and his people. Chapter 87. Chapter 87. Pikachu and Black Turtle. Qin Feng, don't scare Ruoro like that. We were just talking about clients, so what are you yelling about? And also, didn't your elder tell you to go collect a debt? What the hell have you been doing? I don't believe that you went to the Vodia department store at all. The company's paying you money, and yet you've been mucking around. Tomorrow, your elder's going to report you to the managers, and... Qin Feng couldn't stand Wang Chao anymore. His way of making him shut up was simple, but effective. He punched Wang Chao's face, making his nose crooked and splattering his face with blood. Wang Chao was so furious that his entire face twisted as he pointed at Qin Feng and yelled, Fudge, you dare to hit me? Your elder. In order to prove that he really did dare to hit Wang Chao, Qin Feng then kicked Wang Chao in the abdomen, knocking him to the ground. Qin Feng had used quite a bit of strength in this kick, and Wang Chao felt that his bones were going to collapse. He held his throbbing abdomen as he looked at Qin Feng in fear. His domineering look was long gone. Didon, come over here. I'll just make a small report on you. Why you can continue working properly, and we'll pretend this never happened. After witnessing how strong Qin Feng was, Wang Chao started to beg for mercy. However, Qin Feng didn't plan to let him off so easily. Just as he was going to continue hitting Wang Chao, Su Ruoro grabbed his arm and said, Qin Feng, please don't hit him anymore. Let's hurry and go. Seeing how frightened she looked, Qin Feng couldn't bear to refuse. He glared at Wang Chao and coldly said, Ro belongs to your elder. You'd better not have any thoughts towards her in future. Qin Feng had become so angry because Wang Chao had bullied Su Roro. Although Wang Chao had tried to screw him over, he couldn't be bothered to make a fuss out of it. When Qin Feng affectionately put his arm around Su Roro as they left, Wang Chao's face darkened as a look of ruthlessness appeared in his eyes. He vowed that one day he would kill Qin Feng. Thank you, Qin Feng. I'll be going now. After leaving the building, Su Roro headed home while Qin Feng rode the 28 bicycle back to the Qin residence. After arriving home, he found that Butler Wang was making dinner, and that his father and Han Ying had not come back yet. Qin Feng went up 3 floors to his own bedroom. Qin Feng casually took off his clothes and put on a pair of beach shorts as he lay bare-chested on the large, soft bed. He had become quite interested in the fusion function, but had been cut off by Wang Chao. He now hurriedly opened up the system and started to look through it again. Within the fusion function system, creatures that could be fused were split into sky, earth, and water. The most basic earth creatures costed 100 hedonist points, water creatures costed 200 hedonist points, while sky creatures costed 300 hedonist points. After killing Liang Jinwei, Qin Feng had received a reward of 1,000 hedonist points. After spending 50 hedonist points on the little Li-throwing knife to kill Haonan, he still had 950 hedonist points. He was quite eager to buy the Wind Blade martial skill, as he would be able to use his inner chi to continuously fire wind blades. The little Li-throwing knives were 50 hedonist points each, so Qin Feng couldn't keep using them to kill people. That was simply unsustainable. However, he was also incredibly interested in the fusion function. In the end, he decided to spend these 950 hedonist points on the fusion function. I wish I had more hedonist points, Qin Feng inwardly cursed. After giving it some thought, Qin Feng decided to first buy 2 earth creatures to try it out. He suddenly thought of Tom and Jerry, which he used to wow when he was younger, and spent 200 hedonist points to buy a yellow cat and a brown mouse. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully buying pets. Would you like to fuse them for free? When Qin Feng bought them, a system announcement rang out. Fuse! As he gave the order, a large furnace appeared in Qin Feng's mind. The 2 cute animals were thrown in, and the large furnace started to spin. Half a minute later, a new creature, surrounded by light, rose up out of the furnace and entered the Hedonist Sovereign System's pet inventory. Qin Feng immediately opened his pet inventory to look at this new earth creature. Pikachu, HP 1, Battle Power 1, Agility 1, Skill, Wind Speed becomes fast as wind. Hidden Skill, 100,000 lightning. Hidden skill has a certain chance of being activated. Does not have a 100% chance of being activated. Intelligence can understand human speech. Status, elementary cute pet, elementary cute pet, elementary awakened pet, intermediate awakened pet, advanced awakened pet, ultra awakened pet, sovereign awakened pet. System announcement. The fused Pikachu has gained the cat's sensitive detection abilities, as well as the mouse's gutless personality. Please do not scare the Pikachu. If it is scared to death, the system will not take responsibility. Qin Feng's eyes were almost blinded by fused pet's name. Now he realized that a Pikachu was simply a cross between a mouse and a cat. No wonder it looked like a mouse and a cat. After looking through the Pikachu stats, Qin Feng brought out the palm-sized, cute-looking creature onto his bed. Qin Feng scooped it into his hand and looked at it closely. Most of its fur was yellow, but its claws and ears were brown. It also had 3 orderly stripes on its back and looked quite cute and pretty. It was currently using its tiny pink tongue to lick Qin Feng's hand. Pikachu! Pikachu suddenly looked at Qin Feng and excitedly jumped up. Qin Feng frowned. Not only did this look like the Pikachu from the show, it even talked in the same way. It seemed that Pikachu was hungry, so Qin Feng poured a cup of milk and brought it over. Pikachu immediately ran over and happily lapped at the milk. Qin Feng was only just satisfied with this fusion. This little thing was like the little pig. It could only be kept as a cute pet and didn't have any battle capabilities that Qin Feng needed. Now that he had the fusion function, Qin Feng wanted to be able to fuse a super powerful pet. It at least had to look scary. If it could scare someone to death just by its looks, that would be perfect. Seeing that he still had 750 Hedonist points, Qin Feng started to look through the water creatures. He now more or less understood the fusion system. After fusion, the two creatures' looks, personalities, and powers would be combined. This time, he did not impulsively buy two water creatures. Instead, he looked through them all until he was familiar with them, then thought to one of China's ancient mythical beasts, the black turtle. The black turtle was a legend in China and was supposedly a combination of a turtle and a snake. It was also called Dark Black or Dark North. Just like the other three mythical beasts, the black turtle was supposedly a being that was made from 28 constellations. In the ancient times, people believed that snakes were intelligent, shrewd, and brought wealth, while turtles had a tough shell that could protect them, were resistant to hunger and thirst, and had longevity. Ling Chen was quite interested in this sort of auspicious, ancient, godly beast. If he could fuse a black turtle, its battle power would surely be heaven-defying once he awakened it. As such, Qin Feng looked through the snakes and turtles. Because he wanted to fuse a super powerful godly beast, the choice of the turtle and snake would be incredibly important. According to Qin Feng's thinking, the snake would bring offensive power while the turtle would bring defensive power. Snakes were agile and fast, and were thus suited for attacking. In that case, it would be best to choose the snake with the most lethal venom. On the other hand, turtles were slow, but had high defensive capabilities and possessed longevity. Thus, they were suited for defending. It would be best to choose the turtle with the greatest longevity. After going through this in his head, it became much easier to choose a turtle and snake. In the end, he picked a many-banded kite and a sea turtle. Many-banded kites were the most venomous snakes in China and had white and black bands on its body. Sea turtles lived fairly long lives and could survive for around 100 years. They were usually found around the Atlantic Ocean, Pacific Ocean, and Indian Ocean, and mainly ate seaweed. They had a pair of frontal bones on their forehead and had oar-like limbs. Their frontal limbs were longer than their back limbs, each of which contained a claw. Their head, heckin' limbs couldn't be withdrawn into its shell. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully buying a many-banded kite and a sea turtle. Would you like to fuse them for free? As a friendly reminder, the host can spend 100 hedonist points to save a single characteristic for a creature. After hearing this system announcement, Qin Feng did not hurry to fuse the two creatures. Instead, he thought about it, then spent 200 hedonist points to save the turtle's longevity and the snake's venomous attack. In an instant, Qin Feng's 950 hedonist points dropped to 150 hedonist points. Qin Feng was incredibly excited about this fusion. Fuse! As Qin Feng gave the order, the large furnace appeared in his mind, and after a whole minute, a fused creature arose. It was a creature with a snake's head and turtle's body. Black turtle. HP 1. Battle power 1. Agility 1. Skills. Venom bubble. Many-banded kite uses venom to create bubbles which can paralyze enemies and cause AoE damage. Immortality. Sea turtle unique skill. Unlimited lifespan. Hidden skill. Tsunami roar. Sea turtle hidden skill. Has a certain chance of being activated. Does not have a 100% chance of being activated. Intelligence. can understand human speech. Status: elementary cute pet, elementary cute pet, elementary awakened pet, intermediate awakened pet, advanced awakened pet, ultra awakened pet, sovereign awakened pet. System announcement: you have successfully obtained the black turtle. Because the host has saved the many-banded krite's strong venomous attack and the sea turtle's longevity, it is a rare aquatic super pet. Qin Feng was delighted with the black turtle's description. With only a slight thought, the black turtle appeared on his bed. Chapter 88. Chapter 88. Not Enough Beauty's Bad Review. Compared to Pikachu, this black turtle looked much scarier and was twice as big. The black turtle had the sea turtle's body, while the many-banded krite's body was also fused into it within the shell. The snake's head had become the sea turtle's tail, and it was currently looking around with curiosity. Its body was quite nimble and had a full 360-degree view of its surroundings. The sea turtle's appearance was quite lazy. Its eyes were half closed, as if it was going to fall asleep. Suddenly, the many-banded krite wrapped itself around Qin Feng's arm, opening its mouth towards him and giving him a big fright. Master, don't worry. The black turtle is your battle pet and possess intelligence. It's able to understand Master's words and will follow Master's orders, but definitely won't harm Master. This is just its way of showing its affection. The little pig's voice sounded out. Qin Feng relaxed. He wouldn't be able to get used to this sort of affection for a while. He got off his bed and put the black turtle into his big aquarium. It was fused from 2 aquatic creatures, so it would be better to put it in the water. After fusing an earth creature, Pikachu, and a water creature, the black turtle, Qin Feng wanted to fuse a sky creature. However, with his pitiful 150 hedonist points, he could only give up on that idea. Qin Feng felt quite bored as he lay on his bed. He realized that before the battle between the Qin family and Hao family ended, he would probably have to stay at the Qin residence. However, only Butler Wang resided here, and a 50-year-old man simply didn't fit his aesthetic requirements. Qin Feng took out his phone and posted a recruitment ad, which contained a very simple message. Personal housekeeper wanted. Requirements: tall, pretty, good figure, virgin, willing to warm the bed. If you can fulfill the above, you can have whatever salary you want. As Qin Feng posted the ad, a mischievous smile appeared on his face as he went downstairs to have dinner. When he arrived at the dining hall, Qin Huang was already sitting at the table, reading a financial newspaper. Seeing that Qin Feng had come down, he put down the newspaper. Feng, come over here. Qin Feng sat down opposite his father. Did you kill Hao Nan? Qin Huang asked as he looked at Qin Feng seriously. Qin Feng nodded. There was no reason for him to hide anything from his father. A look of surprise flashed across Qin Huang's face. He looked up and down Qin Feng and almost couldn't recognize this son who he had raised for the past 20 years. Wasn't this his son, the hedonistic, lazy, and dissolute young Master Qin? This boy had gotten rid of the Hao family's father and son without making much of a sound, which caused the entire Hao family to go crazy. And yet he went on with his life as if nothing had happened. Feng, in the future, if you kill the Hao family's people, be careful not to let them get anything on you. Qin Huang wasn't quite sure what to say. However, his view of Qin Feng had changed, and he was quite appreciative of him. The Hao family had always opposed the Qin family, so taking this opportunity to get rid of them was quite beneficial. Qin Feng nodded as he ate his noodles. If I feel like it. At this moment, the rhythmic tapping of high heels sounded out. Qin Feng looked behind him and saw Han Ying walking down in a purple silk dress. It revealed her smooth and white calves, which looked extremely alluring. Uncle Huang, Qin Feng. Han Ying naturally sat down beside Qin Feng, and a wave of fragrance floated towards him. he found that nearly her whole back was exposed, down to her waist. It seemed that she was not wearing a bra. Qin Feng looked towards her chest, his mind full of fantasies. Ing, this boy Qin Feng just does what he wants. Without waiting for you, he's already started. Please don't pay him any mind. Qin Huang said as he glared at Qin Feng. Han Ying covered her mouth as she smiled. Uncle Huang, as a junior, I've made you wait to eat. It should be me who's sorry. You should hurry and eat. Ah. Qin Feng, today was your first day at work. How did it go? Han Ying cut the steak in her plate in two and gave half of it to Qin Feng. She was quite satisfied with herself. After using her family to save Qin Feng, she had stayed beside Qin Huang every day to learn about investment, and she had been improving quite quickly. Qin Feng didn't hesitate to take the steak that Han Ying offered and devoured it in a few large mouthfuls. It's all right, but there aren't enough beauties, so I'm leaving a bad review. Han Ying and Qin Huang both laughed, and the three of them chatted away as they ate dinner. Qin Feng suddenly remembered an important matter. He looked at Qin Huang as he said, Dad, the sales department's Group 2's leader isn't a very good person. I want him fired tomorrow. Qin Huang felt a bit surprised and said with a serious expression, Qin Feng, I told you to go be a sales representative, not to review the performance of others. Do your job properly. You have no say in employment or dismissals. Qin Feng expected this reaction from Qin Huang, so he didn't really mind. Worst comes to worst, he would annoy Wang Chao for a few more days, and hopefully he would leave by himself. His expression suddenly became serious as he looked at Qin Huang and said, Dad, there's also an incredibly important matter I want to talk to you about. It's about the work ethic of all male employees, and I hope you can take this seriously. Qin Huang put down his cutlery as he returned the serious look. He never thought that his son would find a serious problem on his first day, which made him quite impressed. What is it, Feng Er? Even Han Ying looked over as she earnestly listened. Ahem. Qin Feng first cleared his throat before saying in a noble voice, Dad, I feel that female employees' uniforms need to be changed. Their blouses need to be V-necks with the first button a little lower. As for the skirts, they should be shorter, reaching just to their knees. This is the conclusion I've come to after a day of observation. I hope you can implement this as soon as possible. After hearing this, Qin Huang's expression darkened and Han Ying couldn't help but giggle. Qin Feng could not resist the urge to stare at her chest as it bounced. Qin Huang was so angry that he didn't say much for the rest of the dinner. As such, Qin Feng didn't dare to continue to push for the female employees' uniforms to be modified. After dinner, he returned to his room to check up on the black turtle and Pikachu. However, as soon as he entered, he was completely stunned. The black turtle had climbed out of the aquarium, and the 10 or so goldfish had all been bitten to death. The aquarium was filled with red blood and black venom, making it look incredibly ghastly. Chapter 89. Chapter 89. Qin Family's Housekeeper. The black turtle was chasing Pikachu around with a hungry look in its eyes, as if it wanted to devour Pikachu. Luckily, the Pikachu was quite fast and looked like a gust of wind as it ran around, leaving the black turtle far behind. When Qin Feng walked in, the Pikachu, who had been so scared that all of its fur was standing on end, jumped onto his shoulder. It used its little pink tongue lick his cheek, trying its best to get on his good side. Pikachu! The black turtle waddled to Qin Feng's foot. As its fierce look disappeared and it put away its tongue. Black turtle, you and Pikachu are both my battle pets, so you're not allowed to bully Pikachu in the future. If I find out that you've done this again, I'll cook you and eat you. Seeing how pitiful Pikachu looked, Qin Feng scolded the black turtle. This Pikachu was extremely timid, so if the black turtle continued to scare it, it would probably die of a fright. The black turtle was quite obedient and looked quite guilty as it lowered its head and walked around Qin Feng's feet. After scolding the black turtle, Qin Feng put Pikachu back on the ground. Now, the black turtle did not try to eat it anymore, and instead tried to play with it. When it saw this, the little pig complained, "Master, let me out. I want to play as well." With a slight thought, the little pig was also released. As he watched the three of them play together, Qin Feng felt as if he could open his own zoo and put his fused creatures in. While the three pets played together happily, Qin Feng decided to go to sleep. However, he heard a notification sound from his phone. He opened his phone and saw that there had been a reply to the housekeeper ad that he had posted. Qin Feng hurriedly added the other person's QQ and started to talk. "Please provide your age, height, weight, and 3 sizes." Within an old and worn-out room in the Acropolis city, Su Ruoro lay on a small, pink bed as she checked the QQ notification on her phone. What she saw gave her such a fright that she almost threw her phone. Su Ruoro wasn't too surprised that the sender of the message had asked for her age, height, and weight. But why did they ask for her 3 sizes as well? Weren't they just recruiting a housekeeper for the Qin family? Could it be that a big family like the Qin family had stringent requirements for these sorts of things as well? There was no one in the Acropolis city who didn't know about the Qin family. After Su Ruoro calmed down, she convinced herself that a big family like the Qin family most likely had high standards for the people they hired, which was why they had even asked for her 3 sizes. She bit her lips and hesitated for a while before finding a tape measure and measured herself while wearing her underwear. After measuring herself, she sent the information to the other person. Although she wasn't quite willing, she had just graduated from university and walked into society. There was no one she could rely on, and she needed the money quite badly. Being able to ask for any salary for being a housekeeper sounded quite attractive. Age, 21, height, 168, weight, 50 kilograms, bust, 108, waist, 60, hips, 98. When he saw this message, Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Even for young Master Qin, who had experienced countless women before, these sorts of measurements were simply exquisite. Not many of the beauties he had been with had this sort of figure. "Good, very good. I feel that you would be suitable for the housekeeper job, and salary won't be a problem. Now, please send a photo in your underwear with your face in it. No makeup. I want to confirm your figure and looks, and if there are no problems, you can start to work tomorrow," Qin Feng hurriedly replied. This reply made Su Ruoro's face fall. She suddenly remembered that the Qin family had a hedonistic young master who had a reputation for being loose and dissolute and liked to sleep with beauties. Su Ruoro realized that she had probably been tricked. It was likely that the poster of this ad was the Qin family's hedonistic young master. Rather than a housekeeper, he was probably looking for a lover. No wonder he had said that the salary wasn't a problem. However, no matter how desperate Su Ruoro was for money, she wouldn't do such a thing. She angrily blocked Qin Feng's QQ. Qin Feng lay on his large bed as he excitedly waited for the other person's reply. However, after not receiving a response for a long time, he sent another message and found out that he had been blocked. Qin Feng pouted, but he didn't mind. He believed that the person had probably lied about their measurements and didn't dare to take a photo for fear of being exposed. Qin Feng looked down on these sorts of liars. Because of Hao Nan's death, the Hao family's elder had almost gone mad. In the next 3 days, the Hao family used their remaining forces to desperately attack the Qin family. This battle was extraordinarily fierce, and even Qin Huang didn't leave the Qin residence. He also forced Qin Feng to obediently stay there as well. With Uncle Fu leading a group of the Qin family's experts, Qin Feng remained within the Qin residence without feeling even a hint of danger. He would play with his pets happily each day. When he was bored, he would find Han Ying to swim together while appreciating her bountiful breasts. However, during this time, Qin Feng had discovered a big problem. the black turtle had a voracious appetite and only ate meat. Every day, Qin Feng would take a bag of fish from the Qin residence's qian for the little guy to eat. Accordingly, the black turtle also grew incredibly quickly. In just 3 days, it had grown from being as big as a bowl to being as big as a basketball. Qin Feng even considered throwing it into the sea to see if it could fend for itself. Compared to the black turtle, Pikachu was much more normal. It didn't eat that much, but it didn't grow very quickly either. Currently, it was still palm-sized and hadn't changed much. However, it became faster and faster and was approaching Qin Feng's maximum speed. After 3 days had passed, the battle finally concluded. Only the Hao family's elder was left, as well as his 10 or so bodyguards. All the other forces had been annihilated by the powerful Uncle Fu. Qin Feng missed Su Ruo quite a bit after having not been at work for the past 3 days. On the 4th morning, he rode his 28 bicycle and hurried to the Royal Group's building. He parked his bicycle in his parking space and strolled into the building. After arriving at the sales department's hall on the 8th floor, Qin Feng immediately saw Su Ruo diligently working. She was wearing her office uniform, with the exception of her stockings, which made her look even more alluring. Chapter 90. Chapter 90. Did I hear incorrectly? As soon as Qin Feng reached his seat, he bent down and put his big hands on Su Ruo's smooth legs. Su Ruo was so scared that she almost jumped up from her chest. She patted her chest as she exclaimed in fright, Qin Feng, it's you. Why, you almost scared me to death. Ruo, does that mean if someone else touched your legs, you'd be scared to death? But if it's me, you wouldn't be as afraid. As Qin Feng spoke, he gently squeezed her leg. Su Ruo wasn't good at lying, and after hesitating for a moment, she shyly nodded. Su Ruo didn't know why, but it was as if she had become used to Qin Feng touching her legs. She didn't feel much about this, but whenever she thought about another man touching her like this, she felt quite disgusted. Seeing Su Ruo shyly agree, Qin Feng felt stimulated and moved his hands upwards, going deeper under her skirt. Su Ruo was incredibly frightened and hurriedly closed her legs, trapping Qin Feng's hand between them to prevent him from moving. She was now incredibly embarrassed. Qin Feng, don't be like this. I need to work. Qin Feng realized that he had gone too far when he saw how Su Ruo looked a bit unhappy. He hurriedly took his hands away. Just as he prepared to turn on his computer to play some games, a cold voice sounded out from behind him. Qin Feng, come with me to Manager Li's office. Qin Feng looked behind him and found that Wang Chao was standing there with a gauze over his nose. It seemed that his injuries weren't light, and he looked quite amusing. Oh, Wang Chao, what's wrong with your nose? Did someone hit you? That person must be the manifestation of righteousness. Qin Feng mocked him, causing Wang Chao's eyes to almost burst out in anger. Cut the crap. Hurry up and go to Manager Li's office. After Wang Chao angrily left, Su Ruo couldn't help but laugh. After Wang Chao had tried to force himself on her, she now deeply disliked him. She felt quite happy when she saw Qin Feng mock him like that. Qin Feng, be careful when you go there. Those 3 days when you didn't come to work, Wang Chao also didn't come due to his injuries. I think he came to find you as soon as he got here to take revenge. Su Ruo warned Qin Feng in a small voice. Qin Feng acted scared as he sat back down. Ruo, what should I do? Wang Chao's our group leader, and he will definitely report me. I don't have any power or status in the company. It looks like I'm going to be fired. Qin Feng's pitiful look made Su Ruo feel quite guilty. After all, she knew that Qin Feng had offended Wang Chao because of her. Her watery eyes shone with gentleness as she looked at him. Don't be so pessimistic. You haven't been here for very long, and new people tend to make mistakes. I think it'll be fine. This was the first time Su Rua Ro had tried to comfort someone, and she sounded quite awkward and cute. Qin Feng frowned as he said in disappointment, "But I accidentally angered Manager Li in the past. If she tries to take revenge as well, I'll definitely be screwed." Su Rua Ro didn't know how to comfort Qin Feng, so she directly asked him, Then what should we do?" Qin Feng, who had been looking incredibly sad, suddenly grinned as he looked back at her. "If you let me touch your legs, I won't be afraid anymore." Su Rua Ro bit her lips and felt that she had been tricked. She didn't say anything for a while. "AI, forget it, I'll be going now. If I really am fired, then keep working hard," Qin Feng said as he walked away in low spirits. Su Rua Ro didn't know where she obtained the courage from, but she suddenly grabbed Qin Feng's hand and moved it to her legs. She pulled his hand up, then further up, then further up. Finally, she stopped 5 centimeters below her most private region, and even her neck became red as she said, "Q Qin Feng, that's all I can let you touch. Are you still scared?" Qin Feng could feel the softness and warmth on his hand, and felt that Su Rua Ro was simply too kind. He couldn't bear to continue bullying her, and took back his hand by himself and stroked her burning hot cheeks as he smiled, saying, "After Big Brother takes care of the Wang Chao dog and that white collar Li and returns in victory, I'll continue to touch your legs every day." After saying that, Qin Feng rushed off like a breeze into Li Yuchen's office, leaving the embarrassed Su Rua Ro with her head hanging against her chest. Wang Chao had been waiting for Qin Feng in the office for a long time. When he saw Qin Feng come in, Wang Chao's expression darkened. He had stayed in hospital for 3 days because of Qin Feng's punch and kick. Now he felt like killing him. "Look, Manager Li, I called Qin Feng here ages ago, but he only arrived just now. He's new to the company, and yet he's already showing such insubordination. This person's simply leeching off the company." Li Yuchen was also quite angry upon seeing Qin Feng. Whenever he looked at her, it would always be with a perverted gaze. Only Qin Feng dared to look at her like this within the entire sales department, which made her feel incredibly uncomfortable. "Qin Feng, Group Leader Wang said that you didn't come to work for 3 days and you didn't even ask for leave. This is the biggest company in the Acropolis city, not your home. You can't just come and go as you please," Li Yuchen said as she coldly stared at Qin Feng. To Qin Feng, this was his own home. However, when he thought about how angry his father had looked the previous night, he controlled himself. Regardless, he had not come for 3 days because he had been ordered not to go out by Qin Huang. He secretly sent Qin Huang a text to ask him to resolve the situation. "Manager Li, I had something incredibly important come up during those days, so I couldn't come. Don't worry, I quite like the Royal Group, so I currently don't have any plans to jump to another company," Qin Feng said as he proudly puffed up his chest and raised his head. Li Yuchen and Wang Chao were both stunned and looked at Qin Feng dumbly. After a moment, Wang Chao couldn't help but burst out in laughter. "Haha, Qin Feng, did some water leak into your brain? Right now, Manager Li and I are discussing whether to fire you, and yet you're expecting us to beg you to stay or something. Ha ha ha, your elder's going to laugh his teeth out." Wang Chao's laugh became wilder and wilder, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Qin Feng was quite displeased and frowned. "Before, I wasn't thinking of jumping ship, but hearing you say this, I'm not too happy about that. Now, if you don't beg me to stay, your granddaddy's really going to leave." Haha, Qin Feng, do you really think you're some sort of big shot? You want to leave? Your elder's dying for you to leave. The Royal Group doesn't care at all about someone lazy and unenthusiastic like you. Before, Li Yuchen hadn't been planning to fire Qin Feng. Although she was quite displeased with Qin Feng, she was someone who separated personal disputes from work. She wouldn't treat someone unfairly because of her own personal feelings. She had called Qin Feng here to admonish him, He had not come to work for 3 days and had not provided any sort of reason. However, seeing Qin Feng look so arrogant, Liu Qin decided she might have to change her plan. At this moment, Liu Chen's phone rang. She glared at Qin Feng as she picked up the phone. As she was listening, she responded with a couple of serious MMMs before she hung up. It was probably someone important in the company. After hanging up, the way Liu Qin looked at Qin Feng changed. Her dark eyes were filled with shock, and after falling silent for a while, she came over to Qin Feng as she said dispassionately, "Qin Feng, you can go back to work." As soon as Liu Qin said this, Wang Chao looked as if he had eaten a bucket of dung. Today, he wanted to use Qin Feng's unexplained 3-day absence to report him to Manager Li and severely punish him. He never expected that Manager Li would let Qin Feng off so easily. Manager Li, Qin Feng didn't come to work for 3 days and didn't give any reasons. How can you? Before Wang Chao could finish speaking, the aura around Liu Qin became icy as she coldly cut him off. Group Leader Wang, are you dissatisfied with my decision? Am I the general manager of the sales department, or are you? Wang Chao was frightened into silence. Liu Chen was famous in the sales department for being cold, strong, and emotionless. No one dared to oppose her. Although Wang Chao couldn't understand why Liu Chen's attitude had suddenly changed, he could only give up. In future, when he had the chance, he would punish Qin Feng. Wang Chao was about to walk out with a sour expression when Qin Feng's voice sounded out. "Wait, I said that if you don't beg me to stay, I'll resign today and jump ship," Qin Feng said with his hands behind his head as he smiled at Wang Chao. Wang Chao gnashed his teeth as he spat. "Leave if you want. Your elder would love for you to leave." Just as he was once again about to leave, Liu Qin coldly spoke. "Group Leader Wang, if Qin Feng really leaves because of your words, you can leave along with him." Liu Chen's massive 180-degree change in attitude was because of the phone call she had just received. That call was from the deputy manager of the administration department, Wang Jun. He had explained the reason for Qin Feng's 3-day absence and had told Liu Qin not to make things difficult for Qin Feng. Liu Qin didn't know what relationship there was between Wang Jun and Qin Feng, but she couldn't afford to offend Wang Jun. As such, she could only do her best to keep Qin Feng. And Manager Li, did I hear incorrectly? Wang Chao was flabbergasted as he dumbly stared at Liu Qin. You can pretend you didn't hear anything and leave immediately. The icy aura around Liu Chen's body became stronger. Evidently, this matter was non-negotiable. Chapter 91. Wang Chao could now clearly tell that Liu Qin wanted him, a group leader, to beg Qin Feng, a newcomer, not to leave. He was so angry that he felt as if his internal organs were going to burn up. He stood in the office for a long time, and his expression became savage. However, when he saw Liu Chen's cold and unyielding expression, he decided to give in. His dead fish eyes glared at Qin Feng viciously as he gnashed his teeth and said, "Qin Feng, I was in the wrong. You don't need to go. Stay in the sales department and work hard under me." After Wang Chao said this, he turned to leave. Qin Feng lightly laughed. "Wang Chao, is that how you beg someone? Looks like you don't really want me to stay. In that case, I won't make things difficult for you, and I'll just resign." "Wang Chao!" Liu Qin coldly yelled. Wang Chao turned away from Qin Feng with an expression of ruthlessness on his face. He deeply breathed in and out before plastering a smile on his face and saying, Qin Feng, even though you haven't come to the company for very long, I deeply recognize your outstanding performance. We simply can't afford to lose a talented person like you. As Group 2's leader, I sincerely beg you to stay." Qin Feng was satisfied with Wang Chao's attitude and patted him on the shoulder as he smiled. "Group Leader Wang, what are you being so courteous about? To be honest, I wasn't planning on leaving and was just joking with you. Who doesn't know that the Royal Group is the biggest enterprise in the Acropolis city? How could I just leave when being able to work here is my glory? Wang Chao suppressed the anger and depression welling up within him and felt like coughing up blood. However, he had already sacrificed all dignity, so he squeezed out a smile and said, "Qin Feng, it's good that you think that way. I'll take good care of you in the sales department from now on." Wang Chao spoke those last few words through gritted teeth, then quickly left the office. After returning to his group leader's office, Wang Chao's face fell. He cursed Qin Feng's 18 generations of ancestors, but he still felt utterly enraged. He wished he could give Qin Feng a good beating, and even break his hands and feet and turn him into a cripple. He was angered beyond reason, and had no idea why Manager Li had suddenly changed her stance. However, he didn't link it to the phone call that she had received. In his eyes, Qin Feng was just a tiny sales representative. He had plenty of methods for dealing with such people. After thinking for a while, Wang Chao thought of a good way to take care of Qin Feng. He picked up his phone and made a call, and soon, 2 men from the sales department walked in with smiles on their faces. "Big Brother Chao, what would you like us to do?" These 2 men were called Xiao Ma and Xiao Qiu. They were part of the sales department's Group 2, and both studied sports and education at university. They were tall and well-built, and looked like excellent fighters. In the past, whenever there were disobedient employees, Wang Chao would ask them to give those people warnings in secret. This time, he had naturally called them here to deal with Qin Feng. "Xiao Ma, Xiao Qiu, you both know of the new Qin Feng, right?" "Yes." "Big Brother Chao, did that brat offend you?" "Don't worry, leave it to us." Although this was the 5th day since Qin Feng had been employed, and he had missed 3 days, almost everyone in the sales department knew about him. This was because as soon as this guy came, he became incredibly close with the sales department's pure goddess Su Ruoro. This instantly made him an enemy to all the men within the sales department. Even if Wang Chao didn't ask Xiao Ma and Xiao Qiu, they would have gone to find Qin Feng in private to have a good chat with him. "Remember, I want you to be as savage as you want. In fact, it'd be great if he had to lie in a hospital bed for a month," Wang Chao said with a dark expression. "Alrighty, don't worry, Big Brother Chao. We'll definitely get that done for you. After you do this, I'll give you guys a big client. Alright, go and prepare. Once Qin Feng leaves the manager's office, go and take care of him." After Wang Chao left, Qin Feng continued to stand in Li Yuchen's office, not at all in a hurry to leave. Deep down, Li Yuchen didn't like Qin Feng, as she felt that he was quite shallow. After Wang Chao left, she ignored him and worked on this month's sales report. She suddenly felt a warm breeze blow past her ears, causing her busted figure to lean back in shock. "Qin Feng, what are you doing?" Li Yuchen was wearing her black glasses, her eyes shooting out chilling intent. She never thought that Qin Feng would be so daring. She didn't know when he had come over, but he was leaning in front of her, blowing onto her ears. "Manager Li, you look way too enchanting when you're diligently working," Qin Feng said as he licked his lips and gazed at Li Yuchen's chest. He had been hedonistic and dissolute since he was young, and didn't hide it when he appreciated a woman's body. He had never been one to hide these sorts of things. Li Yuchen's chest heaved in anger, and she felt as if her blouse was going to explode. She wanted to harshly rebuke Qin Feng, but she suddenly thought of Deputy Manager Wang Jun's call. Evidently, Qin Feng had connections within the company. However, she simply couldn't understand why he was starting out as a sales representative. Li Yuchen suddenly thought of the Qin family's hedonistic young master, Qin Feng. She felt that the Qin Feng in front of her resembled what she had heard about that Qin Feng from the rumors. They were both incredibly loose and dissolute. Impossible! Impossible! Li Yuchen shook her head. She had done her research on the Qin family's young master and had looked up photos of him online. It wasn't this person in front of her. When she thought to that young Master Qin, Li Yuchen felt quite complicated. She was 26, which was a good time to get married. Her father had passed away when she was young, and her mother had been calling her every day asking about her marriage. Because of this, she hadn't dared to go home in a while. Her mother had lived a hard life and didn't want her daughter to live like that. Li Yu-chen's appearance was quite beautiful, and she had a fiery figure. As such, her mother greatly encouraged her to try to get together with Qin Huang's son, Qin Feng. Li Yu-chen's mother wasn't joking. She was determined for her daughter to marry into a rich and powerful family. In fact, Li Yu-chen was working at the royal group because of her mother. This way, she would be able to get closer to Qin Huang and thus get closer to Qin Feng. Only then would she be able to live out her billionaire dream. However, after entering the royal group, Li Yu-chen found that Qin Feng was a hedonistic young master and never came to work at the company. All he did was eat, play, drink, and seduce women. She didn't want to be with a hedonistic young master like that, but in order to fulfill her mother's wishes, she still did her best to find an opportunity to enter the Qin family. Chapter 92. Chapter 92. Qin Feng, are you crazy? After joining the company for more than a year, Li Yu-chen hadn't even had the opportunity to talk to Qin Huang many times, let alone see Qin Feng himself. This was because, although Qin Feng had a roaring reputation, there were not many people who had actually met him before. Those who had were all part of the upper-class society. Manager Li, did you tell the higher-ups about my recommendation to make changes to uniforms? Qin Feng's voice suddenly sounded out, bringing Li Yu-chen back to her senses. Qin Feng was casually sitting on Li Yu-chen's desk as he looked down her blouse. Li Yu-chen stood up from her chair in fright. Because she had stood up too suddenly, her thighs hit the table, sending a wave of pain through her legs. Li Yu-chen hurriedly looked down and found that her black stockings had been partially ripped, and there was blood slowly trickling from a small cut. Li Yu-chen prided herself on her legs, and felt that her legs were even more mesmerizing than her proud chest. She had injured her legs because of Qin Feng, and she wasn't sure if there would be a scar. As such, she was utterly furious with Qin Feng. Qin Feng also looked down at this cut and then hurriedly squatted down as he grabbed a tissue and delicately wiped off the blood. Out of Li Yu-chen's entire body, Qin Feng was most fascinated with her long legs. They were straight as a pen, and while her thighs were quite full, her calves were without a bit of excess fat. Her skin was glossy and white, looking absolutely flawless. Even the beautiful legs on ads couldn't compare to Li Yu-chen's. Looking at the cut on Li Yu-chen's thigh, Qin Feng's heart ached. How could such a beautiful masterpiece be damaged? Qin Feng quickly thought, then casually asked the little pig a question. Little pig, would the elementary gold sore medicine be able to fix up this cut and make sure that it doesn't leave a scar? Master, the elementary gold sore medicine is a miraculous medicine. Even if almost all of your body was burned, the gold sore medicine would be able to prevent a scar being left. Qin Feng never thought that the elementary gold sore medicine would be so amazing. He gritted his teeth and spent 100 hedonist points to buy one. Qin Feng, what are you doing? Get the hell up. Just as he bought the medicine, Li Yu-chen's cold voice sounded out. Qin Feng raised his head out of instinct and looked up her skirt, seeing a scene that made his blood boil. Li Yu-chen hurriedly sat back down. When she saw Qin Feng squatting down at her feet, she knew that he was up to no good. She was worried that he had been trying to look up her skirt, and seeing the look in his eyes, she knew that she had guessed correctly. Qin Feng, hurry up and get out. Li Yu-chen's bone-chilling voice caused Qin Feng to shiver. He hurriedly met her gaze as he smiled. Manager Li, don't misunderstand. I was just looking at your wound, and I'm going to put on some medicine for you. Of course. Li Yu-chen didn't trust him at all. How could he have any medicine on him? This brat probably wanted to take this opportunity to touch her legs. There was a hint of killing intent within the iciness in her eyes. Qin Feng, I'll say it again. Get out. An icy aura exploded out from Li Yu Chen's body. Luckily, Qin Feng had seen and been through much and was unfazed. He ignored Li Yu Chen's words and squatted down as he took out the elementary gold sore medicine and crushed it into powder, preparing to apply it to the cut. When she saw Qin Feng's hand reach over, Li Yu Chen couldn't suppress her anger anymore, and she raised her foot as she lashed out. Fortunately, Qin Feng's reaction speed was quite fast, and he grabbed Li Yu Chen's leg. Manager Li, you're actually being so violent. This is the long-lost lineage-ending kick. Luckily, I had the chest-groping technique. Otherwise, I would have been crippled by you. Li Yu Chen's cold face became slightly red as she heard these vulgar things come out of Qin Feng's mouth. Qin Feng was holding her injured leg, and she desperately struggled, but Qin Feng's hand was like a vice. No matter what she did, she couldn't break free. Manager Li, your cut's starting to scab. Don't move. I need to hurry and apply this medicine. Otherwise, it won't have any effect. Qin Feng didn't bother asking for permission as he took off her red high heels with practiced ease and groped up her leg on purpose. He then used his legs to grip Li Yu Chen's foot so that she couldn't recklessly move. By the time his hand had reached her thighs, he could feel a stimulating sensation. Manager Li, it's hard for me to apply the medicine with your stockings on, so I'll help you take them off. As he spoke, Qin Feng's evil hands reached under Li Yu Chen's skirt. Before he could succeed, Li Yu Chen started struggling again. Qin Feng, if you dare to take them off, I'll fight you to the bitter death. Li Yu Chen was completely terrified by this point, and her face became pale. Qin Feng was simply being too bold. He was squatting while holding her leg and trying to take her stockings off. She didn't dare to think what Qin Feng would do after that. Li Yu Chen was 26 and knew many things. When she was lonely, she would secretly watch some movies by herself. She especially liked scenarios in offices or classrooms. She even fantasized that when she had a boyfriend, she would bring him to her office and act out a scene from one of those movies. Although her fantasies were about to be fulfilled, her partner would be Qin Feng, who she was disgusted with. She simply couldn't accept that. Qin Feng suddenly stopped moving as he felt the air around him chill. If he took off these stockings, it was likely that he really wouldn't be able to leave this office alive. All right, I won't take them off, but in order to apply the medicine, I'll need to rip your stockings. Without waiting for Li Yu Chen's response, Qin Feng lifted up her stockings and ripped them apart, revealing Li Yu Chen's beautiful white legs. Qin Feng, are you crazy? Li Yu Chen was so angry that she wanted to bite him, and started to hit him with her elbows. Qin Feng ignored her and continued to rip. Qin Feng, stop at once, you pervert. If you don't stop, I'm going to call for help. Li Yu Chen was angered to the point of going crazy, and she desperately started to hit Qin Feng's back with her small fists. However, seeing that there was no reaction, she started to forcefully twist his ears. This was quite painful for Qin Feng, but he felt quite excited. Ripping Li Yu Chen's stockings while she struggled and twisted her body made it seem as if this was some sort of SM play. Qin Feng almost forgot what he was doing this for, ripping apart her stockings to apply the medicine. He was like a severe flood and ferocious beast as he ripped apart her stockings, which made them look like a fishnet. However, seeing Li Yu Chen's legs through the torn stockings seemed incredibly sexy. Since Qin Feng was ripping the stocking, there were many places along Li Yu Chen's legs that were red. Qin Feng, you pervert, you beast. Let me go, or I'll report you for rape. When he heard Li Yu Chen was going to accuse him of rape, Qin Feng suddenly stopped as he looked at her in surprise. Manager Li, I'm putting on medicine for you out of the kindness of my heart, and yet you're accusing me of rape? Looking at Qin Feng's innocent expression, Liu Chen wanted to kill him with her high heels. She coldly yelled, "Qin Feng, you've already ripped my stockings into fishnets. Is that what you mean by putting on medicine?" Qin Feng looked down, and even he was given a big fright. He had been too excited, and the more Liu Chen had fought back, the more excited he had felt. He had even ripped the stockings on the leg that wasn't injured. "Manager Li, don't be angry. I'll buy you a new pair after work," Qin Feng said earnestly. Liu Chen felt that she was going to be angered to death. She coldly glared at Qin Feng and said, "You think it's as simple as buying me another pair?" Qin Feng thought for a moment before nodding with a serious expression on his face. "All right, I'll buy you 10 pairs. Qin Feng, stop dreaming. If you dare to keep acting like this, I'll report you." Liu Chen was so angry that her entire face became red. When he saw the situation had become serious, Qin Feng didn't dare to continue talking to Liu Chen. He raised her leg as he started to apply the elementary gold sore medicine on her wound. As he looked at Liu Chen's legs through the torn stockings, Qin Feng continuously gulped down his saliva. He was afraid that he would hurt Liu Chen, so he was especially gentle when applying the medicine. A thin layer of sweat had appeared on Liu Chen's legs because of her struggling from before, which made them look incredibly enchanting. Qin Feng almost wanted to give them a kiss. Moreover, her skin looked extremely tender and supple, as well as soft and warm. Although he had finished applying the medicine, he pretended that he was still going and had no thoughts about stopping. After a while, Liu Chen calmed down. "Qin Feng, are you done yet?" She could feel that after the medicine was applied, the pain gradually faded, and now believed that Qin Feng was actually applying medicine for her. However, she never thought that the medicine would be so effective. However, when she thought about how Qin Feng had ripped apart her stockings, she decided that he was definitely crazy. Chapter 93. Chapter 93. Hope you don't mind. Ding, the Hedonist sovereign system has issued a quest. Kiss Liu Chen's thigh for 10 seconds. Quest time limit, 10 minutes. Successful completion reward, 200 Hedonist points. In the event of a failure, the host will be fired from royal group. Ding, the Hedonist sovereign system has issued a quest. Help Liu Chen eliminate the headache of Mother Li's marriage entreaties. Quest time limit, 1 month. Successful completion reward, 2,000 Hedonist points. In the event of a failure, the host will be subject to eternal bachelorhood. Since Liu Chen already asked, Qin Feng couldn't continue acting. He was just about to say that the medicine was applied properly when Little Pig's voice suddenly boomed in Qin Feng's head. He didn't know if he should thank or curse at Little Pig. It was obvious that this quest was something that Qin Feng really wanted to do, but he was well aware that upon its completion he would be annihilated by Liu Chen's legs and die without descendants. All in all, the quest time was too long, 10 seconds. If it was just a kiss similar to a dragonfly touching water, things would be much simpler. And just thinking of the second quest's punishment being subject to eternal bachelorhood made Qin Feng completely listless. "Qin Feng, are you done yet?" Liu Chen asked through clenched teeth. She couldn't help but notice that Qin Feng was clearly spacing out, but his hand was still rubbing her leg. I'm almost done." "Oh, right, I almost forgot. This specific medicine passed down by my ancestors needs to be dissolved in water to be fully effective. Otherwise, your wound might leave a scar on your thigh." This won't do. I need to quickly mix the medicinal powder with water. If I'm too late, then we'd have trouble." In a fluster, Qin Feng spouted a bunch of lies and then suddenly leaned down, inhaled the lovely scent of Liu Chen's beautiful thighs, and kissed them in one fell swoop. His mouth fell on Liu Chen's wound, and he slowly extended his tongue before swimming it around the wound. Liu Chen's thigh had some beads of sweat. When they touched the tip of his tongue, there was a faint sweetness. It was like Nongfu spring water, a little sweet. Liu Chen froze. Her pretty eyes widened as she stared at Qin Feng and scrupulously licking her thigh. She even forgot to breathe. She thought Qin Feng had a very agile tongue. It was soft and moist. As it swam about on her thigh, her whole body softened, and she felt a strange, numbing effect. A fire gradually arose in her heart, and Liu Chen felt like her body would soon combust. Her pretty face was impossibly red. Ding! Congratulations! Host Qin Feng completed the quest of kissing Liu Chen's thigh for 10 seconds and is awarded 200 hedonist points by the system. Even after the system's notification, Qin Feng still didn't stop. Liu Chen's thigh was too fragrant and intoxicating. When paired with the tattered black stockings, the experience of licking it was even more enchanting. Qin Feng couldn't be more impressed with himself. He came up with the brilliant idea that the medicine needed to be combined with water, and most importantly, Qin Feng's water was his saliva. At Liu Chen's age, especially since she hadn't experienced male-female romantic love when she was lonely at night, she would also have some yearnings. It was the first time she'd been tormented this way by a man, and she immediately sank into indulgence. She couldn't help but moan. This sound jolted her to her senses. When she saw the outrageous scene before her, she hurriedly jerked her thigh away from Qin Feng. She was so embarrassed that she wished she could bury herself. General Manager Li, now your wound doesn't hurt anymore, right? Since I couldn't find water immediately, I decided to try using saliva to dissolve the medicine. I hope you don't mind. Once Qin Feng noticed that Liu Chen had regained her senses, he immediately put on an expression of propriety. Liu Chen was originally going to yell at Qin Feng, but seeing how serious and proper he looked, she didn't know to begin. If she yelled at Qin Feng, it would only expose her own improper way of thinking. Qin Feng, you get out. Liu Chen lowered her head and didn't dare expose the look of desire on her face. General Manager Li, you're so beautiful and your body is so perfect. How could you be forced into marriage? Qin Feng was now concerned about the second quest. Liu Chen's pretty eyes suddenly narrowed as she stared at Qin Feng in amazement. She couldn't figure out how Qin Feng would know that her family was forcing her to get married. All of her female friends her age were already married with kids, and a lot of their kids already had minds of their own. On the other hand, she was still single. She couldn't help but feel awkward about her relationship status. Plus, Liu Chen was a beauty. She was a capable woman. Where could someone find this kind of woman? She should have found a marriage partner long ago, but she was still single. This stirred a lot of messy rumors and trash-talking behind her back, suggesting that she was impure or sterile. Only she was aware of the actual situation. It was all her mom's fault for wanting to marry her into a rich family. Due to this, she set her sights on the young master of the Qin family. Now, even to this day, she never even dated. That's none of your business. Get the hell out of here. This topic was Liu Chen's sore spot. The air around her froze. She grabbed a nearby magazine and hurled it. Luckily, Qin Feng moved quickly, and the magazine slammed into the door. It seems that this quest isn't that easy either. After exiting the office, Qin Feng felt that it was a pity. Then he smilingly sniffed his hand. The smell of Liu Chen's fragrant thigh lingered on it. Qin Feng's heart rippled a bit, and he strutted towards his seat. He was suddenly addicted to ripped stockings and wanted to go back and tear up Su Ruo rose beige stockings. Qin Feng, come here. Your bros would like to speak with you. He only walked halfway to his destination before he was stopped. He turned and saw people he didn't recognize, so he just ignored them and continued on his way. Xiao Ma's face darkened. Since this assignment was organized by Group Leader Wang, he and Xiao Qiu kept their eyes peeled on General Manager Li's office. Once they saw Qin Feng walk out, they called on him. In the end, Qin Feng arrogantly ignored them and just walked away. Xiao Ma and Xiao Qiu exchanged glances. Both sets of eyes glinted with hostility as they chased after Qin Feng. "Hey, stinking brat, I see that you're pretending not to hear us even when we call on you. You're quite an arrogant one. Hey, my shirt is really expensive. Don't touch it with your grubby paws, all right?" Qin Feng slapped Xiao Ma's hand from his shoulder and looked calmly at the two people before him. "Tell me, what do you want?" Stinking brat, I'll advise you to follow us outside for a talk, or you'd look bad getting beat up in this lobby." Though Xiao Ma had group leader Wang backing him, beating up Qin Feng in the lobby of the sales department would reflect poorly on him. Qin Feng thought for a bit and felt that these two were quite considerate of him. It was only his 5th day in the sales department, so it was better to lie low. If he wanted to hit someone, he'd better do it outside. "Then lead the way." Qin Feng looked at the two, whilst smiling. Chapter 94. Chapter 94. Brothers, did you bring a lighter? Seeing that Qin Feng had agreed to go outside, Xiao Ma and Xiao Qiu smiled at each other. Their eyes glinted with glee, and they strutted with their chests puffed up as they led Qin Feng out of the sales department's lobby. The two arrived at the landing of the stairs. This was where they usually smoked and got fresh air during their breaks from work. Hardly anyone went there. There was no better place to take care of Qin Feng. "Stinking brat, as a newbie in the company, your elder finds you very arrogant." Once they got to the landing of the stairs, Xiao Ma's expression changed. He no longer had to keep up the facade and revealed a violent expression. He viciously eyed Qin Feng. "I'm arrogant? How come I didn't realize that about myself?" Qin Feng knew right from the start that these two were up to no good, but he felt a bit uncertain because he didn't know these people and had no qualms with them. There was an 80% chance that they were sent by someone to clean him up. Qin Feng thought to himself about this. In the whole royal group, he had only hit Wang Chao in the face, so it all made sense. "Haha, you're clearly a newbie whose hair hasn't even grown. You don't even know who you've offended. You truly deserve a beating." Xiao Ma suddenly cackled. He clearly didn't see Qin Feng as any sort of threat. With the two of them teamed up, Xiao Ma and Xiao Qiu were sure they could take care of Qin Feng however they wanted. "Oh, I've only been in the company for 5 days, and I took 3 days off. I didn't know I could offend someone just like that. Brother, give it to me straight and tell me who sent you guys to deal with me, so I can have some sort of grip on the situation." "Humph, since we're going to send you to the hospital anyway, we'll freely tell you that you freaking didn't grow any eyes and offended group leader Wang Chao. He personally ordered us to teach you a lesson." Xiao Ma said with glee. Qin Feng guessed correctly and gained the knowledge he wanted. So these two were no longer useful. Qin Feng squinted and suddenly laughed. "How do you plan on doing that?" Xiao Ma hadn't felt the approaching danger, and still thought Qin Feng was getting ready to beg to be spared, so he was impossibly pleased with himself. "Stinking brat, you've offended group leader Wang. If we don't beat you up, then we'd have no way of reporting back to our leader. But you seem pretty decent. How about this? Take out all the money on you, and I'll just break your arms but leave your legs alone so you can piss and shit." "Brat, aren't your bros thoughtful?" They wanted to break his arms and take his money. That was considered thoughtful? Qin Feng chuckled. Your suggestion isn't bad. I'll break your arms and take your money." "Fuck, what the hell did you say? You want to mess with this elder? I gave you a chance, and you're not taking it. This elder will kill you." Xiao Ma suddenly exploded in fury, and he rushed in with iron fists. He used to be on the school basketball team, and he was tall and had a domineering aura. If the typical person were to stand before him, they would be shaken by this aura. But Xiao Ma currently faced Qin Feng. All Xiao Ma saw was that right from the beginning, Qin Feng merely stood in the same spot, completely motionless. Suddenly, like a flash of lightning, Qin Feng kicked Xiao Ma in the stomach. Xiao Ma cried pitifully as his large and sturdy body flew down the stairs. He cried the whole way down and couldn't prevent himself from doing so. When Xiao Qiu saw this, he was stunned. If they had to compare, 2 Xiao Qius were no Ma against 1 Xiao Ma. Now, Big Brother Ma was completely defeated by Qin Feng. Most importantly, Xiao Qiu wasn't even able to clearly see Qin Feng's movement. Xiao Qiu knew that he'd met an expert today, and there was no way he'd still consider bullying Qin Feng. If Qin Feng didn't bully him instead, he would burn incense to praise the heavens. Huh, where did my lighter go? Bro, do you have a lighter? Lend it to me. In this sudden change of events, Xiao Qiu took out a cigarette and placed it in Qin Feng's mouth. He then lent Qin Feng his lighter with complete seriousness. Sheesh, you came out to smoke without bringing a lighter? Bro, you seem like a new face. Did you just start at the company? Qin Feng was completely taken by surprise. He almost thought he had traveled to another dimension. Qin Feng weighed Xiao Qiu's convincing acting skills and mused, an Oscar winner for the best actor has come to the mortal world. He clamped his hand onto Xiao Qiu's shoulder. The enormous strength of his hand almost dislocated Xiao Qiu's shoulder. When Xiao Qiu realized that his act didn't work, he immediately groveled for mercy. Big brother, please spare me. It was all that asshole Wang Chao. He forced us to deal with you. But we have no enmity between us. Great people like you have a large capacity for forgiveness. Please have mercy on me. Ever since Qin Feng began working at Royal Group, his father froze his bank account. Recently, he was a bit tight on money, so he grinned at Xiao Qiu. I almost forgot I didn't collect the money from the brat that got kicked down the stairs. Bring me the money on him and give me your money as well. I'll only wait 10 seconds. Right when Qin Feng finished talking, Xiao Qiu ran like the wind down the stairs. Good thing Xiao Ma only flipped down one set of stairs. Xiao Qiu speedily took out Xiao Ma's wallet from his pocket and ran up the stairs while pulling out his own wallet. Big brother, here for you. Not bad, it took you exactly 10 seconds. You have the potential of becoming a track and field athlete. Qin Feng took the 2 wallets and pulled out a total of 30 red bills. Then he threw the wallets on the ground. He raised his eyebrows. You only have this little money and you called out this young master to rob you? Don't you know I'm busy? Qin Feng was really mad. The results would be severe. With a flying kick, Xiao Qiu dropped down the stairs with a bitter cry. He rolled beside Xiao Ma and also fell unconscious. After taking care of the 2, Qin Feng pocketed the money, clapped his hands, and returned to the sales department in satisfaction. Wang Chao had just seen Xiao Ma and Xiao Qiu bring Qin Feng outside and awaited their good news. After waiting a bit, he didn't see the 2 return, but saw Qin Feng swagger back instead. Hey Wang Chao, are you guarding the door? Not bad, not bad. Your enthusiasm will definitely be acknowledged by our company's leadership. Wang Chao's face immediately darkened. He originally thought Qin Feng would be sent to the hospital, but who would have known he'd still be so cocky? Qin Feng, did you see Xiao Ma and Xiao Qiu? I have something to tell them. Wang Chao forcefully suppressed his rage and asked tentatively, Xiao Ma? Xiao Qiu? I don't know them. Why are you looking for them? Qin Feng's eyes glinted with glee. He weighed Wang Chao pretend and thought that the whole situation was really fun. If you didn't see them, then never mind. It's nothing much, so go do what you need to do. All right, sounds good. You just continue standing here as a guard dog then, Qin Feng said as he laughingly returned to his seat. Wang Chao stood at the door and didn't know if he should stay or leave. Neither seemed fitting. He was so frustrated that he almost gritted his teeth into oblivion. He couldn't understand the situation. It wasn't the first time he had Xiao Ma and Xiao Qiu teach someone a lesson, and they always successfully completed their missions. Why did it seem as though something went wrong today? After waiting at the door for around 10 more minutes, the 2 still didn't come back. Wang Chao's patience was spent, So he returned to his office with a stormy expression and internally cursed at Qin Feng several times. For the rest of the day, no one else bothered Qin Feng. Xiao Ma and Xiao Qiu went straight to the hospital after they came to, and would have to stay there for a couple days. Qin Feng spent his day at work molesting Su Ruo. During this day of work, Su Ruo considered quitting her job hundreds of times. Qin Feng was too despicable. She felt like a lamb in a tiger's den. Ruo, it's time to get off from work. Let's go, I'll take you home on my bike. Once work was over, Qin Feng pinched Su Ruo's face. Su Ruo had no more energy to resist Qin Feng's habits of taking liberties with her. She replied shyly, I don't need you to take me home. I have something to do later. Why, you can leave first. Su Ruo really had something to do tonight. Her rent was originally due every 3 months, but last night her landlord told her that she would be paying every 6 months instead. Now she had to fork out the remaining 3 months of rent, or else she would be evicted. She had just graduated and was a weak girl who had just begun working. She had nothing to rely on, so she had no extra money. She was forced to her wits' end when she remembered that the Qin family was hiring a part-time housekeeper. After work today, she decided to go to the Qin's house for an interview. What do you have to do? I'll go with you. Qin Feng smiled. It's okay. I'm going to look for a part-time job. Bringing you along will be inconvenient. You're a little rich, madam, with 300,000 yuan. What are you doing looking for a part-time job? That isn't my money. I won't spend it. I'll store that money for you. When you need it, I'll give it back, Su Ruo promised. Qin Feng felt a bit downcast. Su Ruo said nothing when he took advantage of her, but it seems that she still kept him at a distance. She still had a line that nothing would get her to cross. Though she had a weak personality, she still had her own principles. Maybe under Qin Feng's might, she couldn't say anything even when taken advantage of. But she drew the line when it came to money. In Su Ruo's eyes, only a married couple could share money unreservedly. She clearly didn't have those kinds of romantic feelings toward Qin Feng. Okay, then I'll leave first, Qin Feng said with disappointment. Su Ruo gritted her teeth when she saw Qin Feng's downcast expression. She felt bad. She knew Qin Feng was just like other men and desired her beauty. But Qin Feng was fundamentally different from other men because he didn't force her and didn't do anything too ridiculous. Su Ruo hesitated as she thought about the times Qin Feng helped her. She suddenly ran over and held Qin Feng's hand. Qin Feng, I really have to go to an interview for a part-time job tonight. Sorry for the inconvenience. But if you don't mind, can you take me there on your bike? Chapter 95. Chapter 95. I'm not the kind of woman you're thinking of. Qin Feng knew Su Ruo was a kind person. She offered to let him give her a ride because she was worried that she would hurt his feelings. He patted her soft black hair and smiled. Where are you going for your interview? The Qin Manor. Su Ruo murmured with her head bowed. Young Master Qin of the Qin Manor had a notorious reputation. Su Ruo was worried that if Qin Feng knew she was going to the Qin residence to be a housekeeper, he would think she was a loose woman. Qin Feng staggered and almost fell to the ground. He stared at Su Ruo in astonishment. What did you say? You're going to the Qin Manor for an interview? An interview for what? Qin Feng was even more shocked because the Qin family was currently at war with the Hao family. There was no way the Qin family could freely hire outsiders. The only position he could recall that they were hiring for was the housekeeper position from the notice he put up a couple of days ago. As expected, when Qin Feng heard that she was going to the Qin Manor, he reacted very strongly. Su Ruo nervously pinched the corner of her shirt and responded with a sound as small as the buzz of a fly. Housekeeper! Fuck! You want to apply to be a housekeeper in the Qin Manor. Qin Feng's usually calm heart beat up a storm as he excitedly grabbed Su Ruo. Ro by the shoulders. Su Ro Rua was so worried that her whole body trembled. She hurriedly explained, Qin Feng, don't take it the wrong way. I am only going for the interview because I have no other choice. I know the young master of the Qin family has a bad reputation. I am only going to look. If the working conditions are bad, then I won't take the job. Qin Feng, I am not the kind of woman you're thinking of. Once Qin Feng saw that Su Ruoro was about to cry, he hugged her. What are you thinking? I was just going to say that you have good taste for wanting to be a housekeeper in the Qin manor. Qin Feng realized that the woman he messaged about her 3 measurements was Su Ruoro. Now that he was hugging her, he could clearly feel her 3 measurements. They were exactly as stated. Qin Feng, why you'd approve of me becoming a housekeeper for the Qin family? Su Ruoro was shocked. She stared dumbly at Qin Feng and forgot that she was still in his embrace. Of course I'd approve. Young Master Qin is such a great person. It would be an honor to be his housekeeper. Qin Feng replied shamelessly. Qin Feng, can you please let go of me? Su Ruoro lightly pushed Qin Feng away. She then asked, You seem quite familiar with young Master Qin. Do you know him? Qin Feng didn't know how to respond. Not only does he know young Master Qin, he freaking is young Master Qin. But now that he's working at Royal Group, his dad warned him not to expose his identity, so he didn't tell Su Ruoro. He just skirted around the question and brought her out of the building. Ruoro, let's go straight to your house and move your stuff to the Qin manor. You can just live there in the future. That's not a good idea. I don't even know if young Master Qin will hire me as his housekeeper. Su Ruoro replied shyly. Don't worry, I forgot to tell you that I'm a member of the Qin manor. I'm young Master Qin's personal attendant. If I tell him that I recommended you, he'll definitely agree to hire you. Qin Feng already thought of a good countermeasure for the situation. Once they got to the Qin manor, he'd call on Xiao Bai to be Qin Feng. The pictures on the internet under Qin Feng were all of Xiao Bai anyway. Xiao Bai was originally a bodyguard of the Qin manor, but ever since Qin Huang got mixed up in the commercial industry, he gained a lot of enemies. To protect Qin Feng, Xiao Bai's pictures were placed on the internet as Qin Feng. This was all in an effort to prevent enemies from kidnapping and harming Qin Feng. All the commoners of Acropolis thought Xiao Bai was Qin Feng. This was also why Li Yuqin couldn't recognize Qin Feng. The pictures she saw of Qin Feng on the internet were actually Xiao Bai. You also work in the Qin manor, and you're also young Master Qin's personal attendant? The thought never crossed Su Ruoro's mind. Qin Feng nodded with a serious expression. Then he whispered secretively into Su Ruoro's ear with an air of dignity. Ruoro, let's keep this between the 2 of us. Don't let anyone else know. My identity as Qin Feng's personal attendant is a secret. If it's revealed, young Master Qin will be in danger, and the Qin family will never forgive me. Su Ruoro was so kind that she immediately believed Qin Feng. She was even touched that Qin Feng told her such a secret and nodded vigorously. Qin Feng, don't worry. I'll never expose this secret. I swear. Su Ruoro solemnly raised one small hand to swear. Qin Feng thought she looked really cute and carried her onto his 28 bicycle. No need to swear, I believe you. So, we'll go to your house now and move all of your stuff into the Qin manor. You'll live in the manor from now on. You can even save money on rent. Qin Feng internally smirked. He didn't think he could trick Su Ruoro into his house so easily. When thinking of how this weak little lamb was stepping into the evil wolf's den, Qin Feng was extremely excited. Okay, teach then, I'll do as you say. Su Ruoro thought of how she could both save rent money and make some additional funds with this part-time job, so she clenched her teeth and unknowingly sold herself. Qin Feng rode extremely quickly to Su Ruo's house in a poor district in the north of the city. The houses in this area were bungalows in the alleyway compounds. Because the buildings were old, a lot of paint in the walls were peeling and revealed the red brick beneath. A lot of them had a big "demolish" scrawled on them. The area wasn't very good because most of the people that lived there were wage earners from distant places. They were people of various types. When Qin Feng rode his bike over to the area, he saw a lot of strange youths smoking and causing a ruckus. It was dangerous for a weak girl like Su Ruo to live here, but the rent was cheap. Qin Feng, it's the one up ahead with the big red door. Qin Feng didn't know how many twists and turns they made through the alleyways under Su Ruo's directions, but they were finally there. He was amazed by Su Ruo's memory. If he lived here, he would never find his house every day. Qin Feng, why you want to go in together? Or... Su Ruo stepped off the bike and looked shyly at Qin Feng. Of course I'm going in. How else will I help you move your stuff? Qin Feng brazenly found an excuse to follow Su Ruo into the compound. The compound was pretty big. There were 5 rooms in total. Su Ruo lived in a little one in the corner. It was not even 30 square meters, and one could see the whole place in one gaze. Though the house was shabby, it was clean and neat. There was even a nice, faint fragrance to it that smelled like Su Ruo. She slept on a twin bed that had 2 SpongeBob dolls on it. Even the bed sheets had SpongeBob on them. It seems that she was still a little girl inside. Qin Feng, sit wherever you'd like. I'll go pack my stuff. It was the first time Su Ruo brought a man into her bedroom, and she was nervous. On the other hand, Qin Feng made himself at home as he casually helped her pack the heavier items in her house. Ruo, you can just pack your clothes and daily necessities. I'll help you with the electronics and such. Since she was more familiar with Qin Feng, Su Ruo wasn't overly polite. She thanked Qin Feng, and both of them went to work. One by one, Qin Feng moved the stuff out of the house. Seeing that there was so much stuff, he thought they'd need a car to transport everything. So Qin Feng pulled out his phone and called Uncle Fu. While he was calling Uncle Fu, a man suddenly walked into Su Ruo's room. He was a man in his 30s named Li Dong. He was the landlord of the quadrangle. This compound actually wasn't Li Dong's. It was left to him by his parents. After they died, Li Dong didn't get a real job and lived off the rent of the quadrangle. From day to night, he lived a decadent and dissolute life, drinking with the hooligans nearby. He was the scum of society. Once he got into the room, his shifty eyes fell on Su Ruo's well-endowed buttocks. His eyes glinted with glee as he tiptoed towards her. He swallowed several mouthfuls of saliva and wanted to hug this exquisite item from behind. Qin Feng, you're back. A landlord. Su Ruo heard the noise behind her and thought Qin Feng returned. But when she turned around, she was faced with the landlord's dreadful smile. His eyes were glued to her body, and she quickly backed away in fright, pushing herself tightly against the wall. Ruo, what are you doing? You want to move out? Right after walking in, Li Dong closed and locked the door. In his eyes, Su Ruo was a tasty feast ready to be enjoyed. Why, you said, I had to provide the rest of the rent for the next half year. I don't have that much money, so I was getting ready to move out. When Su Ruo saw that the door was closed, her heart was thrown into a frenzy. She ran towards the door and wanted to rush to Qin Feng's side. She wasn't sure why the first thing she thought of was Qin Feng when she was in danger, but she felt that if she was by his side, she'd be safe. Little sister Ruo, where do you think you're running to? Li Dong was very attentive and beat Su Ruo to the door. He guarded it closely. Little sister Ruo, we can talk about the rent. I'll be so sad if you suddenly just leave without saying anything. We've lived together in this compound for so long. There must be some feelings of attachment. Li Dong's eyes beamed with greed as his gaze swept and scrupulously over Su Ruo's body. Su Ruo felt a gust of evil and said fearfully, "Landlord, I can't live here anymore. I don't even want the last 2 months of rent I've already given or the 1,000 yuan security deposit. Please let me go outside, okay?" Chapter 96. Chapter 96. I'll teach you how to yell at people. Ha ha ha, little sister Ruoro, you want to go outside? Sure, let older brother Dong taste you first. After I've tasted enough, then I'll naturally let you go. Li Dong didn't need to act anymore, and his face was filled with greed. Su Ruoro anxiously pinched the edge of her shirt and said meekly, "Don't say those kinds of things. I think you're gross." Su Ruoro's weak personality would make any man crazy and want to ravage her. Li Dong became even more excited, and his eyes shone with glee. His eyes were glued to Su Ruoro, and he stepped towards her. "Ruoro, it's okay if you don't like it. That's because you haven't experienced how great this older brother is. Once older brother gets you on the bed, and you experience older brother's greatness, you will fall deeply in love." Don't come over. The more Su Ruoro resisted, the more zealous Li Dong became. "Little sister Ruoro, from now on, you don't have to pay rent. Just sleep in older brother's room every night. It's both comfortable and stimulating. What do you say?" Li Dong could no longer resist. He already pounced at Su Ruoro, and she was so frightened that she sat on the ground. She buried her head in her knees and began to sob. Qin Feng finished his call and stood at the door. He heard the whole conversation, but didn't walk in because he wanted to force Su Ruoro to learn how to resist on her own. Seeing the current situation, Qin Feng helplessly shook his head as gave a vicious kick. The locked door fell to pieces with a bang. The sound gave Li Dong and Su Ruoro a fright. When Su Ruoro saw that the person who entered the room was Qin Feng, her eyes brightened. She ran towards him like a lost little girl who had just found her father. She leaned into Qin Feng's embrace and cried. Qin Feng was enraged. He pulled Su Ruoro outside. "Cry, cry, cry. All you know how to do is cry. Don't tell me you want to be done by this pig." Su Ruoro shook with fear. Qin Feng was like an enraged beast. She lowered her head and didn't dare look into his raging eyes. She shook her head like her life depended on it. "I don't want to." She had that weak look again. She clearly didn't want it, but she didn't know how to resist. Qin Feng was extremely frustrated. He growled, "If you don't want to, then freaking resist. You must be angry at this brute, right? Then hit him hard. Do it like me, just smack him." While growling, Qin Feng went up to Li Dong and slapped him in the face. Li Dong didn't even have time to react. His 2 front teeth flew out, and his entire face swelled up. A spray of blood shot out of his mouth. With the appearance of blood, Su Ruoro fearfully covered her eyes with her hands. Qin Feng roared at her, "Don't cover your eyes. Take your hands away from your face. I was just warming up." After finishing what he had to say, Qin Feng kicked Li Dong's stomach. He was enraged right from the get-go, so he didn't hold back. His kick sent Li Dong flying into the mud wall with a harsh slam. "Fuck, you want to take advantage of Ruoro, this cute and pure girl? Are you even freaking human?" He stepped on Li Dong's leg. "Luckily I got here on time. If Ruoro was harmed in any way, I would have your limbs torn apart by 5 horses. He stepped on Li Dong's stomach. "Dong, dong, dong." Qin Feng wildly stepped on Li Dong like the beast of a flood. Not long later, Li Dong was lying in a pool of blood. "Did you see that? You have to ruthlessly beat this kind of person, so they'll be afraid of you in the future." After beating Li Dong, Qin Feng quelled his anger and got his emotions in check. He walked to Su Ruoro and took her hand to leave, but Su Ruoro acted like she was electrocuted and flung his hand away. She backed away from him. "What are you doing? Are you throwing a tantrum?" Qin Feng knew he scared Su Ruoro, but if he didn't scare her like this a couple of times, then she'll never change her weak personality. Wang Chao and Li Dong were both chased away by him, but if sometime in the future he wasn't able to help her in time, then what would this weak girl do? Does she really have to be violated by these people? Just thinking about this made Qin Feng murderous. And no, Su Ruoro was quiet for a while, then mustered up the courage to say, "Qin Feng, why you go? I am not going to the Qin manor with you." Seeing how nervous Su Ruoro was, Qin Feng's heart softened. He hugged Su Ruoro gently and lovingly patted her silky black hair. Su Ruoro couldn't hold her tears any longer, and she burst into tears. She chokingly sobbed, "Qin Feng, in the future, don't yell at me like that. I am really scared. I currently think of you as a friend. When I'm with you, I feel a sense of security. But if you're that violent, I think I'll even be afraid of you." Seeing how helpless Su Ruoro looked, Qin Feng's heart ached. He comforted her for a long while, and she slowly warmed up to him again. At this moment, she gripped tightly onto Qin Feng's arm. Qin Feng brought her in front of Li Dong. Once she saw Li Dong's body beaten out of recognition in a puddle of blood, Su Ruoro hid behind Qin Feng in fright. Qin Feng gently pulled her out from behind him. "Ruoro, do you hate this stinking man?" Once he saw Li Dong, Qin Feng's expression turned cold again. Su Ruoro nodded. "Curse at him," Qin Feng said. Then he remembered that Su Ruoro didn't know how to curse at people. Qin Feng was determined to teach her. "Ruoro, repeat after me. Whatever I say, you say as well." Su Ruoro hesitated before nodding. "Fuck you, you dog. Hit me if you dare, I'll kill you." Once Qin Feng opened his mouth, Su Ruoro was dumbfounded. Her sexy peach lips opened and closed, but she couldn't repeat even one word. Qin Feng screwed his head and changed up the phrase. "Damn it, are your dog eyes blind? How dare you go after my beauty? I'll smack you to death." Su Ruoro almost went crazy. She wanted to cover her ears and prevent herself from hearing Qin Feng's words. They were too vulgar. Qin Feng thought that this wouldn't do, so he held on to Su Ruoro's shoulders and stared earnestly into her eyes. "Ruoro, how about this? I say one word, you say one word? Repeat after me." After hesitating for a long while, Su Ruoro lightly nodded. "Fuck." Su Ruoro stared stupidly at Qin Feng without saying a word. "Ciao." Qin Feng used pinyin. "Morning." Su Ruoro followed earnestly. "No, it's ciao." "Picture." Su Ruoro still couldn't say the word. Qin Feng saw black. He was so angry he could die. Chapter 97. Chapter 97. The young Master Qin in my eyes. "Qin Feng, don't force me. I can't learn it." Su Ruoro's face was completely red, and she wanted to bury herself. "Forget it. I knew right from the beginning that a quest worth 3,000 hedonist points would be extremely difficult." Qin Feng shook his head and resolutely gave up. He went up to Li Dong's body and ruthlessly kicked him once more. "Stop pretending you're dead. Get up. If you want to lie on the ground for the rest of your life, I can grant your wish." Li Dong was playing dead the whole time and heard Qin Feng teaching Su Ruoro to curse. He wanted to tell Qin Feng he was insane, but Qin Feng was too strong. Li Dong knew he couldn't beat Qin Feng in a fight, so he hurriedly pulled himself to his feet. "Be big, brother, spare me. I didn't know she was your woman." If I knew earlier, even if you gave me 10 guts, I still wouldn't have enough to make a move on Miss Su." Once he got up, he kneeled in front of Qin Feng and begged for mercy. Qin Feng's beating frightened him. Qin Feng left no room for any counterattacks and beat Li Dong to a pulp. "Cut the crap and give Ruoro her rent and security deposit back. And Give her 3,000 yuan in compensation for the mental damage you've done. If not, I'll break your dog legs." Qin Feng glared viciously at Li Dong. Qin Feng was so imposing that Li Dong didn't dare oppose him. Li Dong immediately ran to get the money. Not long later, he brought a small red cloth pouch. "Elder brother, here's 6,000 yuan. The extra is a token of my apologies to Miss Su Ruoro. Elder brother, forgive me." Qin Feng didn't get a chance to say anything when Su Ruoro lightly tugged the corner of his shirt. She said softly, "Qin Feng, let's go. I don't want to be here anymore." They got their money, and Li Dong was beaten a good amount, so Qin Feng took the luggage Su Ruoro packed and brought her out of the compound. Once they exited, they saw the car from the moving company Uncle Fu called over. "Young Master Qin." Once Uncle Fu saw Qin Feng holding 2 pieces of luggage with a high-end little beauty standing beside him. Uncle Fu knew Qin Feng was courting girls again. Qin Feng threw the luggage to the side and ran over to Uncle Fu. He whispered into Uncle Fu's ear, "Uncle Fu, from now on, I'm young Master Qin's personal attendant. Don't slip up." Uncle Fu was completely unsurprised. He didn't have to ask any further questions and nodded slightly. Clearly, Uncle Fu was used to Qin Feng changing his identity to pick up girls. "Young Master Qin, as personal attendant, and this beautiful miss, please get into the car. Young Master Qin is already waiting for you at the villa of the Qin Manor." Uncle Fu quickly fell into his role and invited the 2 into the car. "Fuck, Big Brother Chang, hurry and look. That chick is too hot." Qin Feng and Su Ruoro had just gotten onto the car when a crowd of good-for-nothings got excited. It was the first time they'd seen a pure beauty like Su Ruoro, and they helplessly watched her get into a car and drive away. The man sitting in the middle of the group of squatting good-for-nothings had an earring and dyed yellow hair. He was the boss of the group. He threw his cigarette to the ground and replayed the previous scene in his mind. He said, "What a pity we saw the little lady move out of this place in someone else's big Mercedes-Benz. I'm afraid she's gotten a sugar daddy. If we squatted in this area a couple of days ago, then we would have been able to taste her. Big Brother Chang, I remember the Benz's license plate. If we call around, we'll know who took her in. Then we'll squat at their doorstep and grab her so we can all spend some time with her." All the good-for-nothings beside Wang Chang snickered with glee, and their eyes gleamed. Wang Chang slapped their heads and lectured, "Fuck! I brought you all here to do proper things. We still have 3 of our 10 assignments to complete this month. You guys keep an eye out. If there's a chance to make a move, then don't hesitate. If the month ends and the assignments are unfinished, we'll all be killed by the Li family." Once they brought up the assignments, all of them became serious and nodded their heads. "Big Brother Chang, don't worry, we came to Acropolis from Yunhai City, and we even chose a poor district like this. If we CA the person here, no one would care. Tonight, we'll bring back 3 people." It was the first time Su Ruoro sat in such a fancy sedan. After getting into the car, she gripped onto Qin Feng's arm. Her pretty eyes curiously examined the inside of the car. "Ruoro, don't be afraid. You're a member of the Qin Manor now. Your social standing has risen." Qin Feng patted Su Ruoro's lovely white thigh. It looked like he was comforting her, but he was actually feeling the smoothness of her leg. "Yes, thank you, Qin Feng. I am still a little scared." From today onwards, Su Ruoro couldn't return to the place she rented, so she really had nowhere to go. Her life was in Qin Feng's hands. She unknowingly scooted closer to Qin Feng, and her grip tightened around his arm. "Haha, there's nothing to be afraid of. Young Master Qin is a great person." Qin Feng wrapped his arm around Su Ruoro's fragrant shoulder, and the hand on her thigh slid a bit upwards. But I heard rumors that young Master Qin was base and perverted. He relies on his rich father and spends his days idly. He doesn't have a real job, and I is the epitome of human trash. Su Ruaro repeated the gossip she heard. After she finished saying all this, she was even more afraid. She suddenly felt as though she was walking into a wolf's den. She scooted closer to Qin Feng. Qin Feng jumped as if he was electrocuted. He protested with dissatisfaction. Who said that? They're all baselessly making crap up. Once I CA them, I'll kill them. When Su Ruaro saw how agitated Qin Feng suddenly became, she looked at him in astonishment. Why are you so agitated? I'm not even talking about you. Was what I said wrong? Ahem. I'm young Master Qin's personal attendant, and I'm defending him from these unjust rumors. Qin Feng realized that he almost exposed his identity and hurriedly explained himself. Then what kind of person is young Master Qin, actually? Su Ruaro looked at Qin Feng in anticipation. As young Master Qin's housekeeper, he was going to be in charge of her life in the days ahead. Su Ruaro had to get all this information in order first. Qin Feng cleared his throat and suddenly sat up straight. He looked at Su Ruaro with a serious expression. Ruaro, as young Master Qin's personal attendant, I grew up with him. I'm the one most qualified to speak in regards to young Master Qin's personality and character. The young Master Qin in my eyes is as follows. When he was small, he was an excellent student, had excellent character, and loved to help people. In his teens, he was a multi-talented and well-read scholar who thrived on the Confucian classics. And the current young Master Qin is kind and understanding, respects his elders, doesn't depend on his family's power and influence, and lives an independent youth in the outside world where he has to fend for himself. This is the young Master Qin in my eyes. Qin Feng's speech brimmed with passion and sincerity. Su Ruaro was moved and began to rethink the misconceptions she had of young Master Qin. Uncle Fu, who was driving the car, pressed his lips together. His hand shook, and he almost flipped the car over. Uncle Fu was a man with a history. He experienced a lot, but Qin Feng's shameless words tore apart his unchanging calmness. He glanced at the enamored Su Ruaro through his rearview mirror and couldn't help but sigh internally. Yet another innocent beauty falls into the abyss. Qin Feng, is that true? So young Master Qin is that kind of person. Su Ruaro was a little moved. She suddenly wasn't that afraid of young Master Qin anymore. Qin Feng knitted his brows and shook his head in contemplation. He gazed forward absent-mindedly and said, You're wrong. Young Master Qin's depth cannot be measured. It's not something normal people like us can comprehend. All that I mentioned was only the tip of the iceberg that is young Master Qin. He's mysterious and elusive. That's right, he could probably be described as a god. That would be more accurate. Wow. So young Master Qin is a man of unknown depth. Su Ruaro's eyes shined. A godlike man. That was something to look forward to. Ahem. Uncle Fu couldn't listen to another word. He was still driving, and for the safety of Qin Feng and Su Ruaro, he had to interrupt Qin Feng. Young Master Qin, as personal attendant, will soon be arriving at the Qin Manor. Please don't deliberate this godlike man. If he heard, he would not be happy. Even Uncle Fu was beginning to complain. Qin Feng awkwardly screwed his head. Right, young Master Qin is a god. He must be able to sense that we're talking about him behind his back. I'll stop. For the rest of the way to the Qin Manor, Uncle Fu's expression was stormy. He drove the car to the villa and immediately got out of the car to help with the luggage. He had a lasting impression of young Master Qin's bluffing abilities. Wow. Qin Feng, this place is huge. Why you live here? Su Ruaro couldn't close her mouth as she stared in awe at the castle-like Qin Manor. It was her first time seeing something like this in real life. Prior to this, she had only seen places like this on television. Now that she was here, it felt like she was in a dream. Yup, And you'll also be living here every day from here on out. I just told Uncle Fu that you'll be living on the 3rd floor of the largest villa. The room is spacious and open. I'm sure you'll like it. Whether or not Su Ruoro liked it, Qin Feng would like it for sure. After all, he put Su Ruoro in the room across from his. This room was great, but it didn't have its own restroom. If one wanted to shower, they would have to go to the communal bathroom on the 3rd floor. Qin Feng thought about it and cackled evilly. Qin Feng, I haven't even seen young Master Qin. He won't blame you for acting on your own, will he? Su Ruoro was a little worried. Chapter 98. Chapter 98. Time for a raise. Since he knew that Qin Feng put on an act to trick a beauty, Uncle Fu returned to the road and organized things with Xiao Bai. At this time, a young man dressed in expensive clothing with an aura that one could neglect weighed Qin Feng and Su Ruoro and walked towards them. Once he got in front of Qin Feng, he quickly bowed. Qin Feng, you're back. Xiao Bai was about to call him young Master Qin, but he suddenly remembered that he was supposed to be the young master, so he quickly changed what he was going to say. He felt as though they were acting in a play called Real or Fake Young Master Qin. Young Master Qin, let me introduce someone to you. This is Su Ruoro. She's here to be hired as your housekeeper. Are you satisfied with her? Qin Feng patted Xiao Bai's shoulder and put on the airs of an instructor. Xiao Bai immediately nodded. Satisfied, I'm very satisfied. Su Ruoro stood behind Qin Feng the whole time. She was a bit shy and stole a peek at Xiao Bai. She agreed that he wasn't the hedonistic young master he was portrayed to be by outsiders. He didn't even have the aura of a young master. Conversely, he seemed to be someone that depended on himself. Hello, why young Master Qin? Su Ruoro mustered the courage to greet him. Xiao Bai was shocked, but all of the people in the Qin manor knew Qin Feng's personality well. From a glance, Xiao Bai could tell that Qin Feng was courting a woman, so he immediately responded, Hello, you're great. Rest assured. Why you can stay in the Qin manor from now on. Okay. Su Ruoro nodded lightly. She found that this young Master Qin seemed to have had a weak and soft personality, much like herself. Qin Feng felt that the act went on for long enough. If it continued, they'd surely expose the truth. He was about to send Xiao Bai away when 2 shadows walked towards them. Qin Feng's expression immediately changed. The people walking over were Qin Huang and Han Ying. Fenger, what are you doing standing here by the door? Oh, this is... Qin Huang came beside Qin Feng and looked at Su Ruoro. He thought she looked familiar, but he could not remember where he had seen her. Su Ruoro was shocked. Qin Huang was the boss of Royal Group. Seeing him so suddenly made Su Ruoro so flustered that she forgot to greet him. Xiao Bai turned as white as a sheet. Qin Feng forced him to pretend to be young Master Qin. But Qin Huang did not know. Now that Chairman Qin was here, Xiao Bai wanted to beat the farewell drums. Seeing that Qin Feng was giving him looks, he couldn't pretend not to see them, so he gritted his teeth and said unwillingly, Dad, this is Su Ruoro. Qin Huang took a step back when Xiao Bai called him Dad. He thought he was hearing things, so he looked at the group before him. He noticed that Qin Feng and Su Ruoro appeared unfazed. He screwed his head in confusion and wondered if he had teleported to an alternate universe. When he saw Han Ying's surprised expression, he asked, Ying, did I hear wrong? Han Ying was also confused. Why would Xiao Bai, the bodyguard of the Qin manor, call Qin Huang Dad? When she saw how calm Qin Feng and Su Ruoro were, she began to understand. Dad, Su Ruoro is here to be hired as my housekeeper. Xiao Bai didn't wait for Han Ying's response and cut in. He already saw Qin Huang's expression darken and thought that if he said this, Boss Qin would understand. After hearing this, Qin Huang really did understand immediately. His face contorted, and he looked as though he wanted to throttle Qin Feng to death. After suppressing his anger for a long time, he glared at Qin Feng, threw down a line, and walked away. "You are not looking to improve yourself at all." Han Yingying's pretty light blue eyes flashed with a smile. She looked curiously at Qin Feng and Su Ruoro before following Qin Huang away. Once he saw the two walk far away, Xiao Bai looked like he lost his soul. He sat down on the lawn and released the breath he was holding. "Qin Feng, WY is young Master Qin sitting on the ground." Su Ruoro looked at Xiao Bai and asked with confusion, "Oh, young Master Qin likes to be close to nature and loves animals. He likes to spill his heart out to the grass and flowers." Qin Feng randomly made up an excuse. "No way." Su Ruoro was shocked. Then she really saw young Master Qin lower his head towards the ground to whisper the things on his mind to the grass. "Little Greenie, I've been busy these past couple of days, so I couldn't come play with you. You're not mad, right? You grew a lot in the few days that I haven't seen you. And you smell much fresher." Seeing this, Su Ruoro felt a chill sweep over her. Qin Feng thought to himself that it was time to give Xiao Bai a raise. This show was acted quite well. Next, Qin Feng brought Su Ruoro to her room. Uncle Fu already brought her things inside the house. The room had all the daily necessities, and she only needed to organize it a bit. After helping Su Ruoro organize the room, the two were sweating from head to toe. Su Ruoro shyly looked at Qin Feng. "Qin Feng, it seems that my room doesn't have a shower. Where would I take a bath?" Qin Feng laughed and pulled Su Ruoro to the shared bathroom on the 3rd floor. "You can shower here in the future. It's a big place. You can wash however you like. 2 people can even wash in here." Qin Feng's words had a deeper meaning, and Su Ruoro turned pink. She lowered her head and wouldn't look at Qin Feng. "Okay, then I'll go get some new clothes, and I'll shower first." Su Ruoro went back to her room and quickly found a change of clothes. She went into the bathroom and prepared to shower. There were 2 sides to the shared bathroom on the 3rd floor. The middle was separated by a frosted glass. When he saw Su Ruoro's shadow walk into one of the bathrooms, Qin Feng smiled and walked into the other. Soon, one could see a shadow removing its clothes on the other side of the frosted glass. Though one couldn't see very clearly through the glass, one could see the shape of a body. This one was a perfect one with curves in all the right places. "Hualala!" The sound of water flowed out. Qin Feng knew Su Ruoro was already showering when he took off his clothes and also turned on the shower head. He laughingly said, "Ruoro, is it you showering there?" Su Ruoro was washing happily when Qin Feng's voice came from next to her. She was so shocked she almost fell. After a while, she weakly replied, "Qin Feng, is that you?" Yeah, it's me." "What a coincidence. I didn't think you'd also be showering." Hearing this, Su Ruoro's expression became stormy. A coincidence? Qin Feng clearly did this on purpose. "Ruoro, you can't reach your back on your own. Want me to help you?" Since Su Ruoro was not speaking, Qin Feng laughingly teased her. Su Ruoro was so shocked that she wanted to put her clothes on. She said, "Don't come over." Okay, then you come here and scrub my back." The other side went quiet, and he assumed Su Ruoro was internally cursing at Qin Feng. After half a minute, Su Ruoro screamed, opened the bathroom door, and ran into Qin Feng's side of the bathroom. Chapter 99. Chapter 99. The Dongfang Family. Qin Feng had never thought that Su Ruoro would have the guts to run over to his side of the bathroom, so he didn't even lock the door. Su Ruoro only wore a white robe, and since the top of her body was wet from the shower, the robe stuck to her body. When Qin Feng saw this, his whole body went bad. Su Ruoro didn't care about any of this. She was frightened by something. Once she came in, she threw herself into Qin Feng's embrace and hugged him tightly. "There's a monster." Qin Feng felt the soft fragrance in his arms and declared with an air of righteousness, "Where's this monster? How dare it scare my little sister Roro? I'll key." Qin Feng hadn't finished the word kill when he saw a large creature crawl in. He was so shocked that he almost fell over. When he recognized it, something tugged at the corner of his mouth. Last night, Black Turtle was only as big as a basketball. Today, it was already as big as a wash basin. The many-banded kite opened its huge bloody mouth and greeted Qin Feng. It gave a belch, and a fishy smell wafted over. Qin Feng thought the stench would kill him. His expression darkened as he lectured. "Black Turtle, go back to the room, face the wall, and repent." Black Turtle immediately drooped its head and slithered out. Ro carefully peeked at the door. When she was sure Black Turtle was gone, she exhaled in relief and patted her chest with her small hand. She didn't even pat herself twice when she realized something wasn't right. She stole a glance at Qin Feng's body, and her face and ears immediately turned scarlet. With a scream, she ran back to her room. Too big, it was too big. Sometime after the shower incident, it was time for dinner. Qin Feng went to Su Ruo's room to fei her. Su Ruo changed into a pale yellow dress and wore pigtails. She looked like a dancing butterfly as she exited the room. When she saw Qin Feng, she lowered her head. She had just gotten her face back to its normal color, but it now became completely red again. She followed behind Qin Feng the whole way to the dining area on the first floor. Qin Huang and Han Ninging were already sitting at the table. "Good morning, Chairman Qin." "Good morning, Assistant Han." Han Ninging had only been at the company for a day, and someone already knew her. Su Ruoro knew her because Han Ninging was too beautiful, so her name was immediately spread throughout Royal Group. "Good morning, Chairman Qin." "Good morning, Assistant Han." Qin Feng also smilingly greeted the two as he sat down. He pulled out the seat next to him for Su Ruoro to sit in. Su Ruoro never thought she'd ever sit and eat at the same table as Chairman Qin of Royal Group. She was so shocked that she couldn't lift her head. After hesitating a while, she weakly asked, "Qin Feng, why isn't young Master Qin here?" Not understanding Qin Feng's response, Qin Huang said harshly, "That brat is dead. You don't have to care about him in the future." Qin Feng coughed and almost choked on his food. Su Ruoro jumped. She thought to herself, "Isn't young Master Qin Huang's son? Why would a dad curse his own son to die?" As the chairman, he's a humorous guy. He was joking with us." Qin Feng immediately amended. Then he looked at Su Ruoro seriously. "Young Master Qin called me earlier. He said for these couple of months, he has to go teach in a remote mountainous region. He's now a person of class. If I were a woman, I'd marry him." After hearing this, Su Ruoro's eyes brightened. It seems that she misunderstood young Master Qin. He was not the hedonistic young master that outsiders made him out to be. Qin Huang almost spit out his food after hearing his son's words. He glared at Qin Feng and suddenly lost his appetite. On the contrary, Qin Feng ate happily. He even kept getting food for Su Ruoro. Halfway through eating, he noticed something was wrong. He said to Qin Huang, "Chairman Qin, our dinners used to always have fish soup. Why didn't we make any today?" Qin Huang said nothing. Butler Wang, who standing to the side, immediately ran out. He had an apologetic expression. "Qin Feng, tonight all of the fish that had arrived to the Qian area went missing. I think we might have a thief in the Qin manor. I've already reported this to Uncle Fu, and he's investigating it now." Butler Wang wasn't used to Qin Feng's new identity, and almost slipped and called him young master. When Qin Feng wanted to act, over 80 staff members of the Qin manor had to act with him. It was really hard on them. Qin Feng's mouth tweed. There was no need for Uncle Fu to investigate because he knew who the criminal was. Su Ruo Ro spent the meal eating very carefully. After eating, everyone returned to their respective rooms. After Qin Feng entered his room, he saw Black Turtle wreaking havoc. The whole room was filled with the stench of fish, and Qin Feng was so angry that he wanted to toss Black Turtle out the window. He still believed that his initial idea of throwing Black Turtle into the ocean to fend for himself when he had the time was a good idea. He crawled into bed. Since he had nothing to do, he pulled out his phone and added Su Ruo Ro's QQ account as a friend again. Not long later, she accepted his request. Young Master Qin, I'm sorry that I accidentally deleted you last time. I hope you aren't mad. This time, Su Ruo Ro initiated the messaging. Qin Feng held his phone and smiled like a dummy. That's all right, I have to leave for a while, so you hang out with Qin Feng. If you don't know anything, you can ask him. He's a really straight-laced and proper guy. Yes, I will. I heard you were going to teach in a remote, mountainous village. I think your actions are very commendable. Don't worship this older brother. Eventually I'll become a legend. It's late, go to sleep. Remember, if you have time, hang out with Qin Feng, and you'll learn a lot. He shamelessly sent these words, signed out of QQ, plopped his head down, and fell deeply asleep. In the room across from him, Su Ruo Ro held her phone tightly and vigorously nodded. Young Master Qin, I will. As the night deepened and the humans fell quiet, a sprinkle of rain appeared. A row of bodyguards wearing black sunglasses and black suits stood outside the VIP walkway of the capital's international airport. They didn't wear the sunglasses to look cool. These sunglasses were actually high-tech, smart glasses. They were one-of-a-kind tools that had GPS night vision, acted as binoculars, could be used to communicate, etc. An elderly man wearing an extravagant tang suit stood before this row of large and muscular bodyguards. The elder needed assistance standing, but his body stood straight and tall, and he had an aura of power and prestige. He also had a pair of deep-set eyes that were so sharp they could seemingly cut a hole through anything. If anyone from the upper society of the capital saw him standing in the airport at night waiting for someone, they would definitely be so surprised that they'd rub their eyes. Because he is someone of such importance, there was no one that could make him wait at the airport in the middle of the night. This man is the elder of the Dongfang family of the capital, Dongfang Mingwang. His darling granddaughter was Dongfang Qing Shui, who was coming back from America tonight. Elder Wang, Big Miss is back. Right when the bodyguard said this, a woman walked out of the VIP walkway. She was so beautiful she could topple cities and countries. Her face was as white as jade and the color of the morning sun. She was extraordinarily beautiful and bright like the autumn moon. Her shoulder-length hair moved with the wind. Her figure was tall and slim, and her legs were long and thin. She wore a white sweater and a light blue jean skirt. A silk cardigan draped across her shoulders. Her rounded long legs made one's heart beat, and her chest wasn't like an explosive wave, but it made her figure. Grandpa, Dongfang Qing Shui's voice rang like a spring. During these wee hours of the night, the sound gave immediate energy to the tired people that heard her. Qin Shui, you finally agreed to return. Were you well these 3 years in America? Dongfang Ming Wang wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes. In his loving attitude, a bit of seriousness seeped through. I'm doing very well. You don't need to worry about me, Grandpa. Dongfang Qing Shui naturally tugged her grandfather's arm. Grandpa, how is your health? Dongfang Wang Ming laughed easily. Take a look and tell me how Grandpa's health is. Let's go, we'll talk more at home. While speaking, an air of strength shot out of the elder's body. Dongfang Qing Shui's eyes brightened. It seems that in these 3 years, Grandpa's health had another breakthrough. She was really happy for her grandfather. With the group of bodyguards, the grandparent and grandchild exited the airport. There were 6 black Mercedes-Benzes lined up. When the 2 boarded the third one, the cars moved forward. Once Dong Fong Ching Shui got in the car, she arched her attractive eyebrows and asked, "Grandpa, why did you call me back so urgently?" As the most talented young miss of the capital, she depended on her own talent and abilities and developed 2 companies in America that were on the market. If her grandpa didn't force her to return, she would have prepared to settle there. "Ching Shui, you're not that young anymore. You should get married." Dong Fong Ming Wang suddenly became serious. "To someone from the Qin family?" Dong Fong Ching Shui heard about this marriage and originally thought it was an act. She didn't think that her grandpa would be earnest about it. Her expression sank. "That is correct." Can't we cancel this marriage?" Dong Fong Ching Shui complained. "As long as Grandpa's alive, I'll insist on getting you and Qin Feng married." Dong Fong Ching Shui was quiet, and Dong Fong Wangming also fell silent. No one spoke for the rest of the ride. Su Ruo Ro came to the Qin Manor to be young Master Qin's housekeeper. Even though young Master Qin went to the distant mountainous region to teach, she didn't slack off. She woke up early and helped butler Wang organize breakfast. Han Ying also woke up early. When she went to the living room, she noticed Su Ruo Ro hard at work. She walked up to her. "Ruo Ro, you don't have to do this stuff in the future. Let butler Wang take care of it." Seeing that the chairman's assistant came over, Su Ruo Ro immediately lowered her head and said, "Good morning, Assistant Han. I am here at the Qin Manor to be a housekeeper. Even if young Master Qin went to teach, I'll still fulfill my responsibilities to the best of my ability." Han Yingying's eyes glimmered with mirth. She gave Su Ruo Ro a once-over and wondered how someone like Qin Feng could be so lucky to meet a girl of Su Ruo Ro's quality on the first day of work. "Okay, then you do what you need to do. Since we all live in the Qin Manor, we're considered a family. If you ever have trouble at work, you can look for me." Han Ying and Su Ruo Ro were people of 2 different worlds. They didn't have anything to speak about. Since Qin Feng and the rest had not yet arrived, Han Ying returned to her room to prepare her documents for work. Chapter 100. Chapter 100. Are you a mouse? Qin Feng had a really nice sleep last night. At this time, he had just awoken and washed. When he went downstairs, he saw Su Ruo Ro hard at work. He was about to convince her to stop, but she was hired to be young Master Qin's housekeeper. He did not want to expose his identity, so he let Su Ruo Ro be. He suddenly thought of how he promised to buy Li Yu Qin a new pair of stockings. Since that it was not time to eat yet, he went to Han Ying's room and arrived at the 3rd-floor balcony. There hung a row of different colored stockings. Of course, there were also a variety of undergarments, and they were the thin and see-through kind. Qin Feng examined them for a while, and after a lot of effort, he prevented himself from pocketing a couple. Thump, thump, thump. He chose a black fishnet one from the array of stockings. When he turned, he heard the click of high heels and a fragrant scent wafted over. "Qin Feng, what are you doing in my room?" Han Ying was preparing her documents. She was about to choose a pair of stockings to wear to work when she saw Qin Feng standing there holding one of her favorite pairs of stockings that she only wore at home. Han Ying's eyes flashed with a sliver of charming amusement. "Qin Feng, why are you holding my stockings? If you like them, I can wear them for you. There are a lot of different styles. I can wear every one for you." Qin Feng eyed Han Ying's hot body, and his eyes fell on her beautiful fair thighs. He imagined what she would look like if she were the stockings, and thought it would certainly be really sexy. But Qin Feng knew how dangerous this woman was, so he replied nonchalantly, "Oh, last night Butler Wang didn't have grilled fish soup, and I was afraid that he'd forget it again tonight, so I was going to borrow your stockings and go to the pond in the garden to see some fish." The romantic mood Han Ying created was immediately shattered, and her expression froze. She stared at Qin Feng and stomped down the stairs. Didn't get the hint. Qin Feng weighed Han Yingying's back, and his eyes shone with mirth. He thought to himself that it was a pity this woman's background was so strong. If he played with her feelings, he would be annihilated. Not long after, for people gathered in the dining area, Su Ruo just arrived in the Qin manor and felt that it was unnatural to be eating at the same table as Chairman Qin and Assistant Han. It took her a great effort to swallow down her breakfast. Qin Huang and Han Yingying left first in a Benz, and Qin Feng took Su Ruo on his humble 28 bicycle. Su Ruo was now used to sitting on the 28 bicycle and was less nervous. She even had a happy expression as she savored the feeling of the wind rushing past her ears. Qin Feng, last night young Master Qin spoke to me. He said I should hang out with you more and learn from you. Aha, young Master Qin has good insight. You should listen to him. I know. Su Ruo shyly nodded. She felt Qin Feng's arm hugging her waist, but she didn't resist. Though Qin Feng left later, he arrived before Qin Huang and Han Yingying and parked his bike in the VIP parking area. After, the two sitting in the black commercial Mercedes-Benz also arrived. Qin Huang and Han Yingying slowly accepted this strange occurrence. The four went into the same elevator area. Qin Huang and Han Yingying took the elevator solely for the chairman. After waiting for a while, Qin Feng and Su Ruo took the employee elevator to the sales department lobby on the 8th floor. Due to Qin Feng's beatings, Xiao Ma and Xiao Qiu were sent to the hospital. The doctor advised them to rest for at least 3 days before returning to work. When Wang Chao saw Qin Feng smiling and talking with Su Ruo, his expression darkened. However, there was nothing he could do about Qin Feng at the moment, since he didn't have his 2 lackeys. He told Xiao Ma and Xiao Qiu to take care of Qin Feng, but they had now gone missing for 2 days. Work time flew by because Qin Feng spent it feeling Su Ruo's thigh. Seeing her cold expression, Qin Feng felt that he had done enough thigh massaging for today. He was a hard-working person, and was even more so someone who was fair and unselfish. Since Su Ruo's thigh massage was done, he suddenly thought of Li Yuqin in the managerial office. As the head of the sales department, she must have a lot of pressure from work. Qin Feng thought that he should give her a massage so she could let loose. Qin Feng suddenly thought that if he became the company's chairman, he would be one that was very thoughtful of his employees, especially the pretty female ones. Come in. Qin Feng knocked on the office door, and a strong voice came from within. He pushed the door open and entered. Upon entering, Qin Feng's eyes fell onto Li Yuqin's beautiful legs. She wasn't wearing stockings today, and her thighs were shiny and white. There was a slight scar on the spot where she got hurt. It seemed that the elementary gold sore medicine was indeed mysterious. Qin Feng made a mental note to plan and open up a medicine company when he had time. He would sell the elementary gold sore medicine, and the sales would definitely be prolific. Qin Feng's gaze was always brazen. Even when he was pretending to be lazy, Li Yuqin could immediately see the evil glint in his eye. What do you want? She looked coldly at Qin Feng as she retracted her legs that she previously extended under the table. Nothing important, but besides work, seeing manager Li so earnest, I'm not sure if you need me to give you a leg massage? Qin Feng said with seriousness. Li Yuqin was so angry that her mind went blank for a bit. She couldn't understand where Qin Feng got his courage and thick skin to say these kinds of things. If there's nothing, then you can leave. Li Yuqin's coldness made it seem as if her body had a layer of ice. Nowadays, once she saw Qin Feng, her head would hurt. Manager Li, actually, I was here to ask if the wound on your leg was better. If it hasn't completely healed, I'll give you some medicine to apply to it. Once she heard him mention the wound, Li Yuqin's iciness thawed. Though she hated Qin Feng, she had to admit that the medicine he applied on her leg was really mysterious. She just went to sleep, and the scar completely disappeared the following day. It was as if she never got hurt. That's my problem. You don't have to worry about it. Her tone was neutral. Managerly, don't be so polite. We're all coworkers. We should interact. Hurry, and let me see your leg more closely. If the scar hasn't completely disappeared, I'll help you put on some medicinal powder. Of course. This powder has to be paired with my saliva to work. Seeing Li Yu chin weaken, Qin Feng immediately added the latter comment with a smile. Qin Feng, are you a mouse? Why are you going under my desk? Get out of there. Li Yu Qin was shy and frustrated. She was so angry that she immediately stood up. Chapter 101. Chapter 101. Here to talk about business. Manager Li, don't be nervous. I'm only checking to see if the wound on your leg is better. Li Yu Qin was so scared that she backed away, and Qin Feng came out from under the table. Li Yu Qin looked at Qin Feng like he was a monster. She was so frustrated that she was going to go crazy. When she was about to yell at Qin Feng to get the hell out of her office, the office door opened. A man and a woman walked in. The man was dressed in a Western suit and leather shoes. He was handsome and stood straight and tall. The woman was dressed provocatively in revealing clothes. Once the two walked into the office, the provocatively dressed woman's gaze swept through the office and fell onto Li Yu Qin. Her eyes revealed a bit of a playful smile. Yu Qin, are you working? The woman asked with a strange tone. When Li Yu Qin saw Wang Ying, her expression shifted subtly and her eyebrows furrowed slightly. This woman was her childhood playmate who grew up in the same compound as her. The two of them had extremely different personalities. Wang Ying lived by chasing after a life of fortune. After graduating, she plotted to be the mistress of a rich household. Maybe she earnestly practiced outstanding moves in bed and tricked a bunch of men. But she moved out of the poor compound she used to live at and moved into a mansion. The people in the compound only saw Wang Ying's current glory and didn't know about the dirty exchanges that were in her past. They even saw her as a role model. They taught their kids to look up to Wang Ying in hopes that their kids would leave their poor compound one day to live in a skyscraper for the rich. It's a good thing they taught their sons these things. Otherwise, these parents would have made a great contribution to Acropolis City's entertainment industry. Naturally, Li Yu Chen's mother was among these jealous parents. She asked around and had a deep understanding of the situation, so she knew Wang Ying pounced onto a rich family. She wanted her own daughter to do the same. Plus, Li Yu Chen was a recognized beauty in the compound, so Mother Li's aspirations for her were high. She wanted Li Yu Qin to hook up with young Master Qin and become the #1 rich madam of Acropolis. Oh, Yu Qin, you're too rude. My honey and I have been standing here for half a day, and you don't even know enough to pour us some tea and pull out some chairs. You really have no sense. No wonder you're still living in that old, broken compound. Seeing Li Yu Qin rooted to the spot, Wang Ying's sharp tongue began to nag. When they were in the compound, Li Yu Chen was called a flower, so Wang Ying was always extremely dissatisfied about that. Now that she had a higher social standing than Li Yu Qin, she was naturally eager to show off and feed her vanity. Want some water? Pour it yourself. Want to sit? Sorry, there's only one seat for every person in the sales department, so there aren't any extra chairs for you two to sit in. Li Yu Qin didn't open her mouth, and it was Qin Feng's voice that lazily drifted out. After Wang Ying and her boyfriend's son came through the door, their gazes were on Li Yu Qin. If Qin Feng didn't speak, none of them would have seen him. Who are you? How dare you speak to us like that? Wang Ying's face fell as she viciously glared at Qin Feng. I'm a sales representative in the sales department, Qin Feng said arrogantly as he raised his head and puffed up his chest. Haha, so you're just a little sales representative. Why aren't you working? What are you doing in Li Yu Chen's office? Wang Ying acted like a haughty rich woman as she crossed her arms in front of her chest and smiled coldly at Qin Feng. Her gaze shifted between Liu Qin and Qin Feng several times. Her eyes then flashed with mirth. Haha, Liu Qin, you're kidding, right? Has it come to the stage where you're having a little office romance with a sales representative? You should at least choose someone with a higher position. Though she knew this guess was incorrect, Wang Ying bit onto the accusation that Liu Qin and Qin Feng were playing office romance games. Qin Feng suddenly saw Wang Ying in a better light and praised, "Your eyes aren't bad. We are having an office romance. Now, please leave and don't ruin the mood." Haha, Liu Qin, I don't know what to say to you, but this young little handsome man you found is kind of cute. Wang Ying laughed uncontrollably. Liu Chen's expression fell, and she looked coldly at Qin Feng. "If there's nothing else, leave now." "Manager Li, I do have something really important." Qin Feng became serious. Seeing his serious expression, Liu Qin wanted to kill someone. "You better not bring up the thing about female workers' uniforms again, or I'll fire you right now." Qin Feng felt wronged because he wasn't going to bring up the female employees' uniforms. At this time, he had already reached into his pocket and was about to show Liu Qin his important matter. All three people in the room weighed Qin Feng curiously as he pulled out something black from his pocket and slowly unfolded it. It turned out to be a pair of silk fishnet stockings. As they wondered why Qin Feng had such a thing in his pocket, they saw him stand before Liu Qin and extend the stockings to her. He smiled brightly. "Manager Li, yesterday I pulled too hard and ripped your stockings. I said I would give you a new pair. After choosing carefully, I thought the fishnet style of stockings would look good on you." Liu Qin was so mad she forgot to breathe. Wang Ying laughed. "Liu Qin, so you're doing it for real? Crap, you always pretend to be all proper, but you do these kinds of things behind the scenes. Aren't you afraid your employees will find out?" Wang Ying's boyfriend's son, you didn't speak the whole time. He had a gentlemanly smile the whole time. But after hearing Qin Feng's words, his eyes flashed with an almost imperceptible fierceness. As his mistress, Wang Ying visited Liu Qin every month to show off. Sun Yi was happy to come along because the first time he saw Liu Qin, he was attracted by her beauty and her flaming body. Many times had he hinted at Liu Qin that he wanted to get rid of Wang Ying and have her as his mistress instead, but he met no success. Hearing today that Liu Qin had a secret romance with Qin Feng, Sun Yi was extremely angry. He was even more dissatisfied after knowing Qin Feng was a mere sales representative. He was rich and handsome. How was he lacking compared to Qin Feng? Unless this kid lasts really long. Ahem, Wang Ying and I are here to talk business. You and I are on completely different level sales rep, so I think you should leave. Sun Yi finally spoke, and once he opened his mouth, his words were directed at Qin Feng. Since he knew Liu Qin was not a good woman, Sun Yi decided he wanted to capture this exquisite item. "You're right, my level is much higher than yours. You aren't good enough to talk to me about business. But I'm in a good mood today, so I'll make an exception and listen to you. What business do you wish to speak of?" Qin Feng didn't leave and even sat on Liu Chen's desk instead. Sun Yi coughed. He was so angry that he choked. He stared at Qin Feng in dissatisfaction. "I really don't know where your confidence comes from. I meant that your level is too low and you don't have the right to speak to me about business." Liu Chen's spirit seemed to have returned. She looked at the sexy and revealing stockings in her hand and was about to throw them in the trash. But she thought of how a good amount of people came in and out of the office every day for business matters and reports. If they saw them, it would be too embarrassing. In the end, she stuffed them into her drawer with a huff. She actually did not want to be alone with Wang Ying and Sun Yi. Seeing that Qin Feng wouldn't leave, she thought she might as well let Qin Feng handle these two annoying people. Why does level matter when talking business? Qin Feng is an outstanding sales representative in our company. If you have business, go right ahead. If not, you can leave. Oh, Manager Li, you really give a lot of face. You even want to rush us out? Do you know why we came today? We're here to buy a house, and it's from Royal Group's newest Cloud City Hua Manor. Still want to make us leave? I'm afraid you won't be able to keep your job. Cloud City Hua Manor is a building that Royal Group just opened. Any suite in it was worth a couple million yuan or tens of millions of yuan. It was a prosperous community that represented status in Cloud City. Usually, even Liu Qin, the general sales manager, didn't have the ability to talk about this large case. Instead, a superior in Royal Group would have to talk about it. If Wang Ying wanted to buy a mansion today and looked directly for Liu Qin, she clearly did so just to show off. My apologies, please wait. I'll call the internal offices and find a superior to speak with you. Liu Qin could resign from this job, but she wouldn't be able to explain it to her old mother. Plus, if she was fired by Royal Group, she would lose her sliver of a chance to meet young Master Qin. In the end, all she could do was compromise. Her attitude toward Wang Ying and her boyfriend softened visibly. Managerly, what is the Cloud City Hua Manor? Qin Feng never cared about his dad's work matters, so he didn't know about this new mansion. Liu Qin thought she embarrassed herself enough, but she was successfully slapped by Wang Ying once again. She just glared at Qin Feng and was in no mood to speak with him. Wang Ying's mood was extremely good once she saw Liu Qin catering to her. When she learned that Qin Feng never heard of Cloud City Hua Manor, she burst into brazen laughter. You don't know Cloud City Hua Manor? That's normal. After all, that's where those with money and status in Acropolis City gather. You're just a little sales rep. How would you know? With your background, you'll never be able to afford those houses. You don't even need to know about them. It might shock your weak little heart to death. When he heard Wang Ying's words, Qin Feng wanted to laugh. Where in Acropolis would one find a mansion that Qin Feng couldn't buy? At this time, the office door opened again, and a mature middle-aged man wearing a white dress shirt and black slacks walked in. This was Wang Jun, the superior Liu Qin had just called over. Chapter 102. Chapter 102. The Askissery Backfires. General Manager Li, are these the two that want to see the Cloud City Hua Manor mansions? Upon entering, Wang Jun got straight to the point. To General Manager Li, the Cloud City Hua Manor was a large project. But to Wang Jun, the deputy manager of the administrative department, it was just another project. He still had a lot to do, and didn't want to waste too much time on this project. After Wang Jun's glance swept over Wang Ying and Sun Yi, he noticed that there was another man in the office. When his gaze fell on Qin Feng's face, he was so shocked that he almost shouted aloud. Due to his position in the company, he knew Qin Feng. This was Chairman Qin's only child. Haha, how do you do? Wang Jun knew that Qin Feng came to the company to gain some experience. He also knew that Qin Feng was gaining this experience as a sales representative, but after seeing him, he felt that it would be bad not to greet him. Wang Ying and Sun Yi were shocked. Wang Jun didn't give Sun Yi any face and wanted to get right to the point after walking in. Yet he suddenly cheerily greeted Qin Feng. They stood stupidly to the side and didn't know what to do. At the same time, they wondered if Liu Qin called over one of the company's porters from their warehouse. Ahem. Hello, I'm Sun Yi. Sun Deming, chairman of Big Land Real Estate Agency, is my father. Wang Jun came back to his senses. He saw Qin Feng smile at him, so he released the breath he was holding. He then turned to shake Sun Ye's hand. Hello, I'm the deputy manager of Royal Group's administrative department, Wang Jun. Sun Yi confirmed Wang Jun's identity with his name tag. Deputy manager of the administrative department was a pretty high position, so Sun Ye's attitude toward Wang Jun improved. Manager Wang, I'm here to buy a house. I was not aware I would make you come all the way here. It's my pleasure. Sun, you wasn't just here to buy houses. His dad was Sun Deming, the founder of Big Land Real Estate. The business was performing decently, and they were purposefully coming to Royal Group under the guise of buying a mansion to see if they could join Acropolis's #1 real estate company. Once they joined them, they could just take some of Royal Group's real estate projects, make money without consequences, and have enough to buy and sell to feed themselves for the rest of their lives. Cut the pleasantries and get straight to the point, Wang Jun said solemnly. Seeing that his ass-kissing backfired, Sun Yi gave a pleasant smile. He was about to speak when he remembered Qin Feng was still standing to the side. He said coldly, "Hey, sales rep, I have important things to discuss with Manager Wang. If you have nothing to do here, go back to work. This office isn't big, and by standing there you're blocking off Manager Wang's ventilation." When one ass-kissing attempt didn't work, Sun Yi decided to do it thousands and tens of thousands of times more. He didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to make at least one of them stick. This time, Sun Yi really missed the mark. After Wang Jun heard this, his heart ached and wanted to slap Sun Yi soundly in the mouth. Wang Jun hadn't even said anything, and Sun Yi wasn't even a damn superior of Royal Group, yet he was grumbling. Wang Jun didn't dare sit anymore and immediately stood. "Qin Feng, I almost forgot this office only has 2 chairs. You sales reps have it the hardest. You're always assisting customers all day, and you can't even take a sip of water before you have to go call customers as well. If we didn't have you worker bees, Royal Group wouldn't reign over as large of a land as it currently does. I sit until my bottom hurts in the office every day. You can sit here instead, Qin Feng." "Oh, Manager Wang, how can I sit when you're here? You're cutting my life short." Qin Feng immediately pushed back. Wang Jun thought to himself, Qin Feng is currently hiding his identity to learn in the company, so by doing this, Wang Jun was being too obvious. He was about to go sit back down when Qin Feng sat on the chair first. "Okay, Manager Wang, then I'll really sit." Wang Jun jumped back to where he stood previously as if he was electrocuted. He said smilingly, "You sit, you sit." These two acted out a 2-man show, and Sun Yi and Wang Ying were shocked. Even Li Yuqin, who stood to the side, had a flicker of surprise flash through her luminous and beautiful face. Last time, Wang Jun personally made a call in regards to Qin Feng's 3-day absence from work, and today he treated Qin Feng with such regard. Li Yuqin realized that Qin Feng had some sort of huge backing in Royal Group. Why else would Wang Jun, deputy manager of the administrative department, tiptoe around him? Wang Jun was already standing, so Sun Yi definitely couldn't sit. He hurriedly stood and glared coldly at Qin Feng. Sun Yi smiled at Wang Jun. "Manager Wang, the low-leveled employees in this company have no sense of propriety. You were polite to him, and he really thought he was a big shot and shamelessly sat down. I don't know how he got into a big company like Royal Group." This askissery filled Wang Jun's stomach with fire. Qin Feng jumped and looked worriedly at Wang Jun. "Oh, Manager Wang, so you were just being polite. You should have told me. Look at me, I thought you meant it. Manager Wang, you sit, you sit." Wang Jun's heart was currently leaking blood, and he gritted his teeth while looking at Sun Yi. "Sun Yi, right? Are you here to talk business, or to teach me how to treat my employees? If it's the latter, then sorry, I'm really busy, I'll take my leave." Wang Jun was about to leave with a huff. He didn't dare stay because he was afraid of offending Qin Feng and subsequently losing his job. Qin Feng was known as the hedonistic young master, and Wang Jun felt that he did not have the capability to wait on this kind of young master. "Manager Wang, don't get mad. I am here to talk business, talk business." Sun Yi immediately tried to convince Wang Jun. He really slapped himself in the face this time. Sun Yi still didn't realize that Qin Feng's identity wasn't simple. Sun Yi thought he made Wang Jun mad because Wang Jun would lose face when Sun Yi pointed out the workplace's hidden, unspoken rules. If you want to talk business, then do it properly. Don't change the topic. Wang Jun let out the breath he was holding. He stood to the side and didn't dare sit on the chair. Both seats were empty, so Qin Feng sat. He even waved to Li Yuqin. General Managerly, aren't these people silly? There are chairs, and they don't sit. They're even making up all sorts of excuses. You sit too, let's arm wrestle. Qin Feng's words were shocking. Sun Yi and Wang Ying looked at him with even more contempt. They were sure that there was definitely something wrong with his head. Li Yuqin guessed at his identity and sat down with a laugh. She was always teased by Wang Ying, so this was considered a little victory for her today. Once he saw that Qin Feng was taken care of, Wang Jun was then able to talk business. Mr. Sun Royal Group's Cloud City Hua Manor has 6 units. These are the 6 units renderings. There's also a model of it in the sales lobby. You can go look and see which one you'd like to purchase. Wang Jun extended a rendering toward Sun Yi. Sun Yi took a careless look and quickly shut the renderings. He didn't care about the unit configurations. He was here to build a relationship with Royal Group. Chapter 103. Chapter 103. I won't give you a penny less. Manager Wang, I don't need to look at the model. I trust Royal Group's mansions 100%. Just so I don't waste your precious time, I think you should just choose one for me. If you recommend it, I'll surely be satisfied. This ass-kissery was originally spot on, but since Qin Feng was there, this ass-kissing was ill-timed. Wang Jun was afraid that Qin Feng would think he was susceptible to bribery. If Qin Feng told the chairman, there'd be trouble. He now suspected that Chairman Qin placed Qin Feng in the company, and as a sales representative no less, without worry because there must be some sort of surveillance planted to keep an eye on Royal Group's management. How could Wang Jun dare get friendly with customers in front of Qin Feng? Thus, he immediately shook his head solemnly. No, you choose yourself. I'm much older, and my taste is different from yours. Sun Yi realized that it would be hard to kiss Manager Wang's ass, but he persisted. Manager Wang is too humble. If you didn't say that, I would have thought you were younger than me. You don't look a day over 20. I trust that your taste is better than mine. That's right, Manager Wang. You're so handsome and talented. In this society, few are as outstanding as you. Wang Ying added, contributing to Sun Ye's ass-kissery. As the saying goes, other things may fail, but ass-kissing never does. But everything depends on timing. For example, if you try and flatter a horse by patting its buttocks when the horse is tired, it will surely kick you. At this time, Manager Wang wanted to kick Sun Yi to death. He clearly expressed that he didn't want to deal with the guy, but Sun Yi kept kissing his ass. Wang Jun was frustrated. Then, when his eyes fell on Qin Feng, they brightened. He saw that right from the beginning, Sun Yi was giving Qin Feng a hard time. This guy that doesn't know his place should just be handled by young Master Qin directly. Qin Feng, as a new sales representative, you don't have achievements on your belt yet. But I see that you're always hardworking, so I'll give you this project. What do you think? After this was said, 3 pairs of eyes fell on Qin Feng. He was currently holding Li Yuchen's jade hand and arm wrestling with her. But this clearly wasn't an actual arm wrestling because both of Qin Feng's hands held Li Yuchen's jade hand, and he also placed his nose on her hand as well. He looked intoxicated by its fragrance. Qin Feng, Manager Wang is asking you something. The gazes all assembled at the same place. Li Yuchen was so embarrassed that her whole face turned red. She immediately tugged her hand away from Qin Feng and pushed him lightly. Qin Feng regained his senses. Manager Wang, you had something to ask me? Qin Feng asked without a hint of embarrassment. Wang Jun was so shocked that he broke into a cold sweat. He had always heard that young Master Qin was dissolute, uninhibitedly hedonistic, and loved beauties. Seeing that he interfered with his courting of a woman, Wang Jun was afraid that Qin Feng would flip out right then and there. Qin Feng, Manager Wang has a big heart and cherishes his subordinates, so he willingly allowed you to handle the business talks for this project. You have such a good leader. You must have luck cultivated by 8 lives. Wang Jun didn't even say he was going to back out of the talks yet when Sun Ye's askissery made a comeback. This time, Qin Feng heard everything clearly and said with a laugh, "Since manager Wang looks so kindly upon me, then I must live up to the expectations. Tell me, which house model of the Cloud City Hua Manor caught your eye? Our new mansions are all quite expensive. If you can't afford it, then don't waste my arm wrestling time." I can't afford it? I'm laughing so hard that I'll laugh my front teeth out. Dearest, let's buy the most expensive model so this brat can grow some eyes, Wang Ying said as she glared hatefully at Qin Feng. Even if Wang Ying didn't say anything, Sun Yi was already prepared to buy the most expensive model. After buying this villa, the salesperson would have hundreds of thousands in commission. After getting this money, it would naturally be easy to form a closer relationship with Wang Jun, which would subsequently allow for a chance to work closely with Royal Group. All right, we'll choose the most expensive model. It doesn't matter which building or which district it's in. Sun Yi waved his hand dismissively. When he spoke, he purposefully eyed Liu Chen. Okay, the two of you truly are rich. Let me see. Model A, the most expensive one. All right, then Building 4 in District 4 by the parking lot is a good choice. 4 is a really auspicious number. What do you think? Qin Feng looked at the two with a jolly smile. Sun Yi suppressed his anger with all his might. Though he was really unhappy with the number, he had just said none of it mattered. If he made a fuss about it now, he might give Wang Jun a bad impression of him. Thus, he gritted his teeth and said, "All right, we'll take it." Mr. Sun really has great taste. The Building 4 District 4 villa is the most unique house of the Cloud City Hua Manor. Because it's close to the parking lot, the garden area in front of the villa was eliminated to become a main road. The backyard has also been sectioned off to become the trash area. Also, the villa is in the best location, the entrance of the west side door. Whether it's night or day, it's always bustling. The two of you will never be lonely when living there. In the morning, you won't need to set an alarm because you'll certainly be awoken by the noise outside. Due to this villa's many specialties, it's the ideal mansion that countless customers are fighting over. Thus, it's twice as expensive as the other villas. But seeing how sincere the two of you are in coming personally to request Building 4 of District 4, I'll give you a discount. The calculations come up to 15,059,922 silver yuan. But our Royal Group was never a petty company. So how about this? I'll get rid of the small change and charge you 15,059,920 silver yuan. Once Qin Feng started talking, he couldn't stop. He fired out his words like a string of pearls. Even the usually cold and strong Liu Chen couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Wang Jun stood at the back and also wanted to laugh, but he didn't dare to do so. He could only use his strength to keep his face in check to preserve a cold and serious expression. Sun Yi and Wang Ying were dumbfounded for a good while before they regained their senses. Wang Ying was so angry that her face was black. She clenched her teeth and said, "Let's not talk about getting rid of a mere 2 yuan, okay? Also, I've already inquired about the price of the villa. It's around 8 million. You're giving us a faulty villa that doesn't even have a front or backyard, and you dare charge us over 15 million. You're clearly a poor thing that thinks so much about money that you've gone crazy." Qin Feng didn't get mad. On the contrary, he had a look of seriousness. "All right, since you don't want to get rid of the 2 yuan, then I'll give it to you at the original price of 15,059,922 yuan. I don't get it. How are you rich people so generous? As for the price of the villa, it's non-negotiable. You just said that our Royal Group is selling faulty villas? Well, then you can go look for better ones elsewhere." Sun Ye's expression already grew cold, but he still couldn't drop his facade. On the other hand, he glared at Wang Ying and lectured. "How can you say that? Royal Group selling faulty villas? If you're going to talk nonsense, then get the hell out of here. After yelling at Wang Ying, Sun Yi put on a smile and looked at Wang Jun. Manager Wang, I like this villa, but you can also see that this new sales representative clearly isn't making an effort to discuss business. He's making extremely unreasonable demands. If all of the sales representatives in Royal Group acted like him, then this company would have been shut down long ago. Right from the beginning, Sun Yi thought Qin Feng was an eyesore. With these words, he vented out all of the anger he was suppressing. In an instant, he felt much better, and the air became fresh again. However, the anger Wang Jun was suppressing in his body already exploded. He took a deep breath and walked up to Sun Yi. He glared imposingly at Sun Yi and said seriously, Mr. Sun, I actually think that an employee like Qin Feng is a rare talent in our company. He really knows how to talk about prices, and he can clearly understand the hearts of his clientele. Every point of his analysis is extremely apt, he has great speaking skills, and he's quick-witted. I'm proud that our company has a sales representative like him. And he's right. Building 4 of District 4's villa is really unique, so its price is twice as high. If you two accept, then sign the contract. If you can't accept it, our Royal Group has plenty of customers. We aren't worried that we can't sell our houses. If there's nothing else, please leave. We still have a lot of important things to do. We don't have time to continue wasting with you. Wang Jun's words placed Wang Ying and Sun Yi in a trance. They felt as though they had either forgotten or missed out on something. Here was a villa without a front or backyard, and they were confidently requesting double the price for it. What's more, they were acting like doubling the price wasn't enough and would make Royal Group suffer losses. Sun Yi felt that the world had gone crazy, so he felt that he had to be even crazier to adapt to society. He gritted his teeth and yelled, Deal, 15,059,922 yuan. Then he exuberantly walked up to Wang Jun and shook his hand firmly. His eyes brimmed with tears as he said, Manager Wang, I really am too grateful to you for saving me such a great house model. When you have time, I must treat you to a meal. When the time comes, you must do me the favor of accepting. Wang Jun felt embarrassed seeing Sun Yi thank him when he was conned 8 million yuan. He cleared his throat. Ahem, you should thank Qin Feng. He was the one that recommended this house model. Sun Yi's eyes flashed with annoyance, but quickly became peaceful again. He looked at Qin Feng with a smile. Qin Feng, I need to thank you as well. I'll look for you the next time I buy a house as well. Okay. Royal Group invites people like you spendthrifts with too much money to visit often. Qin Feng said casually. The contract was signed and the down payment was paid. Even after Wang Ying and Sun Yi were sent out of her office, Li Yuqin still hadn't regained her senses. Qin Feng had just sold Cloud City, Hua Manor's most problematic and difficult-to-sell villa for double the price. Chapter 104. Chapter 104. When there's time, I'll teach you to play the flute. Wang Ying held onto Sun Yi's arm and walked out of the sales department lobby with her head held high. Dearest, we were cheated 8 million yuan. Why were you so moved that you cried? Don't tell me they have you all confused? Sun Yi shoved Wang Ying away. Every time they went to the Royal Group and saw the unusually beautiful Li Yuqin, he felt like crying when he looked at the Wang Ying in his arms afterwards. He roared furiously. I'm freaking crying because my heart aches. Qin Feng, you wait for me, you brat. How dare you scam me? You better wow out. Qin Feng, I really didn't misjudge you. If all sales representatives were as capable as you, Royal Group's achievements could really double this year. After Sun Yi and Wang Ying left, it was time for Wang Jun to kiss Qin Feng's ass. Manager Li, you saw Qin Feng's ability just now. In the future, you have to cultivate him well in the sales department. Don't allow this talent to be buried. Also, we'll give Qin Feng credit for Cloud City Hua Manor's Building 4 of District 4. You don't have any opinions regarding that, do you? I do not. Since Wang Jun had spoken, how could Li Yuchen have any opinions? Plus, due to Qin Feng's work, she finally suppressed Wang Ying for once. Li Yuchen was in a great mood. She even looked at Qin Feng with a tender expression. This was quite a contrast from the icy, knife-like glares she used to give him. Okay, then I'll go take care of my business. Wang Jun hurriedly left Li Yuchen's office once he saw the irritated look in Qin Feng's eyes. He knew that young Master Qin was about to start courting a woman again. Manager Li, hurry and put on the stockings I got you. I want to see if they fit. Qin Feng noticed that Han Ying and Li Yuchen's figures and heights were quite similar, so the stockings should fit, but he wanted to see for himself. Li Yuchen just got her expression in check, but it immediately froze again. Qin Feng, get out. Oh, so Manager Li is shy? I can go outside. When you're done changing, let me know. Li Yuchen's lips tightened. She stared at Qin Feng. What I mean is, I'm not wearing those stockings. Qin Feng suddenly ran before Li Yuchen's work desk in excitement. He pulled the black fishnet stockings from the drawer, squatted, and began removing Li Yuchen's high heels. What are you doing? Li Yuchen jumped and stepped backwards to place a safe distance between her and Qin Feng. Manager Li, didn't you say you don't know how to wear these fishnet stockings? How? Coincidental. I know how to put them on. I can help you. Qin Feng looked innocently at Li Yuchen. Li Yuchen wanted to chew Qin Feng to pieces. She took a deep breath and suppressed her anger. Qin Feng, what I meant is, I don't want the stockings you brought. Either take them back or throw them away. Do you understand now? I get it. So Manager Li likes being bare. What did you say? 2 laser beams shot out of Li Yuchen's eyes. Bar, ing your legs. Qin Feng finished what he was saying. Li Yuchen was at the edge of explosion. Then she looked Qin Feng with complete seriousness. Qin Feng, what's your relationship with Wang Jun? Coworker. And what else? There's nothing else. Really? Nothing? Qin Feng thought for a good while and then replied, Either way, we're certainly not gay lovers. Li Yuchen gritted her teeth and continued, Then what is your relationship with the Qin family? Well, of course, I'm a grandson of the Qin family. What? You're a grandson of the Qin family? You're Qin Huang's son? Li Yuchen excitedly grabbed Qin Feng's hand. And you're Qin Huang's daughter, Qin Feng replied unhappily. Then why did you say you were a grandson of the Qin family? Li Yuchen became calm again as she stared at Qin Feng. My last name is Qin. Of course, I'm a grandson of the Qin family. Then what about you? How are you related to the Li family? Li Yuchen was defeated. She originally wanted to see Qin Feng and see how he was related to the Qin family. If he was related, she could get him to introduce her to young Master Qin. This way, she'd soon be able to realize her mother's dreams of marrying into a rich family. Okay, leave. I need to work. Drained, Li Yuchen sat on her chair with some disappointment. Qin Feng didn't bother Li Yuchen any longer. Since this lass was about to discover his true identity, he thought it would be better to hide outside first. That afternoon, Qin Feng collapsed on his desk and fell asleep. Su Ruo only woke him up when work was over. The two left the workplace together. Qin Feng rode his 28 bicycle, and Su Ruo sat relaxedly on it. Not long later, they arrived at the Qin manor. Qin Feng, I'll go shower first. After showering, bring me to young Master Qin's room, and I'll clean it up. I'm here to be young Master Qin's housekeeper. How can I not do anything? Once they got to the Qin manor, Su Ruo ran to her room to grab a change of clothes so she could shower. In the end, she was still a kind and responsible lady. She would never accept money if she didn't work. Half an hour later, there was a knock on Qin Feng's door. He opened the door to see Su Ruo standing outside. It was clear that Su Ruo had just showered because she had changed into simple pink pajamas with chibi Maruko-chan drawings on them. The pajamas were loose and the bottom of the dress fell to her knees, exposing a bit of fresh, tender, and lotus-like skin. Her hair was still wet and splayed across her shoulders, covering her slender white neck. The current Su Ruo was makeup-free, but she was still as beautiful and pure as before. It made one's heart beat. "Qin Feng, take me to young Master Qin's room so I can clean it." Su Ruo's head was half upturned, and she looked at Qin Feng with a sweet and beautiful smile. She now regarded Qin Feng as someone really close to her. When she was with him, she didn't get nervous anymore. "Ruo, go to your room first. I'll help you blow-dry your hair so you don't get a cold." Qin Feng touched Su Ruo's wet hair and brought her back to her room. Since she moved in, this was the first time Qin Feng entered her room. The inside was permeated with her scent. The room was neat, the windows were scrubbed spotless, the floor was clean, and her desk was clean and neat as well. She was a really clean and diligent woman. "Qin Feng, I can blow-dry it myself. Why you go outside and wait for me, okay?" Su Ruo was clearly a bit bashful about a man entering her room. Qin Feng furrowed his brows and became serious. "No, if I go, how would you blow?" Su Ruo clearly didn't understand Qin Feng's meaning. She stared at him blankly. "I usually blow-dry my own hair. I can do it." Oh, you're talking about blow-drying your hair, haha. Seems that I'm misunderstood." Qin Feng knew this, but still asked. "Then what did you think was going to be blown?" Su Ruo lifted her face and looked at Qin Feng earnestly. "When there's time, I'll teach you to play the flute." Qin Feng said after thinking a bit. Chapter 105. Chapter 105, you called me? You can play the flute? That's great. I love musical instruments. When you're free, you definitely need to teach me. Don't lie now. Su Ruo jumped happily. Qin Feng's lips tweed. He sat at the edge of Su Ruo's bed and his eyes suddenly gleamed. At the head of the bed sat a small pair of underpants and a little bra. It was clearly left over from when Su Ruo changed her clothes for her shower. It was a set of black chiffon undergarments that were close-fitting, delicate, and protected the skin. Qin Feng swept them up into his hand and examined them. Qin Feng, hurry and give them back." When Su Ruo saw this, her face immediately turned completely red. She went over to Qin Feng and tried to get her undergarments back. Qin Feng twisted his body and ran out the door. "Ruo, hurry and dry your hair. I'll go and help you dry your undergarments in the sun." Su Ruo's head drooped, and her face was impossibly red. In the end, she didn't have the courage to chase Qin Feng. She thought to herself that she couldn't keep those undergarments anymore. Qin Feng ran out of Su Ruo's room and arrived at the balcony. Under the warm light, he appreciatively examined the delicate undergarments. He suddenly realized that the underpants had a small dot on it. His heart beat furiously. Could it be? He brought his face closer to the dot and looked at it more closely. He then realized that it was actually the underwear's original dotted pattern. It appears that he was overthinking it. Ruo was such a pure and simple girl. How could she? Qin Feng, what are you doing? Qin Feng was tugged out of his stupor by this surprised exclamation. He turned and saw Han Ying standing behind him dressed in a fiery red qipao. Her beautiful red phoenix eyes paired with the light purple eyeshadow she put on her eyelids were exceedingly attractive. At this time, they were fixed on the underpants in Qin Feng's hand. She cried in alarm. "Qin Feng, why you even have this strange hobby of secretly taking Su Ruo Ro's undergarments and hiding to sniff them. Suddenly, she remembered that Qin Feng was in her villa this morning and stole her stockings. Qin Feng, I don't want that pair of stockings anymore. Don't you dare give them back to me. Han Ying had originally come to chat with Qin Feng, but when she saw this scene, she felt a chill run through her body. She immediately ran downstairs and back to her own villa. Did I smell it? I didn't. Qin Feng put on an innocent expression, stuck the underwear to the tip of his nose, and gave a harsh sniff. Now that is what you call vulgar and secretly sniffing, okay? After throwing his tantrum, he nonchalantly hung the undergarments on the clothes-drying rack. He purposely stuck the small underpants right next to his own large underpants. Satisfied, he returned to Su Ruo's room. At this time, Su Ruo was almost done blow-drying her hair. She saw Qin Feng enter her room, and the red hadn't completely disappeared from her face. She didn't dare think about what Qin Feng had done to her undergarments during the time that elapsed. Qin Feng, I'm done. Take me to young Master Qin's room. Okay, let's go. Qin Feng didn't bring Su Ruo to young Master Qin's bedroom because that was his bedroom and his secret would be exposed if he did so. Thus, the two arrived at the study where Qin Huang usually drank tea and did his work. Qin Feng, where are we? Any study in the Qin manor was 50 square meters. Su Ruo was a bit pleasantly surprised to see row upon row of ancient-smelling and ancient-looking bookshelves and cowhide scrolls. This is where young Master Qin reads, writes, paints, and recites poetry. After thinking a bit, Qin Feng added, of course, in the future, I can teach you to play the flute here. Wow, it seems that I've really misunderstood young Master Qin in the past. I wonder how he's doing in the mountainous region right now. He really is my idol. Su Ruo just graduated and was still a young and naive girl. She had no ability to resist this kind of young scholar brimming with literary talent. It isn't the first time he's gone to teach in the mountainous region, so don't worry, he's doing great. Qin Feng pinched Su Ruo's face. So let's start cleaning now. Su Ruo really liked this charming study. She immediately found a feather duster and began to carefully clean the bookshelves. She was an extremely earnest worker, and was so detailed that she made sure to clean every nook and cranny. On the other hand, Qin Feng sat in front of the desk and weighed Su Ruo squatting on the floor. He could see the splendid view through the wide collar of her shirt. Qin Feng, I'm pretty much done cleaning the bottom, but what should we do about the top? Su Ruo smiled at Qin Feng and wiped the small beads of sweat on her forehead with the back of her hand. Qin Feng felt it was a pity to make Su Ruo do this kind of manual labor, so he was going to pretend that the cleaning was done. He was about to take her back to her room when his eyes gleamed. He promptly ran to the closet and brought back a small ladder. Ruo, you can clean the dust at the top if you climb this ladder. This is kind of dangerous, though, so why don't I help you? Qin Feng, thank you, but I'll do it myself. This is what I should do. How about this? You can hold the bottom of the ladder for support. I'm afraid I might fall down. Okay. Qin Feng responded with exceptional glee. His smile the evil smile of someone who achieved their dishonorable plans. Su Ruo was dumbly unaware of this. She already removed her shoes, baring her little feet, and slowly climbed up the ladder. Qin Feng immediately extended his neck and looked upwards. He was suddenly struck with a bit of an unnamed disappointment. She was actually wearing safety shorts, but that pair of eye-cawing white legs was still very alluring. Qin Feng, I'm done cleaning the top. Let me down, and we'll take the ladder over there. Qin Feng, why is your nose bleeding? Are you okay? Su Ruo's expression changed completely, and she promptly climbed down the ladder, found a tissue, and helped Qin Feng wipe away the blood on his nose. Qin Feng took the opportunity to get closer into Su Ruo's embrace. It's been too hot lately. I think I got a bit of a heat stroke. Teach, then quickly go back to your room and rest. I'll clean the rest on my own. Su Rua Ro said worriedly. Qin Feng immediately regained his energy. How could I do that? I can't let you clean on your own. That's really dangerous. As he said this, Qin Feng moved the ladder to another spot. Come Rua Ro, I'll protect you from the bottom. Su Rua Ro was moved. She blushed and climbed up the ladder. Like before, she cleaned very carefully. Qin Feng also looked very earnestly. A good while later, Su Rua Ro finished wiping all of the dust and looked downwards. She suddenly noticed that Qin Feng was missing. Qin Feng, Qin Feng. Su Rua Ro called his name. Qin Feng instantly stuck his head out from under Su Rua Ro's nightgown. He looked at her uncertainly. Rua Ro, you called me? Su Rua Ro was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole and hide in it. She said angrily, where are you looking, pervert? I'm not playing with you anymore. With a huff, Su Rua Ro stepped down the ladder and wanted to leave the study. She thought Qin Feng was too perverted and would distance herself from him in the future. Then she remembered that young Master Qin urged her to learn closely from Qin Feng. At that instant, Su Rua Ro found herself in a dilemma. Chapter 106. Chapter 106. Please call me by my formal name. Pikachu. Qin Feng put the ladder back and was about to chase after Su Rua Ro when he heard Pikachu's voice in his head. After the incident where Black Turtle ate the fish, he locked his two battle pets in the Hedonist sovereign system. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth quirked. He suddenly realized that the biggest issue here was that Pikachu was anxiously bouncing about, but Qin Feng had no clue what he was jabbering on about. Master, Pikachu said you should quickly let him out. He wants to scare Su Rua Ro, get into her pajamas and have you CA him. Little Pig's sneering voice rang out. Qin Feng was so excited that he promptly jumped up. When drinking with an intimate friend, even 1,000 glasses are too few. Pikachu! I've decided that after this incident is over, we should become sworn brothers. With a thought from Qin Feng, Pikachu ran out of the system. Then Qin Feng felt a gust of wind and saw a shadow flit by before disappearing in a flash. Next came Su Rua Ro's scream. She was so scared that she lost her head and ran back to the study. Qin Feng, there's a mouse. A really big mouse. Qin Feng immediately became serious and ran to tug on Su Rua Ro's arm. Mouse? Where's the mouse? Little sister Rua Ro, I'm here, so no mouse can harm you. Su Rua Ro was scared to death. It was the first time she'd seen a mouse as large as a cat in her life. She was currently leaning into Qin Feng's embrace and could partially release the breath she was holding, but her wildly beating heart hadn't completely calmed down. She suddenly felt something clinging to her thigh. She was so shocked that she immediately jumped. Qin Feng, the mouse is on my thigh. A flash of evil flitted through Qin Feng's eyes. He put on a serious expression, squatted, and reached under her skirt. Rua Ro, don't be afraid. I can see the big mouse, and I'm going to CA it now. He stuck his hand in to grab, but he wasn't grabbing Pikachu. He was grabbing randomly. Qin Feng, are you done? It seems to have run to my stomach. Stomach? Okay, I'm going. After touching her thigh, he assaulted her small waist. Oh no, Qin Feng. It's on my chest. Qin Feng was laughing so hard that he couldn't speak. He unhesitatingly extended his hand and gave a squeeze. The bounciness was 10 out of 10. Su Rua Ro was about to go crazy. She was forced to her wit's end. She harshly reached in, grabbed Pikachu, and pulled him out of her collar. She was about to toss him out of the thoid floor window when Qin Feng hurriedly grabbed him. Pikachu! Pikachu looked innocently at Su Rua Ro. When he saw her furious expression, It was too bad he couldn't speak human speech. If he could, he'd definitely sell out Chin Fong. This was the first time Su Ruoro saw Pikachu clearly and completely. Her originally tightly creased eyebrows slowly relaxed, and she ended up smiling brightly. Anyone who saw a pet as cute as Pikachu would not be able to throw a tantrum. Wow. This thing looks a lot like Pikachu. Is this your pet? Yeah, his name is Pikachu. I didn't expect my pet to be the thing that scared you. I'm so sorry about what happened. This plan was really despicable, and even Chin Fong felt bad. When Su Ruoro thought back to the messy scene that just occurred, her face turned completely red. But she didn't get mad at Chin Fong. In her eyes, Chin Fong was really trying to help her. This pet is really cute. Can I raise it for 2 days? Of course you can, Chin Fong responded. Then he said to Pikachu, Pikachu, from now on, Ruoro is your second owner. While you're by her side, you have to listen to her, okay? Pikachu. Another weekend came, and Acropolis University's campus became a ghost town. At this time of their youth, the college students were either weighing movies or renting rooms to exercise in. A tall, slender shadow of a beautiful woman walked lonesomely on the sports field of the campus. She looked at the empty field. It echoed the boundless loneliness in her heart. Lin Bei could still clearly recall how not long ago, on this sports field, Chin Fong first displayed a change when he incessantly persevered and ran around the track. Practically half of Acropolis University's student population was gathered here. That explosive and extraordinary scene and the bright and beautiful sunlight seemed so close, but was out of grasp. Since Chin Fong left, Lin Bei's mood became cold and unhappy. It seemed that the whole Acropolis University grew quiet. Chin Feng's lecherous gazes were gone. His jokes that made one's ears redden were gone, and his habit of getting handsy was also gone. When one's heart is filled with someone and that someone disappears, the whole world disappears as well. Lin Bei didn't know when she began liking Chin Fong. All she knew was that Chin Fong gave her 100,000 yuan to help her mom get better. He even helped her solve the issue with the demolishment of her house and helped organize Royal Clubhouse's most luxurious presidential suite for her to stay in. Then he was gone. Thus, Lin Bei had started to think of him every day and also thought of him for increasingly longer periods of time. She didn't know why Chin Fong left without saying anything to her. Did she have no place in his heart? What's more, she had no idea whether or not Chin Fong would be returning to school. Maybe she was just a passing guest in Chin Feng's life. The idiotic plots in television dramas regarding a poor, pitiful girl and a hedonistic young master would never result in a happy ending in real life. Lin Bei. A low, robust voice rang from behind Lin Bei. She jumped in shock, hurriedly wiped the tears at the corner of her eyes, and turned to see Yuan Xiang running over with a smile. Young Master Yu. Lin Bei nodded politely. Bei, school's is over. Why are you still here? Yuan Xiang knew the answer, but he still asked. For the past couple of days, he had people following Lin Bei, so he naturally knew her whereabouts like the back of his hand. Since Chin Fong suddenly stopped going to school, and at the same time Yuan Xiang secluded himself and trained hard, he'd already broken the 4th limit of his body. He still remembered the impending fight to the death with Chin Fong. He was prepared to get Lin Bei in bed while Chin Fong wasn't here and deal with Chin Fong after. Why you should call me by my formal name, Lin Bei. Ever since Chin Fong appeared in her heart, Lin Bei felt that her nickname belonged to Chin Fong only. No one else could call her this. The coldness in Yuan Xiang's eyes flitted away. He smiled. Bei, we've been classmates for almost 2 years. There's no need to be so polite. Lin Bei's pretty face fell. She was a bit unhappy. She knew that there was conflict between Yuan Xiang and Chin Fong, so she really didn't want to continue interacting with him. Young Master Yu, I have something to do, so I'll be leaving first. Lin Bei Bei turned to leave, but Yuan Xiang blocked her. Bei Bei, where are you going? I'll take you. There's no need for that. I can go home myself. Lin Bei Bei knitted her long, shapely eyebrows. Her distaste for Yuan Xiang continued to grow. She just told him not to go around calling her Bei Bei. Did this guy not grow any ears? Lin Bei Bei stepped around Yuan Xiang and walked more quickly. Yuan Xiang's expression sank. Suddenly, he pounced at Lin Bei Bei and grabbed her arm. Bei Bei, school's out. Why are you going home? Why don't I take you to see a movie? And at night, we can eat a banquet together. How does that sound? Lin Bei Bei jumped in fright. She flung Yuan Xiang's arm away like her life depended on it. Though she was like the weak and sickly Lin Daiyu, this time she was enraged. She stared coldly at Yuan Xiang. Yuan Xiang, please show some respect. Don't touch me. I don't have any sort of relationship with you. If you want to see a movie, find another girl. After saying this, Lin Bei Bei walked away furiously. She felt wronged. If young Master Qin was still at school, no one would dare make a move on her. Even if they had any wayward intents, they would never have the guts to show them. Yuan Xiang's gentlemanly mask was completely torn off. He was young Master Yu of Acropolis University's for young masters. Was it really this troublesome to play around with a girl? His patience ran out. Whether it be the hard way or the nice way, he had to get Lin Bei Bei today, no matter what. Suddenly, Yuan Xiang's eyes flashed a faint green. He rushed towards Lin Bei Bei like a hungry and thirsty wild beast and hugged her from behind. Yuan Xiang tyrannically and barbarically carried Lin Bei Bei. He decided to drag her to the small forest behind the sports field. When Lin Bei Bei discovered this, she struggled like she had gone crazy. However, she was too weak and couldn't struggle free. You beast, let go of me. Help! Someone help! Lin Bei Bei saw that they were about to enter the small forest, and tears sprang from her eyes. She already thought this through. If the beast Yuan Xiang was going to do something to her, she would kill him first, then commit suicide. Stinking woman, I tried to give you some face, but you didn't want any, and you're freaking yelling. In a bit, I'll whip you to death with my belt. After entering the forest, Yuan Xiang's face was even more sinister. His usual gentlemanly facade was gone. He had already extended his hand to tear Lin Bei Bei's clothes. Yuan Xiang, I hope you know what you're doing. If you really do anything to me, young Master Qin will never let you go. In this moment of danger, Lin Bei Bei couldn't help but use Qin Feng to pressure Yuan Xiang. She knew that Acropolis City was the Qin family's territory. Though Yuan Xiang's family was also very illustrious, they were still people of Jincheng City. This was why, when Qin Feng was still at school in the past, he didn't dare make a move on Lin Bei Bei. But at this time, Yuan Xiang's body was already burning with lust. He couldn't care less about Qin Feng's powerful name. On the contrary, he became even crazier. Fuck, you dare use that blockhead Qin Feng to try and suppress me? Exasperated, Yuan Xiang slapped Lin Bei Bei's face. A sliver of blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. First I'm going to do you until I'm satisfied, and I'll go cause trouble for Qin Feng. Then I'll do you in front of him and see what he can do to me. Lin Bei Bei's face stung like fire. Her eyes brimmed with tears, but she clenched her teeth and refused to let them fall. She stared coldly at Yuan Xiang, who pounced towards her. Lin Bei Bei! Suddenly, a voice yelled from the sports field. It was a female voice, and it was calling Lin Bei Bei's name. Lin Bei Bei's pretty eyes brightened, and she immediately screamed in response. I'm in the small forest. Help me! Hurry! And help me! Chapter 107. Chapter 107. It's almost up to my neck. Yun Xiao was strolling on the sports field when she thought she heard Lin Bei Bei calling for help. Thus she tried calling her. This time she was certain she heard Lin Bei Bei calling for help and knew that something happened to her. Yun Xiao didn't dare think too much and immediately ran towards the small forest. Lin Bei Bei, I'm teacher Yun Xiao. I'm coming, don't be afraid. Yu Wenxiang, who was about to tear Lin Bei Bei's clothes, suddenly stopped. Since he knew that the person heading over was teacher Yun Xiao, he gave up on his actions, glared at Lin Bei Bei, turned and ran. Tramp, at this time tomorrow I'll still be waiting for you here. If you dare to not show up, don't think you can attend Acropolis University peacefully. Not too long after Yu Wenxiang ran away, Yun Xiao saw Lin Bei Bei. She had a distracted expression. Her hair was a mess, she sat on the floor, and there were 5 clear red marks in the shape of fingers on her face. Anyone who saw her pitiful expression would want to give her a hug. Yun Xiao promptly ran over. Bei Bei, are you all right? What happened? Who did this to you? An air of coldness shot out of Yun Xiao. She looked around, but there was no one else in the small forest. Teacher Yun Xiao. Wah! Lin Bei Bei went headfirst into Yun Xiao's embrace. She cried like a little kid. Yun Xiao's heart went out to Lin Bei Bei. She hugged her and lightly patted her back. After a good while of comforting and caring, Lin Bei Bei's emotions slowly stabilized. Bei Bei, tell your teacher who did this. I'll definitely help you get out of this predicament. As the painting teacher of the arts department, Yun Xiao had a good impression of Lin Bei Bei. She was a smart, good, and hard-working kid. Yun Xiao's heart filled with raging fire when she discovered that Lin Bei Bei was bullied. Whoever could make a move on such a soft and weak girl should be met with the wrath of the heavens. It's fine. I don't want to bring up the incident. Lin Bei Bei was quiet for a while and then shook her head. Then, did he do anything to you? The answer to this question was what Yun Xiao was the most worried about. Lin Bei Bei shook her head. Good thing you came in time, teacher Yun Xiao. Thank you. Hearing Lin Bei Bei say this, Yun Xiao was mostly relieved. She patted Lin Bei Bei's head affectionately. Silly child, I'm your teacher. She who spends a day as your teacher is your mother for a life. You don't need to say any courteous words. Okay, teacher Yun Xiao, let's go. Lin Bei Bei stood and led Yun Xiao out of the forest. They arrived at the sports field again. She inhaled the fresh air and her mood improved slightly. That's right, Bei Bei. Do you know why Qin Feng hasn't been in class recently? Yun Xiao suddenly asked while they were walking. Lin Bei Bei pouted her lips and shook her head. She began to feel wronged again. Didn't Qin Feng announce in class that he was going to court you? I thought you two were together already, so you don't know either. Lin Bei Bei said nothing and missed Qin Feng more and more. After this most recent incident, she really wanted to call Qin Feng immediately. But after hesitating for a while, she gave up on that desire. She was worried that Qin Feng was doing something important and that she would bother him. Bei Bei, are you still unwilling to say who that bad person was earlier? After the two walked out of the entrance of the sports field, Yun Xiao asked her again. She wanted to help Lin Bei Bei find justice. She would never easily spare a jerk like that. Lin Bei Bei knew how influential Yu Wenxiang's family was. Even if she told teacher Yun Xiao would not be able to resolve the issue. Plus, this situation would affect her reputation. She clenched her teeth and continued to wordlessly shake her head. They walked out of the campus. Lin Bei Bei bent her head and did not speak. Yun Xiao continuously uttered words of comfort. When they exited the school's entrance, the two parted ways. Lin Bei Bei sat on the bus and returned to the Royal Clubhouse. She sat in Royal Clubhouse's luxurious Suite 888. Lin Bei Bei felt that the entire room was empty and cold. Ever since Qin Feng arranged for her to stay in this room, he never returned to it. In the beginning, Lin Bei Bei was very used to living there. But as time passed, she felt increasingly lonely. She even had trouble sleeping at night. She longed for the night that Qin Feng would come see her. Even if he lived here at night and slept with her, Lin Bei would be willing. The more she thought about it, the more upset she became. In addition, after almost getting molested by Yu and Xiang today, the feelings she held back for so long came bubbling forth. She suddenly mustered up the courage to pick up the phone and call Qin Feng. Qin Feng was awoken by the ringing of his phone. He answered with annoyance. "Who is it? Why are you calling so early? Do you still want to be able to hang around Acropolis City?" After hearing Qin Feng's familiar voice, Lin Bei's heart flooded with warmth. He was still just as strong and tyrannical as before. This was exactly why Lin Bei used to hate him. Now, a surge of sweetness flowed through her heart. But he's Acropolis City's #1 hedonistic young master. She shouldn't be like this. Lin Bei looked at the clock on the wall. It was already 11:30. The corner of her mouth lifted into a curve. She said quietly, "Qin Feng, it's me." The voice was clear and ethereal, like a tinkling spring that flowed past and melted the snow on the mountains. It swept away all of Qin Feng's fatigue. He abruptly sat up and said smilingly, Bei, I haven't seen you in so long. Your voice is still as sweet and lovely as ever." When Lin Bei realized that Qin Feng could immediately recognize her voice, silent tears sprung from her eyes. She wasn't sure if they were tears of sadness or joy. Bei, say something." Qin Feng screwed his head. "Qin Feng, I'll be waiting for you at the Royal Clubhouse. Why don't you come over?" Lin Bei said after a while. After ending the call, Qin Feng was in an impossibly good mood. Beauty Lin initiated a meeting, so how could he not go? While thinking about how he hadn't gone to school to visit the beauties these days, he promptly finished washing his face and rinsing his mouth. Then he rode his 28 bicycle to the Royal Clubhouse. "Hey, young Master Qin." Right when Qin Feng walked through the door, the fat-headed and large-eared manager, Lu, ran over. His eyes shined with happiness. It was too long since he had last seen Qin Feng at the Royal Clubhouse. "You haven't been here in a long time. All of us employees miss you to death." As a rich young master, Qin Feng actually didn't have a haughty attitude. He often associated himself with the employees of lower positions, and these people also enjoyed kissing Qin Feng's ass. "Why were you thinking of me? I have no interest in your fatty, meat-filled body." Qin Feng jokingly punched Manager Lu. That's because I followed you for so long. There's no way I wouldn't know your taste." Suddenly, Manager Lu leaned towards Qin Feng's ear and whispered, "Young Master Qin, last night, a French gal arrived in the clubhouse and wow! She's a pretty blonde with skin as white as milk and big dark blue eyes with long lashes. Her body isn't overly attractive. She has a perfect S-shaped body, and those legs of hers practically go up to my neck." Manager Lu made exaggerated movements and expressions as he spoke. Chapter 108. Chapter 108. What I have is money. If this was the Qin Feng from before, he would definitely be anxious to satisfy himself with the beautiful French woman. However, his current self had suddenly lost interest in these women. He waved his hand. "No need. I came here on proper business this time." Proper business again. Manager Lu stared blankly. The last time young Master Qin came to rescue Yin Xiao, he said he had proper business to attend to. After this, Manager Lu hadn't seen him come to the Royal Clubhouse until today. He felt that Qin Feng was no longer the idle and useless rich young master from before. Qin Feng's body had an air of strength, and his speech was also clear and concise. Most importantly, that trademark lascivious smile was gone as well. Young Master Qin, what kind of proper business? Qin Feng had changed too much, so Manager Lu didn't dare carelessly joke around. He also became serious. "Manager Lu, How is the female classmate that I arranged to live here? Oh, young Master Chin. You should have mentioned that earlier. You made me nervous to death. Once he heard that Chin Feng's proper business was Lin Bei Bei, Manager Lu's smile immediately returned. So the proper business was the same as before, and young Master Chin was still the dissolute young master from before. It seems that he came to play with that pure campus beauty this time. That girlie is really obedient. She comes back on time after school every day, leaves for school in a timely manner, and spends the rest of the time in her room. Even until now, she's definitely still a fledgling. Young Master Chin, you have to be dissolute for the whole day today. When he saw Manager Lu smiling so much that his small eyes disappeared, Chin Feng smacked him on the head. Be more serious. Have you catered to Bei Bei according to my wishes? Manager Lu immediately retracted his smile. Young Master Chin, you personally gave these instructions, so how could I not listen? I treat your pretty classmate like a rich young miss every day. All 3 of her meals are nutritious and gourmet. I send over a female masseuse to give her a full-body spa every night, and she's picked up and dropped off at school every day by limousine. Don't worry, no one would dare mistreat little Princess Lin Bei Bei. Chin Feng was quite at ease with how Manager Lu did things. He patted his shoulder. Very good. In a bit, find the head of the finance department and put in 100,000 yuan in my name. Manager Lu waved Chin Feng walk away. He was so moved that he wanted to scream. Chin Feng was too unaffected, too mesmerizing. Chin Feng stood before the door of Presidential Suite 888 and felt a bit regretful. This was once the headquarters of his debauchery. Ever since he became an adult, he stayed in room 888 more than the Chin Manor. Every new quality item of Royal Clubhouse had to first pass his full-body inspection. Every beauty that passed his test came out as a leading figure of the Royal Clubhouse. After standing for a while, Chin Feng pressed the doorbell. Lin Bei Bei knew that Chin Feng would come. She was halfway through her shower when the doorbell rang. Her heartbeat quickened. She didn't even care that she hadn't washed away all the bubbles on her body. She draped on a robe as white as snow and promptly ran to open the door. The door opened and Chin Feng fell into a trance when he saw the refined and delicate, beautiful young woman before him. She only wore a robe, and her wet hair fell scattered on her fragrant shoulders. Her pretty clavicles were free and exposed, and there were mesmerizingly fragrant soap bubbles on them. This was clearly the use of a wet body to seduce someone. Chin Feng's ability to resist Lin Bei Bei was not high. When he saw her, he wanted to make a move. Chin Feng. When Chin Feng admired a woman, he was not shy about it. He was always unscrupulous. Lin Bei Bei's face became completely red. She softly called to Chin Feng, just come in first. Lin Bei Bei pulled Chin Feng into the room. Why was there that kind of feeling? After entering the room, Chin Feng came back to his senses. He suppressed his immoral thoughts and sat on the bed. He lightly touched the bed sheets and felt a sense of familiarity. Lin Bei Bei closed the door. She looked like a budding water lily, fresh and pleasant. She lowered her head and shyly walked towards Chin Feng. Without waiting for his agreement, she sat on his thigh. Bei Bei, what are you doing? Chin Feng suddenly got nervous. Lin Bei Bei was comfortable hearing Chin Feng calling her Bei Bei. When she saw his shocked expression, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and smile lightly. Young Master Chin, aren't you Acropolis City's #1 hedonistic and dissolute young master? How is it that I haven't seen you for a few days, and you're now as reserved as a monk? Chin Feng also laughed easily. He hadn't changed, but he always kept an intentional distance from Lin Bei Bei. Chin Feng didn't want to taint this kind of delicate and pretty but strong girl. She was like a water lily that bloomed out of the mud. One could only appreciate her from the sidelines, but no one could taint her divinity. Lin Bei Bei was like this, and Su Ruaro was also like this. All Qin Feng could do was quietly protect them. Of course, he had to sometimes take small advantages as a reward. Bei Bei, have you been well? No one dares to bother you at school, right? The air was a bit lovey-dovey, and Qin Feng initiated a conversation. Lin Bei Bei's pretty eyes suddenly became wet. She looked at Qin Feng's handsome, angular face and threw herself into his embrace. A fragrance entered his nose, and something soft stuck to his body. Qin Feng could clearly feel the frail body beneath Lin Bei Bei's bathrobe. Bei Bei, what's wrong? Qin Feng lightly shoved Lin Bei Bei a bit. She was like an octopus and hugged Qin Feng with a death grip. Has someone bullied you? Qin Feng touched Lin Bei Bei's back and began to caress her. A few drops of sparkling tears fell on the nape of Qin Feng's neck. Lin Bei Bei clenched her teeth and shook her head. Qin Feng knew Lin Bei Bei's personality. He knew that she worked part-time jobs since she was really young. She raised money for her mother's hospital and medicinal fees and also had to support her family and pay tuition at the same time. She looked like the beautiful and sickly Lin Daiyu, but she was a steadfast female warrior inside. She must have been greatly wronged for her to cry like this. Qin Feng used his strength to push her away. He wiped the tears on her face and became serious. Bei Bei, tell me what's wrong. What happened to your face? It seems a bit swollen on this side. Lin Bei Bei stared at him with pretty eyes as clear as a mirror. She looked closely at Qin Feng. Qin Feng, I'm fine. I've recently started using a new face mask, so my skin became a bit irritated and swollen. I just missed you too much, so... Lin Bei Bei knew about the conflict between Qin Feng and Yuan Xiang. Last time on the sports field, the two fought and then planned a fight to the death. In the end, she was worried about Qin Feng. She was afraid that after he found out about what happened, he'd look to cause trouble for Yuan Xiang and subsequently cause trouble for himself. She didn't want to cause any trouble for Qin Feng. Qin Feng was a bit dazed. He thought Lin Bei Bei's attitude had improved towards him because he helped her out a couple of times, but he never thought that her attitude towards him would have improved this much. Lin Bei Bei's words were clearly a confession towards him. Unless he did something to her and forgot? Qin Feng, why haven't you been at school recently? Lin Bei Bei initiated a change in the topic for fear that Qin Feng would continue pursuing the Yuan Xiang incident. Qin Feng moved his leg and hugged Lin Bei Bei so she could sit more comfortably. There were some important things I had to take care of, so I didn't go to school. What important things? Lin Bei Bei looked like an obedient kitten. She leaned quietly on Qin Feng's chest and suddenly felt really safe. She still couldn't help but ask about Qin Feng's matters. She put forth her little heart and didn't even know if Qin Feng would share this important matter with her. Did she have the kind of status in his heart where they could talk about anything? Some family matters. It wasn't because Lin Bei Bei didn't have a high position in his heart that Qin Feng didn't elaborate. He really cared about Bei Bei, so he didn't want her to know about the war between the Qin and Hao families. This might bring her unnecessary trouble. Lin Bei Bei's expression suddenly dropped. Then, when will you be going back to school? The threat Yuan Xiang made to Lin Bei Bei when he ran away regarding going to the sports field tomorrow morning made Lin Bei Bei afraid. She wanted to wait until Qin Feng returned to school so she could go with him. I don't know. I might not go back to school anymore. Qin Feng thought about how after October passes by, he would partake in the capital's Qin family succession tournament for his father's dreams and his mysterious mother. Even if the Qin and Hao War was over, he would probably still stay at the company to learn management and break through his limits at the same time. Lin Bei Bei's pretty eyes flashed with disappointment. After a length of silence, she suddenly laughed. Qin Feng, are you free today? Come take a stroll with me, okay? Okay. Lin Bei Bei rarely took walks, and it was her first time taking a walk with a male. She pulled out the only dress she owned. It was sky blue and stopped at her knees. She looked like a lovely butterfly. She held Qin Feng's hand and happily walked along the bustling pedestrian walkway. Wanqing Square is Acropolis City's iconic and fashionable shopping street. This plot of land in the center of the city was a golden commercial street, and was also where royal groups staked and developed their estate project. Today was a weekend, so the pedestrian walkway was extremely crowded. Most of the people, there were couples around Qin Feng and Lin Bei Bei's age. Qin Feng was very familiar with this street. He took Lin Bei Bei to a Chanel store. Chanel was created in Paris in 1914 by Gabrielle Chanel. The company produced many different products. There were clothes, jewelry, accessories, cosmetics, perfumes, purses, etc. Each product was famous everywhere, especially their perfume and fashionable clothing. This was a brand name that experienced 80 years of turbulence. The products were naturally extremely expensive and high-ranking luxury goods. But the Chanel style caught Qin Feng's eye. It was eternally elegant, simple, and refined. They were adept and surpassed tradition to follow the trends. Plus, since they were products of the store, if Lin Bei Bei wore it, she would definitely look really classy. Though Lin Bei Bei hadn't experienced a lot, she still knew about a big brand like this. She was clearly a bit shy and stood at the door lightly tugging Qin Feng. "Don't worry, take whatever you like. What young Master Qin has his money." Qin Feng immediately saw through Lin Bei Bei's apprehensions, so he let out an easy smile and helped her get rid of them. Chapter 109. Chapter 109. A fairy that walked out of a painting. The two stood in front of the door. They didn't walk in or come out, so they happened to block the man and woman behind them. The face of the woman, who wore heavy makeup, immediately dropped. Her voice was filled with disdain. "Oh my! Say, are you two going in or not? As a youngling, if you want to pick up girls, take them to the movie theater, eat some spicy soup at night, and get a room to do what you need to do. What are you doing pretending and running to this kind of international brand name?" Wang incurrently held Sun Ye's arm and put on an air of importance. When she spoke, her eyes looked to the skies, and she looked like she was eyeing to fly. Only after this mockery and ridicule did Wang Ying's gaze fall onto Qin Feng and Lin Bei Bei. When she recognized Qin Feng, her expression greatly changed multiple times before resulting in an unrestrained sneer. "Ha! I was wondering which country bumpkin this was. Isn't this royal group's sales representative? Oh my, you're a heartless brat. You've kept Li Yuqin, and now you're keeping a little female student. The little female students are so easy to fool these days. All you have to do is buy them some things and say some nice things, and they'll be tricked into bed. What has the world come to?" Qin Feng thought he was pretty brazen, but he had found someone even more so. She stood there complaining about how messy the world was when she was someone else's mistress. Qin Feng was too lazy to even look at a frivolous woman like her. Sun Yi saw Qin Feng and couldn't contain the raging flames in his eyes. Yesterday, Qin Feng cheated him of 8 million yuan, so Sun, you wanted to bite him to death. However, when he saw Lin Bei Bei standing next to Qin Feng, the fire in his eyes receded and was replaced by a glowing green. He stood there silently and didn't know what to say. "Qin Feng, the things here are really expensive. We should just leave. I just wanted to take a walk with you. I wasn't preparing to buy anything." Lin Bei Bei was a bit mad. She tugged at Qin Feng and prepared to leave. Wang Ying immediately blocked their way. She smiled coldly. "Oh, so it seems that I've underestimated your courting techniques. This girlie looks pretty fresh and tender, but her brain is no good. She isn't spending your money, and she's letting you get in bed with her? What a loose woman." How can you talk like that? Do I know you? Please don't use that kind of language to insult me." Lin Bei Bei could stand other things, but she couldn't stand it if someone said she was a loose woman in front of Qin Feng. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with an almost imperceptible coldness. She hugged Lin Beibei's shoulder and suddenly laughed. Beibei, let's go. We'll go in and choose clothes. Humph. You're a poor kid and you're running to an international brand name store to pretend? I want to see if you can even afford a belt inside. Just yesterday, son, you was cheated 8 million yuan at the Royal Group. And today, they coincidentally met Qin Feng again. It wasn't just Wang Ying that wanted to take this chance to humiliate Qin Feng. Son, you couldn't let the opportunity slip by either. His eyes almost fell out of his skull when he saw Lin Beibei standing beside Qin Feng. He couldn't understand how these high-quality beauties would like a poor brat like Qin Feng. The two followed Qin Feng and Lin Beibei into the Chanel store. They ignored the warm reception of the sales staff and walked in the direction Qin Feng did. Qin Feng brought Lin Beibei to the new product section. There were a range of styles ranging from mature and sexy to pure and pretty. Beibei, look around. If you like something, go try out. Lin Beibei nodded. She was clearly unhappy. She wasn't angry at Wang Ying's insults, but she was a bit surprised that Qin Feng didn't stand up for her. Based on Qin Feng's former temper, he would have brutally struck the two in the face. But Lin Beibei glanced at Qin Feng and noticed that he still had a calm expression. He clearly didn't take what had happened to heart. When you like a person, you'll care about their every move in addition to personal gains and losses. Every detail made Lin Beibei muse and feel a sense of loss for a good while. She looked around for a long time, but Lin Beibei's heart wasn't on the clothes, so she didn't try on any of them. Look at you pretending. We've been here for half a day, and you still haven't chosen any clothes to try. And don't make up crap about being above these clothes. From what I see, if you don't have the money, hurry up and scram. Don't be a disgrace. This store was originally high class, but seeing these houseflies makes me want to vomit. Wang Ying observed them from the side for half a day and grasped the opportunity to taunt them. Qin Feng didn't answer Wang Ying and sat on a seat in the rest area. He sent a text message on his phone. His card was currently frozen by his old dad, and he had no money on him. However, Wancheng Square is Royal Group's property, so Qin Feng knew the property manager Xiao Cheng. At this time, he was sending him a text to come over immediately. Lin Beibei clenched her teeth and stood shyly in front of a pile of beautiful clothes. When she looked at the prices of the clothes, her heart wanted to jump out of her chest. She was ridiculed by Wang Ying, but had no way of rebutting her because she really was a poor child. She should never have come to such a luxurious store. Her pretty and refined face slowly became completely and impossibly red. Her entire body heated, and she was so embarrassed that she wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. Her shyness was extremely charming. When Sun Yi saw it, he lost his senses. He really wanted to pull Lin Beibei into a fitting room and ravish her. A pair of large hands suddenly fell on Lin Beibei's shoulders. A fresh and familiar scent wafted into her nose, calming her wildly beating heart. Qin Feng hugged Lin Beibei and looked calmly at Wang Ying and Sun Yi. He gave a slight smile. What you said was right. In my eyes, the clothes here aren't good enough for Beibei. She's delicate, pretty, refined, innocent, and kind-hearted. Any clothing material and style won't be able to compare to her innate persona. I think Beibei is the most beautiful without clothes. Qin Feng wasn't joking, he was serious. This was an honest thought from the bottom of his heart. When he went to room 888 of the Royal Clubhouse today, he saw Lin Beibei's body and continued to feel this way. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. You're clearly a country bumpkin if you can say such vulgar things in this crowded hall. And you're even pretending to be a literary person? You're really shameless. I actually want to see how good this silly girl looks without clothes. Why don't you take her clothes off now? Qin Feng had Wang Ying tickled with laughter. Even the quiet Sun Ye's eyes flashed with a sinister smile. I'm also curious. Even Chanel's clothes aren't good enough for this beauty. I wonder how good she'll look without any clothes on. Ah. While speaking, Sun Ye's gaze fell on Lin Beibei's body. His gaze brimmed with the desire to see through Lin Beibei's clothes. Qin Feng's grip on Lin Beibei tightened. He casually pulled a light pink qipao with embroidered lilies off the display rack. It wasn't really a classical Chinese qipao. After some changes from the designer, it became a modern and sexy outfit that still retained its refined and dignified elegance. Qin Feng really liked it. Beibei, I'll go inside with you. Let's try this one. He didn't wait for Lin Beibei's response and pulled her into the fitting room. He stopped by the door and turned his head to look at Wang Ying and Sun Yi. Don't be deluded, you two. Only I can enjoy Beibei's body. The fitting room wasn't very big. Now that two people stood inside, Lin Beibei was clearly a bit uneasy. Beibei, don't worry and try on the clothes. I'll turn around and won't peek. Qin Feng said with his back facing Lin Beibei. Lin Beibei nodded with a tender and beautiful blush. She took off her clothes, trying her best to make as little noise as possible. Not long after, Lin Beibei finished changing and gave Qin Feng a light pat. Qin Feng turned and his eyes shined. He always thought Lin Beibei innately had Lin Daiyu's sickly and weak kind of beauty. There were a couple of times where he wondered what Lin Beibei would look like in a qipao. She now stood before him wearing a light pink qipao adorned with lilies. The qipao was a style that revealed half the shoulder. It left Lin Beibei's fragrant shoulder and back exposed. Her long arms were like budding lotus roots, perfectly white and clear. The tight qipao made her curves more defined. She wasn't fiery hot, but had a fresh pleasantness instead. She looked like a fairy maiden from the ancient paintings. She was delicate, pure, refined, and extremely exquisite. Within this image of classical peacefulness, she also expressed a sliver of charming sexiness. Since Qin Feng hadn't said anything, Lin Beibei shyly raised her head. She saw that Qin Feng's gaze was fixed upon her body, but didn't feel any distaste. Instead, she was a bit excited. Qin Feng, does it look good? Lin Beibei couldn't help but ask. Qin Feng nodded and said nothing. He had no words to express how beautiful Lin Beibei currently was. It was clearly not enough to just say she looked good. Beibei, go choose a couple of outfits that you like, and some shoes and accessories. Buy some of everything and don't care about the price. You know me. I'm the only son of the richest man. I have this kind of money. Qin Feng's words made Lin Beibei's mood extremely good. She didn't really want Qin Feng to buy her stuff. She just wanted this kind of treatment. Okay, then I'll really go choose. Lin Beibei finally set down her reservations. She thought these reservations were necessary in front of other people, but they were unnecessary in front of Qin Feng. The two walked out of the fitting room. Once they got out, all of the surrounding people's gazes fell on Lin Beibei's body. They were all deeply enchanted by this fairy that walked out of a painting. Oh, what a beautiful Chinese girl. There's no need to talk about compliments in Chinese. After a couple of foreigners in the crowd saw Lin Beibei, they couldn't help but compliment her. Once Lin Beibei came out, she realized that she became the audience's focal point. Practically all of the customers in the Chanel store stared fixedly at her. Flustered, she carefully hid behind Qin Feng and held his hand. Lin Beibei's beauty was recognized by all. Though from the outside Wang Ying pursed her lips in disdain, internally, she was shocked by Lin Beibei's beauty. And there's need to mention what Sun Yi beside her thought. His eyes glowed green, and he couldn't take his eyes off Lin Beibei's body. Chapter 110. Chapter 110, Cover Model. Sun Yi was jealous of Qin Feng. This brat had no money or status. How was it that every gal he picked up was a luxury item among luxury items? He looked at Wang Ying, who stood beside him once more. She could only depend on heavy makeup to have even a bit of charm. Sun Yi felt like a failure. Though he wasn't considered someone from an extremely rich and powerful family, his old man was still a real estate developer of some consequence. Though his family didn't have over 100 million, they didn't have any less than tens of millions. As someone from a rich family, a sense of despair filled his heart when he thought of how he had to spend money just to keep an average-looking woman like Wang Ying. Son, you didn't deliberate too long before walking towards Lin Bei. He was so mesmerized by her that he almost lost his soul. This time, he decided to rely on his background to take Lin Bei. As for Wang Ying, she could go play wherever she liked. If he had a goddess-tiered woman like Lin Bei, even if Wang Ying was a free home delivery, son, you still wouldn't give her another glance. Beauty, this kind of qipao worn on your body, forms a heavenly combination. It's like green leaves paired with red flowers and highlights the brilliance of your classical elegance. Sun Ye's eyes shined with praise for Lin Bei. He was smiling so hard that his face almost turned crooked. I just have to walk a street and I can see such a delightfully beautiful woman. I've decided that I'll buy this qipao for you. If you like anything else in the store, I'm willing to buy it for you as well. I just want this beauty to have a meal with me so we can get to know each other. Before courting a woman, men love to pretend to be gentlemanly. After getting her into his hands, they all become beasts. In today's society, this kind of move is outdated. According to Qin Feng's courting tactics, you're a beast before courting a woman. After getting her, you act like a gentleman. The phrase, if men aren't bad, women don't love them, makes a lot of sense. There's no need. Lin Bei resolutely rejected Sun Yi. She thought this man was despicable. His girlfriend was next to him, and he was still coming on to her? He was a really disgusting man. Having Qin Feng to pay for me is enough. At this time, Lin Bei held tightly onto Qin Feng. She lifted her head and gazed tenderly at him. She felt an incomparable sense of happiness. After he was rejected in front of an audience, Sun Yi couldn't contain his expression, and his face fell. He looked at Qin Feng and said in contemplation, Him? Does he look like he has money? I forgot to tell you, I saw this guy yesterday. He's just a little sales representative. Don't be fooled by his flowery words. You won't have a future if you date this kind of person. That's my problem. It's none of your business. Lin Bei was really unhappy with Sun Ye's attempt to belittle Qin Feng. She coldly glared at him. Wang Ying already saw through Sun Ye's intentions. She was afraid he wanted to pick up that tramp. She would never let Lin Bei get her way. She chose a revealing and sexy outfit off the clothes rack and ran to the fitting room to change. She was ready to use her body to attract the gazes onto herself and ruthlessly push Lin Bei down in comparison. No one cared about what Wang Ying did. Sun Yi didn't give up. He continued, Beauty, maybe you don't know who I am. My dad is the CEO of Acropolis City's big land real estate. He doesn't make that much in a year, but he makes at least 10 or 20 million. Sun Yi held his head high and puffed up his chest. He was filled with arrogance as he looked at Qin Feng with contempt. I'm not like some people who only know how to use flowery speech, but can't buy anything. Those who could buy things from Chanel were people who had some sort of family background. Some of the people nodded when they heard big land real estate like they had heard of it before, while some others had no impression of it. Lin Bei thought Sun Yi was hilarious. He was talking about a small real estate company that only had 10 or 20 million a year in income and still dared to be ostentatious in front of Qin Feng. She stood behind Qin Feng and couldn't help but laugh aloud. Beauty, do you think I'm bullshitting? Sun Ye's expression became serious. He clearly misunderstood Lin Bei's reason for laughing. He grandly waved his hands. Sun Yi never lie. I said 10 or 20 million at first, but that's just a conservative estimate. A lot of people in Acropolis City know me. I'm even good friends with the 4 princes of Acropolis. An income of 20 million actually isn't much. Beauty, if you want to be friends in the future, I naturally won't treat you shabbily. Son, Ye's meaning was quite clear. He wanted to keep Lin Bei Bei as a mistress. Lin Bei Bei smiled even more. She wanted to ask Qin Feng right in front of Sun Ye's face whether or not Qin Feng knew this crazy dude. A lot of people never heard of big land real estate, but Acropolis City's 4 princes were quite famous. Practically all of Acropolis City's locals heard of them. Thus, when Sun Yi said he knew Acropolis City's 4 princes, the people in the crowd began to quietly deliberate. They even looked at Sun Yi differently. Sun Yi felt the gazes of reverence from the crowd and basked in them. He puffed his chest even more and looked like a large rooster that wanted to go into battle. Beauty, this is my name card. You can think about it. Lin Bei Bei didn't take the name card Sun Yi extended to her. She didn't even care enough to look at him. A large-bellied, middle-aged man made his way into the crowd. He had a fawning smile and came up to Lin Bei Bei. How do you do, beautiful girl? I'm Zhao Chuan, the general agent for Chanel in Acropolis City. The light pink qipao you're wearing is a new design Chanel made to expand into the Chinese market. I've recently been looking for a cover model for the qipao series. It's definitely destiny that I saw beauty, like you, wearing this qipao today. I don't know if you're willing to accept this invitation to become the cover model? Don't worry. In terms of compensation, you'll be receiving allocations from the headquarters. They only care about the result, and they don't care about spending money. Zhao Chuan's sudden appearance gave Lin Bei Bei a bit of a shock. She didn't think casually wearing a qipao would attract so much attention. She blushed and lifted her head to look towards Qin Feng. Of course, she would need Qin Feng's help to decide on an important matter like this. Beauty, are you suspicious of my identity? Don't worry, the store manager and all of the sales staff here know and can vouch for me. Also, Chanel is a large and reputable company. There won't be any sort dishonest things such as unspoken rules. The first time Zhao Chuan saw Lin Bei Bei, he knew that if he hired her to be the cover model for the qipao, this series would definitely sell extremely well. Too bad Zhao Chuan was a man. If he was a woman and saw how beautiful Lin Bei Bei was while wearing the qipao, he'd definitely want to buy one to wear himself. Beauty, I can attest that if you're the cover model for the qipao products, you'll receive all of the joint promotions between Chanel and China. You'll also be on the big advertisement in the store, the largest and most iconic poster. Also, your reward definitely won't be less than 7 figures. Chapter 111. Chapter 111, a 7-figure endorsement fee. Lin Bei Bei's beautiful eyes were as clear as water and bright with joy. A 7-figure endorsement fee, that's over $1 million. She wasn't a money-hungry girl, but if this chance really existed, she would be moved by it. However, she still said nothing and looked at Qin Feng in silence. There's no need for that. Qin Feng didn't hesitate and straightforwardly rejected Zhao Chuan. It's enough for me to enjoy Bei Bei's beauty alone. There's no need to put it on display for other people. His singular tyrannical line was mesmerizingly handsome. Lin Bei Bei raised her head slightly and looked at Qin Feng's serious expression with a slight smile. Her heart felt as sweet as if she had eaten honey. She felt so blissful that she was about to melt in Qin Feng's embrace. Lin Bei Bei would willingly give up on $1 million yuan for Qin Feng's one tyrannical line. Beauty, what do you think? After being rejected by Qin Feng, Zhao Chuan still didn't give up. He threw some more bait at Lin Bei Bei. If it's a matter of price, I can contest it with headquarters. I can assure you that you'll get a contract with a guaranteed minimum of 2 million yuan. What do you think? Even A-list celebrities could not receive this rare opportunity to shoot a group of advertisements with a 2 million yuan contract, a completely new person, and an international luxury brand as large as Chanel. Lin Bei Bei laughed and shook her head. Thank you for your kind intentions, but Qin Feng said that he didn't want to exhibit my beauty for everyone to see. so I have to listen to him. Qin Feng was selfish, but this kind of selfishness made Lin Bei feel gratified. Zhao Chuan dejectedly shook his head. He was about to try again when Wang Ying finished changing and walked out of the fitting room. She wore a red, halter-top mini dress and walked out of the fitting room like she was on a catwalk. She swayed her hips and strutted seductively towards the audience. It felt as though she was walking on the red carpet of the Cannes Film Festival. "Dearest, look at the red mini dress I'm wearing. Does it look good?" Wang Ying intentionally spoke loudly amongst the crowd. She spoke while imitating elementary schoolers and twirled gracefully. This mini dress was indeed sexy. It exposed her whole back and only a small piece of cloth covered her chest and thighs. It was a really modern and fashionable style that normal people wouldn't dare wear outside. As Wang Ying expected, all gazes fell on her. She felt like a floating fairy and she was extremely pleased. But before she could fully enjoy this pleasure, all of the gazes flitted away. They made faces as if their eyes were tainted and quickly returned their gazes onto Lin Bei. While looking at this slim and graceful young lady, they smiled with their hearts at ease. At this time, they underwent a profound experience and discovered that true beauty and sexiness was not determined by how much skin one exposed or how alluringly they could paint themselves with makeup. True beauty was determined when one could quietly stand there without words or movement, yet could slowly and steadily release unlimited brilliance. Once they saw Lin Bei, who was as white as the first snow, with skin as tender as a new lotus, a collarbone as perfect as jade, and only a small amount of her beautiful and thin legs exposed. Seeing Wang Ying with most of her skin exposed made them want to throw up. The more Wang Ying exposed, the more disgusted they felt. These people all began to worry that after seeing a woman as perfect as Lin Bei, they would never date again. "Dearest, hurry and look at me. Hurry and look. Do I look good? Aren't I sexy wearing this mini dress? It's really alluring. If you like it, let's buy it. When we get home, I'll wear it for you." Wang Ying hadn't seen the change in the audience's demeanor and swayed Sun Ye's arm with arrogance. Sun, you really didn't want to look at Wang Ying again. Even listening to her sugar-coated voice was more disgusting than eating a housefly. Someone in the crowd shouted mischievously, "Hey, Chanel's regional general manager, what do you think of this gal? Why don't you use her for your cheap-out advertisements?" Once these words were spoken, a sea of mockery arose. Wang Ying was still unaware of the situation. When she heard that Chanel's regional general manager was here, and that he was looking for a cover model, she immediately became excited. "Where's the manager? Hurry and look at me, okay? My figure and looks are outstanding. I'll definitely be able to showcase the souls of the designers if I wear the clothes your company designs." Zhao Chuan stepped out. He took one glance at Wang Ying and shook his head in distaste. When compared to Lin Bei, the two were on completely different grades. There were swarms of women like Wang Ying on the streets. "Dearest," they said, the regional general managers, picking out a cover model. "Is that true? Where's the manager? Why don't I try? I'm so movingly beautiful." Smack! Wang Ying hadn't finished speaking when she was met with a resounding slap. Before she could react, the slap shoved her to the ground. "You ugly thing, hurry and scram. In the future, don't look for me. I feel disgusted just by looking at you. You're really an embarrassment." Sun Yi had enough and exploded on the spot. Dazed, Wang Ying sat on the floor. She forgot about the stinging pain on her face and stared at Sun Yi with complete astonishment. The story shouldn't have progressed this way. She could feel the audience's judgmental gazes. When did she ever suffer such disgrace? However, once she thought about how losing Sun Ye's financial support would cause her to lose the material life she had now, she didn't care about face. She immediately crawled before Sun Yi and hugged his thigh with a death grip. "Sun Yi, you can't treat me like this. Every night, I help you blow your load, satisfy your desires with dual attacks from the front and back. And I never turn my back on you when you don't even last for more than a minute. How can you hit me and call me ugly? When you go crazy with me at night, you don't say anything like that to me. With one breath, Wang Ying let everything out. The audience shifted their judgmental gazes onto Sun Yi. Sun Yi was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. How did he end up finding such a foolish woman? He had no face to continue staying here. He kicked Wang Ying away and wanted to leave. Tramp, let go of me. Wang Ying already lost her senses. She tightly hugged Sun Ye's thigh as if she had gone crazy. She refused to let go, so Sun Yi began to kick her. The more he kicked, the wilder the kicks became. Wang Ying began to spit blood, but he still couldn't shake her off. This man was so malicious that the surrounding audience could not continue to awe him. The foreigners swore in English and denounced Sun Yi. Then 2 security guards ran over and pulled Sun Yi away. The fight gradually calmed. Wang Ying's hair was disheveled, and she was battered and exhausted. She suddenly looked towards Lin Beibei. All of this was because of her. Her eyes clouded over with evil as she pounced at Lin Beibei with bared teeth and flying claws.